Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Let me know if you can hear me in the chat, and we will get it started. Let your boy know. All right, I got the thumbs up from Trini Boy 32. Excellent. What's up, guys? It's your man, Donovan Sharp, and welcome to probably the most important Hard R episode. And this is going to be Hard R podcast episode number 41. I started the Hard R podcast, 41 episodes ago, but this is going to be a very based conversation. Species 666 says, can hear you on Rumble. Absolutely. Appreciate that very, very much. Appreciate that. D Venom. Appreciate that. Dana. Appreciate that. Luke Red Pill Perry. Appreciate that. Universe Looks After Me says loud and clean and clear. Very good. Thank you guys very, very much. Look, man, I'm just gonna go ahead and get right into it. I'm not gonna do all of the regular shilling that I normally do when I start these shows. Guys, white people have had it. White people have had it, and they're done. They're done. They are done dealing with niggas. They're over it. They're over it. This was inevitable. Now, we're going to have this entire discussion today. I don't know how long this is going to go. It's going to go as long as it needs to go. It's going to go as long as it needs to go. And for those of you guys who watch me regularly, you guys know that I love Jason Whitlock. I am totally in support of. I love his message. I've actually known about Jason. I've actually listened to Jason Whitlock since he was back at ESPN. Like, I've listened to Jason Whitlock for years. For years, I've listened to Jason Whitlock. I listened to him and watched him on ESPN. I listened and watched him when he was on Fox Sports 1. And now that he's independent now, he's gone independent, Blaze TV. This man, Jason Whitlock, had two of absolutely the most based podcast episodes dealing with black fatigue, and he puts things so much better than I ever could as far as freestyling is concerned. So what we're going to do, I'm going to react to Jason Whitlock's podcast from yesterday and Jason Whitlock's podcast from today. And that's how we're going to start. That's how we're going to start and sort of carry on the discussion. That's what we're going to do. Normally, you guys know that when I break stuff down or when I react to things, normally, what I would normally do is I would break it down in real time. I wouldn't watch it first. I watched both of these, and they are abso-fucking-lutely based. And I'm gonna tell you something, y'all. I'm gonna tell you something. And I'm sure that there are people who have been aware of this for a while. Anton Daniels is a star, guys. Please believe, Anton Daniels is absolutely a star. He is 100% based. He is 100% based, and he absolutely cooked on Jason Whitlock. He absolutely cooked on Jason Whitlock. It was a thing of beauty. I watched it with Devin this morning. Anton is about to be the guy. He is about to be the guy. He is I don't want to go Kevin Samuels. I don't want to go that level yet, but dude, I'm going to tell you what, man. I'm going to tell you what. He is absolutely based. He is absolutely based, and I think he is definitely next. He is one over Jason Whitlock. So, without further ado, I am going to react to the Jason Whitlock podcast. I have sped it up to 1.25%, 125% speed. You guys can see my face scrolling up and down on the screen. That all of this, along with the copyright disclaimer, I'm doing all of this to keep away from getting a copyright strike. And I don't think I've ever, and it's interesting, I don't think Jason Whitlock has ever copyright strike me. Yeah, Lord Celtic Bats. I can already tell. I'm gonna have to bring you up. I can already tell I'm gonna have to bring you up because I've never seen you in my chat before. I don't know if I don't know if you're a fan or not. Maybe you are, maybe you aren't. But I don't like it when people come into my chat and start, not Kevin Samuel, stop. Nah, bruh. No. I said, pardon me. I said I'm not going to compare him to Kevin Samuels, but he is going to be close. He is going to be close. He is going to be close. This is a call-in show. And if you want to call in, whether you agree, disagree, whatever the case may be, I am happy to bring you up and we can have a discussion. And the requirements, and listen, the requirements are very simple. I got to have you on camera. I'm not going to talk to people. I'm not going to talk to people who are hiding behind avatars. We're not doing that. So if somebody gets in the chat and gets to talking shit and this and that and the other and going back and forth with me, I'm gonna ban your ass. I'm gonna ban your ass and I'm gonna tell you to pull up. Show me you're not a coward. Because as we will see in a lot of these videos today, niggas are cowards, man. Niggas are cowards. They hunt in packs. But let me quit running. Let me quit running off at the mouth. Let's go ahead and get this party started. Let's do it.
Today's topic, it's a heavy one, and I think we're going to be in this topic for a couple of days. I'm going to unpack it today, and then tomorrow I'm hoping to have a panel on to discuss this topic because I think it's critically important. Black fatigue. If you have not heard the term, if you're not on X, formerly known as Twitter, you may be unaware that this conversation is going on. But if you're on social media, and if you understand the impact of X/Twitter, and that like the Black Lives Matter movement started on Twitter.
Yes, it did.
And now there's a response movement being started on Twitter, and it's called Black Fatigue. And it is the antithesis. It is the yin to the yang of Black Lives Matter.
It is the yin to the yang of Black Lives Matter. Trader Z RLT says, Mr. Sharp, Myron sent me. Appreciate that very much, man. Love Myron Gaines. Myron is super based. One of my very best friends, one of my closest friends. So shout out to you for being in here. So guys, this Black Fatigue, this hashtag Black Fatigue, this is the boomerang effect. Jason Whitlock is going to explain very eloquently about the boomerang effect. What did we expect to happen having Black Lives Matter and having to deal with niggas and people justifying their behavior? How long was this going to go on? This wasn't going to go on forever. This is not going to go on forever and ever. And Kojo says it's not Black Fatigue, and I agree with you, Kojo. It's not Black Fatigue, y'all. It's nigga fatigue. That's what it is. Let's just call it what it is. Let's call a spade, man. The people that endorse this hashtag Black Fatigue, they know that there are guys like me and guys like Whitlock who don't buy into this crazy, nonsensical, destructive culture. They know that. But once again, they're being indirectly censored by not saying, you know what this really is. You know that there are white people out here. You know that there are white people out here who don't want to call this Black Fatigue. They want to call it nigger fatigue. That's what they want to call it. I'm not going to call it nigger fatigue. I'm going to call it nigga fatigue. Because back in 1996, we all saw the Chris Rock bit. There's a civil war in the black community, and it's between black people and niggas. You have to align yourself with one side or the other. If you are a black person and you don't endorse what niggas do, you're called a coon, sellout, Uncle Tom, Uncle Ruckus, bootlicker, Bojangles, shuffling, blah, 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 blah. Sean Moore says, I've had nigga fatigue since 1990. Glad others have caught up. And I'm going to tell you what, before I continue the video, I've had nigga fatigue since I was a teenager, since I was 16 years old when I became a civilian. When I moved from Altus, Oklahoma to Durham, North Carolina, the nigga fatigue was out. Dude, I was already fed up. I had my classmate, didn't even know who the fuck I was, calling me a sellout. And I'm like, well, wait a minute, how am I a sellout? You guys never accepted me into the community in the first place. There was nothing for me to sell out. That's how that works. But this is not black fatigue, y'all. This is nigga fatigue. And white people have had it. Non-black people have had it. They are pushing back and they're saying enough is enough. But I will go as far as to say that it's not even white people, Mexican or Hispanic people, Asian people. They've all got nigga fatigue. But the group of people that has the most nigga fatigue are black people. Black people, like, dude, we've had, and I'm just like Sean Moore said, I'm glad everybody's caught up. I am glad everybody's caught up. Dude, I've had nigga fatigue since I was 16 years old. Since I was 16 years old. So Jason Whitlock is going to explain the boomerang effect here.
It's white people loudly, boldly expressing their fatigue with black people. This is and was inevitable. And that's why I spent so much time during the whole Black Lives Matter psyop, about a decade, saying like, this is crazy. Black Lives Matters is going to create a boomerang effect. It's going to harden hearts. You're not going to host a decade-long discussion on social media and in mainstream media about how awful white people are and what victims we are. And oh my God, once every 3 or 4 months, there's a controversy.
Yeah, Sean Moore says they pushed us out and then called us sellout. To make that make sense. I can't, because it doesn't make sense.
Police-involved shooting with a resisting career.
Textbook neuroticism says, my nigga fatigue has increased exponentially since living down south. That is facts. That is absolute facts.
Criminal. That was inevitably going to spark a backlash. And now the backlash is here, and it's called black fatigue. Punch that into Twitter and see what comes up. There are social...
Gerald, who is probably Jerome, says, when did you become a civilian? Were you locked up in prison? No, you dumb nigga. My father served in the military for 27 years. Unbelievable. When you get out of prison, they don't call you a civilian. They call you an ex-con. Jesus Christ. Man, look, man, already, we already got the niggadar. Already got the niggadar going on, man. 2 seconds into the podcast. 2 seconds into the podcast, we already, listen, if you have a problem with what I'm talking about, hashtag pull up. Oh, I've got some. King G Groove 713. I'm going to come to you in just 1 second. I'm going to do some on-screen production. Yes, sir. There it is, y'all. That's the niggadar. Hashtag get the periscope. We got the niggadar. There it is. You know who you are. You niggas know who you are. All right, let me bring up King Groove 713. Who's looking like, bro, you look like Eazy-E, man.
What up, Donovan?
What's going on, man? What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, chilling. Look, man, first off, I just want to say glad to be chatting with you again. You know what I'm saying? Bro, I'm glad you're doing the work you're doing, man. Because if it wasn't, these other races would probably try to exterminate us all, man.
Yep.
Straight up.
Absolutely. So what are your thoughts on this? I'm sorry, go ahead.
You know what I'm saying? Another voice that lets them know that there's decent black people out here who ain't on that nigga tree like the rest of these fuck ass niggas out here.
That's right, man. So what is your response to the hashtag black fatigue? Because what niggas are out here saying, and the black community has women that are also niggas, please believe. They're out here saying, well, all this black fatigue is the reason why there's black fatigue is because white people are tired of being held accountable. What do you think they mean when they say that?
Pretty much, in my opinion, it's like gang banging. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. We've been like banging on a peaceful tribe for so long, and eventually they're like, you know what? We're getting tired of that shit. We're gonna strike back. I mean, if Gandhi would have kept living, eventually he probably would have fought back too. Ain't nobody gonna keep taking a knuckle sandwich on the chin and just, you know what I'm saying, sit there and act like nothing. Y'all act like white folks can't fight back, man. Come on.
Right. And I think you want to know what it means to me? I'll tell you what it means to me, King Groove, and I want you to tell me what you think of this. When they say that this hashtag black fatigue movement is white people are tired of being held accountable, here's what it means to me. Here's what I think. When they say white people being held accountable, that tells me that they justify these random acts of violence that black people are perpetuating on white people. That is how they are holding them accountable for what happened back in the slave days, what happened back in the days of the civil rights. The so-called black community, the nigga community, they see anytime there's a savage beating of a white person, and we're going to see, listen, please, we are going to see all of that. Anytime they see black person injures, kills, whatever, a white person, they rush to justify it because they see it as revenge. So when they say that hashtag black fatigue is white people tired of being held accountable, that says to me that black people, that niggas this is their way of holding white people accountable. It's just by picking random white people, stabbing, shooting, whatever the case may be. What say you?
I mean, I'm going to say I agree with that, bro. And I'm going to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? Like we said before last time I talked to you, you know, most of these motherfucking niggas don't know no parts of the ghetto. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Nope.
If you remember when they were doing the street polling for the 2016 election, it was the hood dudes who was like, had a decent job and trying to, you know, live a better life, who had actually been through some shit. Those were the brothers who was on the Trump train way back in 2016.
Right.
It's these little Carlton Banks, Steve Urkel, suburban motherfuckers, these Colin Kaepernicks, these silver spoons motherfuckers. Them the ones talking about Black Lives Matter and all this bullshit. Because if you ever grew up in the hood, you know Black lives don't matter. Not to niggas.
Straight up. Oh my God, I hadn't thought of it that way. Look, that's why we know that is one of many reasons Black Lives Matter is a scam. Because we got niggas in the hood talking about Black Lives Matter, and then they take out a 9 and cap somebody. Make that make sense. Make sense.
While George Zimmerman still walking around, he sold his piece on eBay. Ain't nobody got no smoke for him.
Nope.
But they want to go out and looking for some nigga who slapped the shit out of their ratchet ass sister because that bitch needed to be slapped. Yeah,
that's right.
Church.
Hey, look, that's what it is. Listen, anytime, and this is why at some point I'm going to do a podcast episode, but on this, and I'll get you out of here on this because I've got somebody else. I think that the so-called black community has so much more in common with feminism than we realize. Because anytime you mention or talk about unflattering truths about women, what do? They come out in packs, you're wrong, blah, 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 blah. It's the same thing with niggas. Anytime you point out unflattering truths about niggas, they come at you in packs. I'll give you the last word.
Okay, here's the funny thing about that. And also, thanks for having my cousin up, Brian Turner. He come up there, holler at you sometime.
Yeah, yes, sir. Of course. Oh,
man, yeah. Let me say, bro, you already know. I've been rocking with you since day one. You feel me?
Appreciate it, man.
Since like 2011, 2012.
Wow.
Back to using the room, had the chevrons on the wall. You feel me? You know what I'm talking about. Come on, man.
Oh, my God. Yo, my first studio was in my bedroom, man. Me and Devin's bedroom. I was on our computer. That was great.
It was clean. You had that computer and the little game thing set up. I was loving that shit. But no, what people fail to realize, people who try to call you a coon, no, this is the progression of the bullshit. This is Donovan's response to all this niggatry and all this fuck shit. Yep. People even coming at him because he's with a white woman. So what? He's with a white woman. And see, the crazy thing is, if you was with a white dude, nobody wouldn't have no problem with that.
Nope. Nope, they wouldn't have a problem with that. Yeah, dude, that's exactly right. That's it. And that's the same hypocrisy that, quote unquote, the women who call themselves divestors, that's the same bullshit they talk about.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. And this is what get me, though. Now, you are, an American black man. Okay, So we all know that when children are born, the DNA and all that, is determined by the father. So whatever these children are going to be, if we're going to call them just one race and not mix what they really are, the father determines the lineage. This is worldwide. This is in history. This is since antiquity. So since you are a black man, I don't care if you get a bitch from Jupiter with 3 titties pregnant, like them bitches from Total Recall. You feel me? The child is still going to be a little black child. So
no, you did not go there.
They talking about save the black race. You are saving the black race. But I'm going to say this, though. Save yourself, black man. Leave these straggle daggers alone. Leave these ratchet bitches. Fuck Keisha and her kids. I'm out.
Woo! King Groove. Let me give him a Don motherfucking DeMarco. He dropped the bars. Straight bars on that one. Straight bar. And then he did the walk-off. All right, let me bring up Jay Blaze. Oh, wait a minute. Let me remove him from the stage. All right, Jay Blaze, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm gonna just disagree a little bit. I think it started in
Oh.
2008 with the election
Oh.
of Barack Obama, because
Okay.
somehow we became more racist when we had a black president, when
That's
we
right.
voted in a black president, because
Wow.
he pushed all the victimhood stuff. He elected a bunch of judges to, I think, to do get in line for Black Lives Matter.
Yep.
And we had, dude, he was elected twice, and somehow we had the greatest race relations in the 2000s, and
Yep.
ever since he got elected, he took back race relations.
That is a
50 years.
that is a very good point. I had not even thought about that, because and look, and for my money, I think intellect wise, I can be objective enough, I can be objective enough to compartmentalize my politics. I like Barack Obama as a person. I really do. I thought he was a cool president. I thought he was sort of a breath of fresh air. I didn't vote for him, but I didn't vote for Barack Obama, but I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it wasn't that it was not one of the coolest things that I had ever witnessed in my lifetime when he was being sworn into office. I was like, you know what? I didn't vote for this guy, but God damn it, guess what? He's my president. For my money, he's probably one of the most intellectually gifted presidents we've ever had. And he used that intellectual gift to divide America. And he did it both directly and indirectly. And now Michelle Obama is putting her racism right out Front Street for all the world to see.
Yeah, the Barack was one of the most eloquent speeches. If you give him a teleprompter, he's magic.
He is golden.
But that
dude,
magic is
absolutely
going away.
Yep.
Yeah, and if you look back to, I know you're not like religious, neither am I really, but the worst people or the angels are always like these divine angelic beings, and then the like archangels that are kind of like protecting people are always gruff, and because they're trying to ward off evil. And look at Trump. I think this election was the least racial divided election that we've ever had.
Yeah, man.
And look, and Trump's doing his thing, and Barack Obama, he was basically angelic. Dude, that's who you thought was going to save the country, and he
did
took
not.
us down a bad path.
Dude, dude, we have, and thanks for stopping in.
Yeah.
Barack Obama. Listen, Barack Obama was, dude, his politics. Holy moly. Barack Obama, again, extraordinarily eloquent speaker, hyper intelligent, definitely charismatic. Like somebody said in the chat, I can't see who. Yeah. Lord Celtic Bat says charismatic. Absolutely. Yes. And Barack Obama used his gifts to divide the country. And somebody else said in the chat, that's why they called him Divider in Chief. All right, let's continue.
Media accounts dedicated to showing videos of black people behaving dysfunctionally, violently.
I'm going to rewind that.
Social media accounts dedicated
Yes,
to
sir.
showing videos of black people behaving dysfunctionally, violently, inappropriately, not just in Spirit Airlines,
There you go.
Frontier Airlines, not just on Carnival cruises, but damn it, if you let them on Royal Caribbean, the same thing will happen there.
Facts.
You let them inside of Wendy's, the same thing will happen there. There's
Facts.
an endless parade of these videos, and they're all about black fatigue. Like, I'm tired of black folks. Black folks have raised their hand and volunteered to be the enemies of white people.
Real
And
shit.
to be the people
Woo.
that we want to cast white people as the worst thing on the planet. And eventually, people's patience has worn out and was going to wear out. It was inevitable. And now it's here. And it's not just these videos that are causing the fatigue. It's the illogic that is spoken constantly in the mainstream media and out of the sports world. I want to start with Draymond Green. And you'll think, well, what are you talking about here? But this is what people are tired of. Here's Draymond Green after another conflict with fans, after another technical foul, after more poor interaction. This happened late last week. But Draymond Green goes on to complain about how he's tired of being cast as an angry black man. Play shot number 10.
You look like the angry black man. I'm not an angry black man. I'm a very successful, educated black man with a great family.
Stop the
And I'm
cap.
great at basketball. I'm great at what I do. The agenda to try to keep making me look like an angry black man is crazy. I'm sick of it. It's ridiculous.
Now, I'm going to tell you what. Draymond Green, and I love Draymond Green. I really do, man. I really do. Listen, he is. I think that he is probably this generation's Dennis Rodman to a degree. He's an agitator. You know, he gets physical. You know, he's the guy, you know, he gets a lot of technical fouls. But guys, the reason why Draymond Green has a lack of emotional control is because he was raised by a single mother. Draymond Green is the poster child for the way men act when they are not raised by men. Draymond Green is always getting in his feelings. He goes after foreign players. Draymond Green, and for Draymond Green to sit here and say, well, it's an agenda, my guy, this is who you've been forever. This is who you are. Jay Blaze says he's a dirty player. Absolutely. As a matter of fact, Draymond Green, I'll even put it to you this way. And Draymond Green will walk into the Hall of Fame. He is absolutely 100% a bona fide Hall of Famer. He will walk into the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame 5 years after he hangs it up. Straight up. He is one of the best at doing what he does ever. Pardon me. Rack 90 says, what's the difference between Draymond Green and Charles Oakley? Yeah, not much. I think Draymond Green is probably a little more gifted offensively, but yeah. Look, dude, Charles Oakley, Anthony Mason, if you guys remember the Bad Boy Pistons, Bill Laimbeer, Vinnie Johnson, Isaiah Thomas, and of course Dennis Rodman was on that team, Adrian Dantley. Dude, those boys beat the shit out of Michael Jordan. Those boys, dude, the Bad Boy Pistons were basically 4 Draymond Greens and Isaiah Thomas. That's pretty much what it was. But this is who Draymond Green has been. This is who he's been. And for him to say that this is an agenda, my guy, this is who you are. This is who you are. And you know, the funny thing is, it's not even his fault. It's not even his. I'm not trying to. Let me put it to you this way. We're all born with the inherent understanding of the difference between right and wrong, right? We're all right. You understand? We know the difference between right and wrong, but when we are not raised with a strong male figure, those lines are blurred. You don't learn how to control your emotions. I was in that camp, guys. I used to be a nigga, guys. I was the definition of a nigga. Black, tatted up, fucking white girls, and Hispanic girls getting into fights and getting locked up. Straight up. Opinionated Junkie with the $2 super chat says, Hoteps say you op. Thoughts? Is psyop? I don't. Like, yeah, Lou Ferrigno, I'm gonna ban you if you continue this vitriolic stuff. Okay, all right. I'm not gonna tolerate people like you coming in here and using this as an opportunity to just denigrate all black people. I'm not gonna let you do that. I'm not gonna let you do that. So you need to chill the fuck out, or you can get the fuck out. I'll just put it to you that way right now. Yeah, Opinionated Junkie, I have no idea what can somebody tell me what an OP is? An op? A cop? They definitely don't think I'm a cop. They definitely don't think I'm a cop. Dude, they would laugh. Dude, as soon as they ran my shit, man, they'd be like, dude, lock this dude up. Oh, the Chango channel says he's trying to say you're an enemy. Op is like the opposition. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yes, I am an opponent. I am an opponent to the way some Hoteps think, and I will definitely get into that a little bit later. So yeah, there you go. Let's continue.
Draymond Green with that angry response.
Yeah, next time, guys, just can you spell it out for me, please? Hoteps say you a op. Just say Hoteps say you're an opponent. Like I don't speak nigga, y'all. You're killing me.
And his angry.
Lou Ferrigno says you put Black 15 in the title. You asked for it. Fuck off, loser. See you later, Lou. See you later. Fuck out of here. No, I don't ride like that, Lou. I don't ride like that. You can go call black people niggers on Twitter. You're not going to do it here.
Free behavior. He's painted himself this way. There is no agenda. And the inference that, oh, this is systemic racism, and oh, it's just so hard. Draymond Green what was it, 2 years ago? Someone correct me if I'm wrong. Ruined.
You said an OP like a Psyla or a Psyop? Hoteps think I'm a Psyop. Dude, opinionated junkie, you can't be serious. You cannot be serious. You cannot be serious. If that's what they think, they got bigger problems than the hashtag Black Fatigue.
When the Golden State Warriors start to the season by punching Jordan Poole, and it's on video, in the face.
Yep.
In practice. Ruined their season.
Yep. Oh, also, ruined their season. You want to know what Draymond Green's lack of emotional control also cost the Golden State Warriors? Cost them a title. You guys remember Draymond Green, what he did in Game 4? Remember what he did in Game 4? He was suspended for Game 5. That was the genesis. That was the genesis of one of the greatest comebacks in NBA Finals history. The Cleveland Cavaliers are down 3-1. Series is over. Series is over. Golden State was setting all kinds of records. They'd won 73. They went 73-9. They lost 9 games. 73-9. But because Draymond Green could not and still cannot control his emotions, he got his ass suspended, and that started the comeback. There you go. Bishop Omega says, you're an operative. Totally agree.
Draymond Green's on-court behavior, all the fights, the kicks, the dirty plays.
Yep.
This is his brand. This is the image he created of himself.
Bishop Omega, you say that I'm an operative. I'd be happy to discuss it with you. I'd be happy to discuss why you think I'm an operative.
And now he wants to complain about it. Hey, I'm not cast in the right light. I'm a successful black man. I'm tall and play basketball.
And that he is.
I have a family. I cracked a joke that some people didn't get because, and again, I got to be careful with my sarcasm and self-deprecation.
Yep, there it is. This is it.
I cracked a joke.
That play, this is the play right, dude, right on cue. This is the play right here. This is the play right here that cost the 2016 Golden State Warriors a championship. Right here.
Over the weekend that, I'm tired of being portrayed
Here you go.
as an overweight black man. And I'm like, well, who's doing that? I did that. I overate. This is insanity. And so part of the black fatigue is the illogic that is spewed by all the people in high-profile positions in sports, in the media, high-profile black influencers over social media. The illogic is suffocating.
William TM says it's the sunglasses, got to be the shades, the FBI shades, obviously.
And it's tiring. And it's creating a fatigue of like, hey, look, if they have a prominent position in the sports world, if they're on some mainstream media outlet, there's a good chance they're going to say something illogical. And I'm tired of it. And I don't blame white people for being tired of it.
Yeah, Dragon Landowner says extremely overpaid grown men playing a child's game. Let's go. No. Players are not overpaid. Players are not overpaid. Players are paid exactly. Players are paid what is commensurate with their talent. Players are paid. Players are not overpaid. Nobody works for free. Nobody works for free.
Because I'm tired of it. Everybody's tired of it.
Brogdon Breezy says, yo, Donovan, if you ain't for black empowerment, then you're a cop. My guy, learn to spell. If you're going to come in here and troll me, nigga, learn to spell, bruh. It's why, see again, and see, I swear to God, niggas come in here and you guys verify the stereotype every time. Every time you verify the stereotype. If I ain't for black empowerment, then you're a cop. Nigga, you can't even spell. Bruh, you can't spell. I bet you don't know the difference between your, and your. Or there, and there. Black empowerment, bruh, black empowerment is the least of your worries. The hashtag black fatigue is the least of your worries. You niggas need to learn to spell. Give me a break.
And we'll get into this here in a second, but if you can show me white athletes consistently, or even inconsistently, saying stupid things about that are just illogical. If I'm trying to think, Tom Brady, I'm tired of being portrayed as a tall, good-looking white quarterback. I just don't hear that out of Tom Brady. Baker Mayfield. Let's try this one. I'm tired of being portrayed as a hothead. He was a hothead, got run out of Cleveland and failed, and people, Colin Cowherd, others were calling him a hothead, had no emotional control. He had to fix that.
And now Baker Mayfield is married and he has a child, and he just signed a year ago signed a three-year $100 million contract with the Buccaneers, effectively setting him for life.
And lash out and say it was part of some racist conspiracy. I want to show you another. I mean, because the fatigue is just overwhelming, and the lack of strategy, the illogic, the checkers move.
Bancaro, he says, and it's then, not then. Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to tell you. If you're going to come in here and troll and try to prove to me that niggas aren't the problem in America, my nigga, learn to spell, bruh. Learn to spell.
In a chess game from Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, I want to play SOT number 9, where she says that white people are inherently violent. Play the clips.
I mean, I'm not going to say that like a left-leaning person cannot be violent, because that would be like crazy to say that somebody can't be. But baby, y'all got the white supremacists galore, okay? Like all of them. You got the Proud Boys. You got the neo-Nazis. You have people that literally should be classified as domestic terrorists, because
yeah, you want to know something? You want to know something? The black community, the nigga community should be known as domestic terrorists. And so guys, I've got a lot of videos I'm gonna show y'all today. Let me pull this one. Let me pull. No, that's not the one I want. You guys already know what it is. Let me. So she wants to talk about domestic terrorists. Hold up a second. Hold up a second, because I got so many. I got more tabs open. Hold up. Man, I wish I had the. Well, anyway, well, I can't do that. Jasmine Crockett wants to talk about domestic terrorism. Yeah, she wants to talk about domestic terrorism. I'll show you domestic terrorism. Watch this. Oh, let me get the bingo out. Ah, crap. Sorry, guys. I do apologize. I know this is bad radio. There it is. There we go. She says that these black people are domestic terrorists. Check it out. Look at this. Look at this. Do you see this? Look at this.
You rode out that nigga bike. Yo.
Look. They stole this kid's bike. Look at that. But Jasmine Crockett wants to talk about domestic terrorism. But you don't know what domestic terrorism is. You don't know what domestic terrorism is, dude. Niggas are domestic terrorists. Guys, there are videos all there. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Is my sound down? Okay, can you guys hear me now? Okay, all right, sorry about that. She wants to talk about they should be labeled as domestic terrorists. Guys, the video that I just showed you, that little excerpt of the video, that is domestic terrorism, my friend. And John Mitchell says, have we forgotten the knockout game? Exactly. That is domestic terrorism. Just packs of niggas walking around looking to hurt white people. That's domestic terrorism. Oh, never mind. Ooh.
a lot of times that is what they are doing. They are engaging in domestic terrorism, and guess what? They all align with your side. Yep. Including the KKK. So, like, I mean, this is who aligns with that. So, like,
and guys, this is a congresswoman. This is a congresswoman.
Inherently, in like who you are, y'all are violent.
Y'all are violent, she says. Y'all are violent. Y'all are violent. Yeah, I think she needs to watch the Hard R podcast when we actually break down these videos.
This is so illogical. The KKK, started by the Democratic Party, she's blaming on Republicans and conservatives. It's and the ghetto-ness of her presentation, that she's a congresswoman, and she's presenting herself in this super ghetto fashion. If you're not fatigued by...
Yeah, Josh Bordex says, yeah, there's like 20 KKK members. Yeah, the KKK doesn't even exist anymore. It doesn't even exist anymore, man. Dude, it's like 8 members. Fuck out of here, man.
Jasmine Crockett. What planet are you living on?
Y'all are violent.
What you can say, well, she's no different than Marjorie Taylor Greene. I guess you could make that argument.
Panda Trucker with the $5 super chat says, Black Lives Matter are domestic terrorists by definition. Facts.
Nope.
Oop, I mean.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Argument, but I don't buy it. Marjorie Taylor Greene is not that kind of illogical.
Nope.
And Marjorie Taylor Greene isn't doing some cosplay. You can find videos of Jasmine Crockett sounding and presenting herself in a very intelligent, non-ghetto way. This is an act, and everybody knows it. And people are fatigued by it. I want to thank my team for reminding me of things that I forgot to remind myself and forgot. But they've before I got sick last week, a gentleman sent me an email, and I was going to use it in the show, and my team is.
The Northern Gentleman says Jason got destroyed by Fuentes and Lily Gaddis.
Nope.
Nope, you're wrong.
Put it up in prompter for me. Thank you guys so much for having my back and covering for me when this is helping me make my argument. This is an email I got, and I hope if we put.
Oh, this is incredible, dude! Wait till you guys hear this email. This is heartbreaking.
Put it on screen, which I kind of hope we don't, because I don't want to put this guy's full name on screen. There we go. Okay, good. We blocked out the name. Hello, this is an email I got last week from a gentleman, and it struck me really, really hard because he mirrors a lot of my thoughts and what a lot of people. This fatigue goes well beyond white people.
Yep.
Black people have black fatigue.
Yes.
Our brand
hell
has
yeah.
been destroyed. Yep. Completely destroyed by this matriarchal feminist culture and these unfathered people. But let me read this email. Hello, Mr. Whitlock. My name is so-and-so. I'm a 42-year-old Christian husband, father, black police officer in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. I've done this.
I know exactly where Mecklenburg County, North Carolina is. Mecklenburg County, that is the county that has Charlotte. That is where the city of Charlotte, North Carolina is, in Mecklenburg County.
Job for more than 8 years, and I'm tired. I first heard of your show after Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. I was scrolling YouTube for coverage on it and came across an episode you did on it. I was hooked on your show ever since. I enjoy hearing someone put God in the conversation. Why am I writing? I have no outlet. I have nowhere to turn. The past 5 years have hurt me personally and professionally. I really.
Somebody explain to me what a Cosby Kid is. I'm not exactly up on that. Eben Zuer, member for 51 months. Says unbelievable from that ghetto congresswoman. I can't even believe she's in office, man. I really can't. I can't believe it, man.
Really saw the hatred in the hearts of people ever since St. George Floyd. So many things were wrong in this case. The black community only saw a white cop kill, in quotations, a black man. That's what the media showed them. Never mind the officer's body cam, the training manual showing the technique performed, the autopsies, and the level of fentanyl in his system that is a direct link to the cause of death in the autopsies. You know this already. I'm upset because of January 6th, not the event itself, but the selective outrage over it. Everyone immediately forgot the entire second half of 2020 nationwide.
There you go.
I'm upset because of Yaqub Talib killing a black, only mentioning color to show the selective outrage. Father of Mike Hickman in front of his son. You covered this for about a week. Crickets from the mainstream. Crickets from the community. Salute to you for covering that. The hatred of police.
Yo, what he is talking about. What was that? Yaqub Talib or whatever the fuck his name is. Whatever nigga name his mom gave him. Yaqub Talib. He is the brother of Aqib Talib. Aqib Talib's not in the league anymore. He could be a Hall of Famer. But his brother at a Pee Wee football game shot and killed a Pee Wee football coach. Shot and killed a Pee Wee football coach. Shot him like 5-6 times. Right in front of his son, no less. Okay? Had Mike Hickman been a white guy, I can guarantee you, every nigga you can think of would be lined up. Say, well, He probably called him the N-word. That's why he got shot. He fucked around and found out. Or maybe it was self-defense. Maybe the white guy that he made Swiss cheese out of, maybe he put hands on him. This is what niggas do. When black people commit crimes against black people, they use common sense. That's the only time they're objective, is when it's black on black crime, because their feelings are out of it. All that goes right out the door when a black person commits a crime against a white person. When a black person commits a crime against a white person, niggas all want to find some way to indirectly justify it. That's how this is. That's why nobody talked about Yaqub Khalib, shooting and killing Mike Hickman, because Mike Hickman was black. He was a black man. But had Mike Hickman been a white man, you better believe the niggas, the hoteps, they would have all come up with 101 different excuses as to why he was justified in putting 6 bullets in a Pee-wee football coach at a Pee-wee football game. The fuck you bringing a gun to a fucking Pee-wee football game for? Nigga behavior.
Police officers has really scarred me. I've left my church. I've had family members turn against me and call me a weak, racist murderer.
Wow. This dude is black and a cop. And he's had family members turning against him, calling him a weak, racist murderer. Are you kidding me with that? Are you serious with that?
Forth. I've not been involved in any of these national events. I just happen to wear a badge. 2 + 2 = coon. Fast forward to this past Thursday in Cincinnati, Ohio, there was an officer-involved shooting involving an 18-year-old named Ryan Hinton and the Cincinnati Police Department. What I know so far is that he was in a stolen car, ran from police with a gun in his hand, dropped it, went to pick it up, and police shot him. Details are still being sorted out. The issue is what happened the next day. Ryan's father, Ryan Hinton Jr., purposely ran over and killed retired Deputy Larry Henderson of the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office.
Praetorian Guard is in the house. V is the Officer Guard. He is the resident police officer of TSR Towers. Says, as cops, we see the truth about society. Absolutely. We are getting the money with a $5 super chat. Pardon me. Says Mark Lamont could have had a W on Piers Morgan, but by having a racist expose herself. But nope, he couldn't control himself. Unk got washed by him. I'm gonna make a statement, and a lot of you guys might not agree, but stay with me. I don't believe that Lily Gaddis is a racist at all. I said it. I don't think Lily Gaddis is a racist. I think Lily Gaddis is trying to make herself look like a racist to get as much attention as she possibly can so that she can tell the world we're tired of niggas. We are tired of niggas. I don't believe for 1 second Lily Gaddis is a racist. I don't believe it. She's the reason why she is saying the N-word is so that people can pay attention to her. Oh, whoa, this girl said the N-word, and now the attention's on her. She really, by definition, she almost helped to facilitate this hashtag Black Fatigue. Straight up, yeah, you guys. Some of you guys agree. There you go. Some of you guys agree. I don't think Lily Gaddis is a racist at all. I think she is playing a racist so that she can get the message out. That's what I think. So there you go. We are getting dumb money.
The black community rejoiced. An eye for an eye. It's about time, etc. Now,
an eye for an eye. It's about time, etc. See that? And guys, at the end, guys, anyone who either directly or indirectly justifies the murder of Austin Metcalf by Carmelo Anthony, they've got that eye for an eye mentality. They did that to us. But what are you talking about? Black people have been being killed by white people and no. Black people kill white people at an accelerated rate. It's not even close. It's not even close. But we want to justify Carmelo Anthony's actions. Sorry.
It puts me in a place where I wonder why I still do this. Racial idolatry is strong where the...
And by the way, you listen, you know how the saying goes. The black community wants revenge for things that happened in the past. That's what this is, guys. Anytime niggas and hoteps justify crimes of black people against white people, it's payback. They're justifying this with payback. Now, they're not saying this. And that's where the disingenuousness, that's where the coming into the argument in bad faith comes into play. They are, and when they justify this stuff in their minds, that's the motive. An eye for an eye. Okay, those 4 cops beat the shit out of Rodney King. Cool. We want OJ to get off for killing Nicole. Carmelo Anthony is almost like this century's OJ to a degree. That's what it is. That is at the foundation. This is at the foundation of every black person who justifies black people committing crimes against white people. They see it as revenge. They see it as reparations. They got us all those years, and now it's our turn. This is why they rejoiced when OJ was acquitted. This is why they're riding for Carmelo Anthony. They see it as revenge. Full stop. That's what this is. They're not going to tell you that. And I'm gonna tell you what. We can all say what we want about that nigga in the subway that Sneeko interviewed. We can say whatever we want. At least he's being honest. At least he's putting it out on Front Street. He's like, look, man, I want him to get away with it. I want him to go home. He said it'd be cathartic in a way, in an OJ kind of way. Hey, man, look. Obviously, I don't agree with that mindset, but he's at least he's being honest. But then we got niggas like Beans coming in here acting like Beans. And Beans, my guy, I'm gonna get to you a little bit later.
Belief in Christ isn't. Why does my demographic not accept any accountability? Why are we so violent and always claim victim? Why is the community that hates me the most need me the most? I'm tired of having to defend my job and existence to people who have never done anything of significance for anyone.
Wow.
I'm expected to do that while never getting any credit for it. I guess I'm writing because you turn on the camera and assign accountability where the mainstream doesn't. I respect you for that. A few of my colleagues tell me to turn on the camera and just go. I think about it sometimes just to have an outlet. Anyway, thank God for your courage, humility, and desire to grow in Christ. Respectfully, so-and-so.
All right, got somebody who has pulled up. It is Timothy Jones. Let me add you to the stage. All right, good stuff. All right, Timothy, what's going on, man? What's on your mind?
Hey, I'm in agreement with you for the most part, but I guess I got some questions that may lead to not an argument, but more of a debate. So, if we look at history, and I'm not
real quick, Tim. DJ Beefit with the $5 super chat says society is so safe. Even in a white supremacist town, you won't be harmed. Just called the N-word to provoke you, but it's oddly civil, even respectfully rude. Mike Hawk has gifted 1 Donovan Sharp membership. Elijah Sanz at Elijah Sanz to welcome him to the TSR to the Hard R family rather. If you would, Elijah Sanz, put your age and location in the chat as is customary of all first-time members. Or of all first-time and new members, let's do a chat-wide age and location check. So, Timothy, right off the bat, anytime somebody says to me, I'm experienced enough to know that anytime somebody says to me at the beginning of a discussion, I agree with most of what you're saying. That to me says that you disagree. So, what is your disagreement with what I'm talking about here?
I guess what's really going to happen? Like with everything that's going on, because if you look at it, it's only a small percentage of people doing stuff, right? So it's kind of like, okay, stuff happened before and stuff's happening now. Mm-hmm. It's more of a question of what's really going to happen besides people just making videos about this. It's more of a question, not like a disagreement.
Oh, okay. So in other words, what's the solution?
Not really. Like, what do you see happening? Not so much a solution. It's like, what do you see happening as a result? I
think white people are going to start to retaliate. There are videos.
How?
There are actually. Say again.
How?
Violently. Timothy, I think. Let me ask you a question. Do you not realize that white people are the majority in this country? Do you not realize that we are a minority? All white people have to do is decide to start defending themselves, and there's going to be nothing we can do about it. That's all there is to it.
I don't disagree with that. I just don't see it happening for a few reasons. It's not that I disagree. I just look at it would have a domino effect on a lot of things. It would be one, all the people that call white people racist would say, see, I told you they're right, because this guy didn't even do anything and he went preemptively. Is what I'm saying is I think it would have a domino effect of more negative things against them than proving that they're right about black fatigue. It's more of a question, not like a debate.
Okay, I got you. So you're telling me that if white people retaliate, the black people will retaliate in turn and extinguish that threat? Is that what you're saying?
No,
Okay.
I'm saying the domino effect would be like in sports and entertainment. So you have, you know how liberal the NBA is.
Of
It'd be
course,
all the NBA players, they would be advertising. The NFL would be advertising. And I mean advertising for all the ignorance is what I'm saying.
Sure,
And I
I
just
got
want
you.
to be clear. I don't agree with anything that's happening. I'm just saying
sure.
there's more support for the degeneracy than there is
Yeah.
for the
For
the
law-abiding, upstanding
civilness.
citizens. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think, listen, white people are going to start to retaliate, man. Dude, there are now hundreds of videos on Twitter of packs of black people savagely beating white people. Like, it's like, and it is absolutely incredible. And I'm gonna tell you what, and Jason Whitlock is going to show another video of some kid who got sucker punched by a fucking teenager. These kids have parents. These kids have parents, man. And you can't, I'm telling you, you cannot realistically believe that you can continue to assault, kill, maim, beat the shit out of white people and expect them to just take it. They're not going to turn the other cheek forever, man. And it's already happening on Twitter. I actually saw a video. I've actually got it up here. I can't show it, but it was at a gas station. A black person literally started kicking this dude's truck. Just started kicking it. Dude pulled out a gun and shot him right there. That's what's going to start happening because I'm telling you, white people have had enough. Yes, they are going to start retaliating. And here's another thing. And this is going to be hyperbolic, but I truly believe that we could be potentially looking at this. If Carmelo Anthony is acquitted, we may very well be on the brink of the second Civil War. Dude, I absolutely said it. Timothy, there are
only because it's Texas. Only because it's Texas.
Okay, well, speaking of Texas, pardon me, there are groups of militias. There are groups of militias all over the United States who have prepared for stuff like this. They're prepared for an outbreak or some sort of zombie, whatever. Dude, they call these people preppers. They've got all millions of rounds, millions of magazines. They've got entire arsenals. These people, I'm telling you, white people have been preparing for this. And if black people continue to assault white people unprovoked, stabbing and killing, killing white people at this accelerated rate, at some point, I believe these militias might actually start to take. I believe these militias might actually start to take some revenge.
So don't you believe this will have more of a economic reaction? In other words, they divest completely from black people instead of it being a violent reaction. In other words, they're just going to stop dealing with black people, period. Is that more likely than a violent reaction?
I think they're both very. That's a very good question, because and here's the thing: they're already divesting from black people. Okay, black people are divesting. There are people you can see in the comments, man. Hey, stay away from these people, those animals, blah 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 blah. They're already divesting, and black people continue to up the ante. There's no more divesting, Timothy. The divestion. I don't know if that's a word. They've already divested, and they're still being attacked. And I'm telling you, at some point, there are going to be white people that say enough is enough. If you come for one of ours, we're going to come for one of yours. I'm telling you right now. I'll give you the last word.
Well, and again, it's not so much an argument. I just look at it as a numbers thing. They're magnifying a small percentage. I don't think that we have enough people to continue. And I'm not saying we as a people like you and I'm saying the black people that are doing this. I don't think there's enough for them to continue to keep doing this consistently.
Listen, is it all black people? No. Is it most black people? No. Is it half of black people? Probably not. But Timothy, it's enough black people. It's enough, man. And listen, baby mama culture continues to churn out these kids. Dude, we looked at a video the other day about a 12-year-old who was involved in a murder. Like a 12-year-old involved in a murder. Dude, he shot some white girl in the side of the head. It's gonna get to a point to where white people say, you know what? This person did that to my child. He better hope the cops get to him before I do.
No, I agree with you there. I agree. I agree.
Well, thanks,
but do you think that it's going to be
ahead.
more of case by case like that, or is it going to be a grand scheme? Okay.
No. It's going. This is, and it starts with hashtag Black Fatigue. I'm telling you right now, man. There is a silent majority There are groups of people who have been waiting and training for this. And here's the thing. They didn't realize what they were training for. Now they do. All the preppers with the, we're going to get our guns, we're going to stockpile our guns. This is it. These militias that these people form, this is what they're there for. And I believe that if Carmelo Anthony is acquitted and the video shows that it was not self-defense, I'm telling you, we are going to be on the verge of Civil War II.
Okay. Hey, I want to say one last thing. I disagree with you about OJ for one reason. He didn't have enough time to do all that. You'd have to be super nigga to kill 2 people by yourself.
No, Timothy, you said you'd had to be super nigga to kill 2 people by yourself. My guy, OJ Simpson was a retired football player. He was super nigga. He was super nigga.
I get that.
OJ absolutely positive. Now listen, was he guilty? No, he was not guilty. He was acquitted by 12, a jury of his peers. OJ absolutely did it.
I think he was at the crime scene, but I don't think he did that by himself. I'm sorry. I just can't see it. Logically.
You don't think he did it by
just
himself?
So
Hold on. So some of them, bro. There is overwhelming. Do you not realize that they found OJ? Do you not realize they found Nicole Brown and Ron Goldsman blood in the Bronco? Are you not aware that there are bloody footprints that lead from the Bronco with all of that DNA into his house after the murder? Are you aware of that?
They also took his blood to the crime scene, and they had no proper lab procedures doing all that. We don't know how they came up with all that stuff.
Oh my God, this is unbelievable. So you think OJ's innocent, and this is exactly
no. What I said was I don't think he did the murders. I think he was involved. I think there's a level of responsibility. Do I think he wielded that knife by himself? No.
In what way? In what way do you think OJ was involved?
I think it was a cartel hit, and I think they let him know that time is up, and they told him that it went down, and I think he showed up. And
Timothy, are you serious? Yo. Oh my God. Hold on 1 second. Hey, Dad, did you hear that? Unbelievable. A cartel hit? All right, Timothy, look, I appreciate it. I appreciate you being respectful. But this conversation's over, friend. Thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate it. A fucking cartel hit? My guy? A cartel hit? What? Dude, guys, listen. I have heard a lot of crazy OJ conspiracy theories of, in terms of people trying to say that he was innocent. A cartel hit? So OJ paid the cartel so OJ paid the cartel. And here's another thing. If it was, see, this is what people don't understand. Nicole Brown, she was stabbed so many times in the neck, he almost decapitated her. It was a crime of passion. Okay? Cartels don't show up. When there's a cartel hit, they are not messy. They are very, very clean. Bullet to the back of the head, and then they dump you in the East River. A cartel. Dude, cartels don't stab women in the neck 40-something times. Sorry. Panda Trucker with the $5 super chat says, I want to debate Timothy. Nah, dude, I can't take... Look, I'm glad he came up. I can't take him seriously. Like, dude, come on, man. Give me a break. Wait a minute. Hold up. We Get Into Money had another super chat that I did not read. Oh, DJ. Oh, yeah. We Are Getting to Money with the $5 super chat. Says, a dude with your last name was on Rogan but can't get 100,000 subs. Dude is mad because he doesn't get the signal boosted. Who am I? Oh, come on, man. That's Hotep Jesus. Come on, man. Come on. Hotep's my guy, man. To a degree. We Are Getting the Money with the $2 super chat says, Timothy got that Hotep brain conspiracy. Bruh. Oh my God. A cartel hit? Cartel hits are not messy. And if it was a cartel hit, how did... Again, I can't even do it. All right. Brian Turner, if you want to come up, my guy, you're going to have to be on... Oh, there he is. All right, very good. All right, Brian Turner. All right, Brian, what's on your mind?
First off, always a privilege, Mr. Sharp.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming up, man.
Now, I just want to be sure anybody can call, because I agree with everything you're saying. I would hate to come up here and I'm not going to disagree with anything, but I just wanted to add on to what you were saying already.
Okay.
First off, shout out to the last caller. I disagree with a lot of what he said, but I do appreciate how respectful he was. You know,
yeah.
I mean, I do appreciate that. But a lot of this fatigue is not just because of the violence we're seeing. The fatigue is coming from the fact that you can't reason with a lot of folks in our community. You know,
yeah.
As a black man who, again, I grew up in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I grew up in a black community. I went to a black high school, went to a black university. I'm a man who, my black experience is pretty authentic, right? And also I'm a person who, I've done the work to be as rational and as reasonable as possible.
Right.
But this Carmelo Anthony situation, along with the situation with the young man in Ohio, it's taught me something. Well, not so much taught me, but it's revealed something else to me. A lot of folks in our community are dangerously immature.
Yep.
They're coming from everything from a high school perspective, man.
Yep.
What's becoming apparent is it's very, very, very difficult taking a lot of our people seriously, but it's also showing you that there's a lot of folks in our community who, at the drop of a hat, will flash out and do something crazy.
Yep.
You know, so for example, a friend of mine who's been on the show before, he just had a simple disagreement in regards to the Carmelo Anthony situation. All he said was the same thing I said. How can we justify the young man? And the facts of the case will come out eventually. Hey, sure. Unlike you, we're gonna see. Hey, I'm a thinking man. You were thinking.
Exactly.
Man.
If there is video that comes out that exonerates Carmelo Anthony, I'll be the first to come up here. Hey guys, we got it wrong. We got it wrong.
Absolutely.
But guess what? But here's the difference between us and niggas. There is no world. And I actually put that. You remember the guy Beans? I asked him straight up. What would you have to see? What would you have to see to be convinced of Carmelo's guilt? And he said nothing. Niggas. I'm telling you, that is disingenuous and it's in bad faith. They want him to skate. It's extremely dangerous.
Because again, we had a situation in Baton Rouge, as you know, is a very it's pretty turned down here.
Yeah, man.
We had a situation in Port Allen, that's in West Baton Rouge. A young man around Carmelo's age, he got into a fight, he lost, he shot someone. So if you could and I said this before, if you can justify the young man Carmelo bringing a knife to a fist fight to a young man he didn't know, you have to justify school shootings. You have to justify any type of excessive violence whenever you lose a fight. And let me tell you something, black neighborhoods are already dangerous enough. Do you really want a situation where we're justifying you feeling played, you lost the fight, and your son or daughter is subjected to get shot by somebody over them losing a fight?
I'm telling you, man. And this is why I think we could be on the brink of a civil war if Carmelo Anthony is acquitted. If Carmelo Anthony is acquitted, you know what that also sets? That sets precedents. Okay?
Yes,
we got niggas out here wilding out already, randomly beating the shit out of, shooting, stabbing, committing crimes against white people. They are unafraid of the consequences. If Carmelo Anthony is acquitted, it will literally be open season on white people. And like I told Timothy, at some point, white people are going to stand up and say, you know what? Enough is fucking enough. You guys are doing that to our people. We're going to start doing that to your people. And it's going to be a fever pitch. It's going to escalate, and it could possibly escalate into a war. I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, and I'm gonna leave you with this, Mr. Sharp. You know, again, I'm a lot like you. I'm a thinking man, and I'm just somebody who I try to be as rational as possible. Check it out. I believe the situation with Carmelo is a situation of a young man who's way too emotional.
Yep.
I don't know nothing about the kid other than what people have told me. Some folks are telling me he's an honor student because, like I said, he's from Baton Rouge. He's from North Baton Rouge, which is
right. Yeah, and I remember you telling me that the first time.
He's from a little section called Valley Park. I asked a few people from there who I know from around the way, and they told me that some folks say he's a good kid, other folks say he's the type of young man. He gets a little spirited sometimes when he doesn't get his way. That's irregardless. All that matters is this situation. And in this situation present, it looks like he made a really bad decision because he felt kind of played. Maybe he didn't think he could win the fight. Maybe in his mind, the only way out of the situation was to slash his way out. I don't know. But all I know is this. Like you mentioned before, The precipice this sets, the precedent this sets, is that all I got to do is feel some type of way, not know.
That's right. Feel some type of way.
I can commit irrational violence. That's not fair. You have a great day, Mr. Short.
Brian Turner, I appreciate it, man. Very, very good takes. Very, very based. Thank you very much. All right, let me go to the next. Let me go to Chongo. Chongo, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man? Oh, unmute yourself.
Hey, what's up,
please.
brother? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, man.
Hey, what's up, Donovan? No, I was just gonna say, I'm down here in Houston, Texas. I've been here since like 2014, but I grew up in Elizabethtown, North Carolina. I don't know if you've heard of Elizabethtown.
I know exactly where it's at.
I know back in like '08, I know there was groups of dudes, like groups of old redneck white dudes who was gathered up ready for stuff like this, and that was like back in '08.
I'm telling you, man. Yo, dude, there are white people around the country who have been preparing for this moment. And like I said before, they've been preparing for something. They didn't know what for, but now they know what they're preparing for.
Yeah, I know for a fact in '08 there was groups of guys that had gathered together like just for something like this. So I know they're ready. And one thing too, another point that I was thinking about was with the Carmelo and Metcalf thing. It really surprised me how kind of passive Metcalf's dad was. I can't believe I can't believe how peaceful and kumbaya he's been about the whole situation. Because I would have been ready to get it back in blood if it was me and my kid.
Yeah, dude, and I think unfortunately Jeff Metcalf is a direct result of the hashtag Black Fatigue. I'm sure that Jeff Metcalf is very, very angry, and he said he's already forgiven Carmelo. I don't believe that for a second. This man, this kid stabbed your son to death. He stabbed your son to death. I'm sorry. He came out the very next day and said, I forgive Carmelo. And the reason why he did that is because he knew what the backlash would be if he was out here calling. Jeff Metcalf honestly, Jeff Metcalf probably said, you know what? If I come out and tell people how I really feel, it might set some people off. It might set some people off, and it might set some riots off. So he said, you know what? I got to take the high road. I got to tell people, hey, I forgave him, God's word, and this and that and the third. But dude, deep down inside, no man whose son was stabbed to death by another student is going to forgive him the very next day. I'll give you the last word.
He tried to keep it political because he knew his face was going to be in all the media and all the news or whatever, so he kept it political and kept it peaceful. That's not how he really feels. Like, not only did his son get stabbed for no reason, but they had the press conference where they ran the Victim Olympics and the family saying they were the victims, and also they profited off of it, however many 100,000. So they stabbed him, they profited off of it, and then they claimed that they were the victims, and Jeff Metcalf was actually doing them wrong by showing up to the press conference. It's like, bro, I would have went crazy, bro.
That's what told me that Jeff Metcalf has not forgiven Carmelo by him showing up to that press conference. That's what told me that.
Yeah, he wanted to be in their face. He wanted to be in their face. Like, look, I'm right here. Look at me.
Chongo, thanks for coming on, man. Drive safe out there, brother.
Hell yeah, bro. I'll holler at you.
All right, man. Chongo in the house with a very, very based take. All right, William, I'm going to come to you in just a second, and then I'm going to go to Elijah Sanzi, producer. I know I'm probably butchering that. Let me read some super chats here. DJ Beefit with the $5 super chat said they had to let OJ go because California couldn't risk another riot like the one after Rodney King. It was damage control, not justice. I agree. Now, that I agree with. I believe those 12 people who sat in that jury. Now, again, obviously the jury was biased, and one guy, after the verdict was read, he stood up and raised his fist in black power. So you already knew what time he was on, right? But I think that there were more than enough jurors who said, you know what, guys, we cannot convict OJ. If we convict OJ, there might be another riot. So we have to let him off. Very, very good. Tony A with the $2 Australian, and then you removed your comment. I appreciate that. Ostrike with the $5 super chat says, Tim knows nothing about violence if he thinks whacking people takes skill, especially when you get caught by the police. Exactly. That was not a cartel hit. Dude, hits are never messy. That's why it's a hit. The reason why hits aren't messy is because they want to leave the least amount of evidence possible so they don't get found out. Cartel hits are quick, clean bullet to the back of the head. See you later. Cartel hit. Oh my god, dude, I've heard some wild conspiracy theories, but Jesus fucking Christ, man. DJ Beefit with the $5 super chat says, I'm from Compton, California. I was about 8 at the time. So many buildings were on fire. You'd think you were in hell. I had nightmares for years after that. Wow, so you are down there, man. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. All right, I don't see anybody. All right, let me bring up let me bring up William. All right, William TM, how you doing, man? What's on your mind?
Hey, doing well. Yeah, I mean, I didn't come in for the OJ thing, but it's one of my favorite conspiracy theories. Don't know a whole lot, but there's a book about why it might have been his son. His son apparently had previously committed knife violence. So anyway, it's interesting. I'll leave it at that. You know, do I believe one way or the other? Don't really care. I'll toss a coin.
Well, let me say this. Yeah. If it was Jason Simpson, OJ's son, the way Nicole was killed, it was a crime of passion. She had by far and away the most damage done to her. I think Ronald Goldman, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong, I think he died from an artery, like a slashed artery, like OJ cut him in the leg. I guess they were scuffling, whatever the case may be. He slashed the artery, and that's how he died. But Nicole's neck was stabbed so many times that almost decapitated her. Jason Simpson didn't hate Nicole enough to inflict that amount of damage. So I'll just leave that. So what's on your mind?
Yeah, so I mean the main subject, right? Race relations, the recent events, all that. I guess 2, maybe 3 things. To share, I guess one perspective, my perspective. Like growing up, right? I live up north. I live in Wisconsin, and not a lot of Black people up north, right? Unlike part of my family lives in Atlanta. And there's, a pretty solid community right in the South. There's a lot of Black folks that have like their own communities, right? You've got the, universities, businesses, all of that. So there seems to be a big difference, first of all, culturally, from what I've learned growing up. Sure. And on the schoolyard, it was like there was a certain amount of like, don't mess with the Black kids because like they'll go all in a fight. They won't fight a little bit. Like they'll go all in
to the death.
So you're better off just running away. But if you get in a fight, like get ready to be looking over your shoulder for a while.
Okay.
So there was that bit of a difference. And growing up, I joined the U.S. Navy and had a different experience where there was a little bit of. I come from I'm like almost fully Irish.
Okay.
So and what a weird thing is when race relations started to go south in the Obama years. Growing up, I was told stories about the civil rights movement. My family took in, Black families.
2 seconds, William TM. Random Tactical Adventures. Pull up, my guy. Yeah. Pull up. Go ahead and pull up Random Tactical Adventures. He says Donovan doesn't know. No. I'm talking to the chat. Yeah, Donovan. No. You don't have to do that. You don't have to. Don't time him out. He says. He said, bingo. Donovan doesn't know about this case. He is just loud and thinks OJ did it. A mob hit, like, dude, you sound like my detractors. Now, someone said, so Luke Perry says Myron said it was the son, and so I might actually go check out that video. I know that Myron is unbiased. I know that Myron is unbiased on all things law. So dude, I am more than willing to go over there and watch that, and I'll make my own call on that. But just because Myron said that OJ's son did it, that doesn't mean he did it, guys. That doesn't mean he did it. All right, please continue. Go ahead.
Yeah, and he'll probably quote that book by William C. Deere quite a bit.
Okay,
if he's because that's the one guy who dove into it. But anyway, yeah. So in the Navy, I had a different kind of relation with a lot of the Black folks on the ship, and it was just like the relations that I had with white people, which was the kind of person who you meet them where they're at, right? The guy who I knew in the nuclear reactor compartment, who was a brilliant guy. It was like I related to him on one level, like we were both nerds. And then when I was working in the kitchen, when I first arrived at the ship, I I related with those guys in a different way because they're different people, right? And so it's weird, it's tragic what happens when people have this perception like people are different because of this, modern concept called race, whatever. Really, it's ethnicity, it's our language, it's how we use language. So respect on your whole, I laughed hysterically when you were talking about, you're going to come in here and talk, and then you don't even know how to spell words, right?
Yeah,
so,
right.
That's real. Other things are not so real, but people will react to them. So, the whole thing that I disagree with you on one thing is I don't think there will be a centralized nature of the conflict. And that's unfortunate because it's a lot easier to stamp out organized violence to a certain degree. It's a lot more, vicious, you could say, on one level.
Sure.
But what I think really is going to suck is that a bunch of stupid white people are going to be watching social media.
Yep.
And finally they're going to go, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to tit for tat as well. I'm going to go out and we're going to get together with my buddies in a car and we're just going to go out looking for some prey. And unfortunately, there's a lot more of us than there are of y'all.
Listen,
hold on. I don't like the prospect of this.
Look, listen. That's what I was saying. Black people in this country seem to have forgotten that we are the minority. There are more of them than there are of us. There are a lot more of them than there are of us. If even an infinitesimal percentage of these people who are these preppers decide to go out and start handling business, I'm telling you right now, it is going to be big. It is going to be big trouble.
Well, it's preppers, but it's also a bunch of these young guys who have nothing to lose, right? They see all these girls on OnlyFans. They see all these, they see all these guys who are millionaires or whatever. They're buff. They're the alphas, and they've got 100 girls that they're able to get, and then they go out and they try to get one and they can't get one, and they're out there trying to succeed, and they see all this despairing media about you can't buy a house, you can't do anything these days, and some of that stuff might have an element of truth, but come on, who cares? Go out there and do what you can to make something of yourself. Right. But yeah, at church I see a lot of these young guys, they're coming in, they have despair, and we try to build that out of them. We try to help them get out of that mindset. But, for every one of them that's trying to do something about it, trying to go to church, trying to make something of themselves, there's a bunch of them who, I don't know what it takes, but it takes one or two too many social media videos. Yep. And, all of a sudden they're just going to start popping off.
I'm telling you, man, white people, at some point, white people are going to say, at some point, white people are going to start saying enough is enough, man. They're going to start saying enough is enough. I got to jump, man. I appreciate you coming on. And you know what? I'll tell you what. What is the name of? Listen, I'm willing to have my Walter. God damn it! Come on, man. Fucking hell, dude. I swear to God, my cat. I love Walter because he drives me fucking crazy. Anyway, listen, there are a lot of people in the chat who are saying that it is possibly that they think OJ's son did it. And I had always disagreed because I just didn't know. But if you're telling me that there's a book that details this, and Myron, listen, I respect him. I respect him to the nth degree. He's one of my closest friends.
Big thing.
Okay.
One big thing that it explains is the slow car chase, which the theory is that was him giving his son time to get away.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll check it out. I'll check it out.
I threw it in the StreamYard chat.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, I'll check that out, and I'll check out Myron's chat. Thanks for coming on, William. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Donovan. Thanks.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Ice Dragon Kid says Walter attack number 1. Dude, he fucking comes over and steps right on the soundboard. Ay. My God. Random Tactical Adventure says, look up Faye, Resnick, and Nicole's cocaine debts. So now Random Tactical Adventures is telling me that he thinks it's also a mob hit. So you're telling me that Jason Simpson killed Nicole because of her cocaine debts? Is that what it is? If you think... Look, man, I'll read the book he recommended. I'll actually just have a conversation with Myron. I'll have a conversation about Myron. Somebody in the chat says OJ is innocent. No, he's not. OJ's dead. OJ's dead. All right, let me bring up Elijah Sands producer. Elijah, you there? Yep, there he is. What's up, brother? Make sure you unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Wait, hold on. Let me unmute you. There you go.
Right, hey, what's
There we
going
go.
on,
I got you. What's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
Oh, nothing, man. First of all, thanks for having me on, man. Just getting off work. Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. So what's on your mind,
Yeah,
man?
so, oh, bro, a lot. First and foremost, I know, I might be a little informal with this, but until black people can get comfortable with white people saying the word nigga, we ain't gonna solve nothing.
That's all right.
I done had plenty of, cause I got white friends. I call them my brothers.
Sure,
There's no
of course.
skin off my back for them speaking out against it. But in reality, it's a psychological thing that's been taught since we were young kids. Cause I remember
Right.
growing up, and then me and all my black homies, we were like, oh man, I wish white people would try to put us back in slavery. I'll shoot everybody. We joke about it, but
Sure.
in reality, you grow up talking about that type of stuff.
Yeah.
So it's really like a mind game. So, and another thing I wanted to speak on was that who's going to be affected the most from all this, if it is a fallout, is single mothers.
Woo!
So
you better preach.
You
better
preach. They are creating their own downfall because in the end, if let's say the race war did supposedly happen,
sure, right?
What black man in his right mind, unless he's married, of course, and have children, is going to want to go defend some single mothers who always give him lip and always disrespecting him. You know what I mean? So they're gonna be left out on their own, and they're not gonna have nobody to protect them.
Man,
and they're the reason why they're Oh yeah, I'm cooking. Yeah, they're the reason why we having all these young men that's acting up outside and not having no type of discipline in the home. So it's like a revolving door. To be honest, it's gonna be a lot of heartache and bloodshed, but really it's gonna be the women that's gonna feel it the most.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought of it that way. I had never even thought of it that way.
See, I am a security officer.
Oh, okay.
Committed. So another thing I wanted to speak on was the cop issue when he was talking. We was having the talk earlier. I was in and out at work and stuff, but I remember hearing he was saying how people treat him different. And if you see me, you're gonna say, "Oh, that's a cop over here walking up." No, I'm just a security officer, minding my peace and staying to myself. But at the same time, I done had family members be like, "Hey, you a cop now, kinfolk? Oh, no, you got to move around. You can't be by me, this and that." And
that's
it's
crazy. Like, that is crazy, man.
It's your own people that do it to you most of the time.
Man. Listen, you heard the Jason Whitlock letter from the cop. The cop says that he's got his own family members that call him a racist killer. Dude, that is crazy to me, man. That is crazy.
That is true. Yeah. And it's Lodge Sands, not with the Z at the end.
Lodge Sand. Okay, I was like Lodge Sands producer.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm
a
boomer. I'm a boomer.
Like I was saying, it's a psychological thing. It's like when we was in high school, like when you see that one big football player walk up to the soda machine and he tip it a little bit and give it a good shake and the soda fall out. They like, oh snap, we can get free soda. So they kind of abuse system a little bit.
Yeah.
That's the same thing that's happening with this race car. It's like, oh, he called me a nigga. Oh, I'm finna act a fool. I'm finna bust his windows out.
Yeah,
it's gonna be okay because he was being racist. But like I said, until they can get to that point where it's okay for them to say the N-word, which should be a law, that you shouldn't get in trouble for that. That's
Well, there is a law. It's called the freedom of speech, but freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. If you and listen, man, I don't support people who use the word nigger to describe black people. I don't support that at all. But I support their right to say it. If that's really the way you feel, then listen,
they
you can
are
say it.
doing some nigga activities. They are.
Oh no, please believe, please now. Look, it's niggas, man, for real. All right, I gotta move on because I gotta continue with this video, man. But thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate it. You too, brother.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I got another super chat, and then I gotta continue. I've got to continue this. I've got to continue this video because we're only a few minutes in, and then I'll start letting people back in. Opinionated junkie with the $2 super chat says, "I blame Roots." Yeah. A lot of people do. All right, let's get it.
This email hit me because anybody like this officer, myself, who align with conservative values. And again, it's my values are biblical. They're framed in the world as conservative.
Right. I don't have. God. Oh. Wow. We got somebody else. All right. Well, let's see. Somebody else is pulling up here. Praetorian Guard. Timothy Jones is back. Right. I'm gonna get to you in a second, Timothy. I didn't see you in there before. Praetorian Guard. What's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, brother? Longtime fan.
Absolutely. It's good to finally. It's good to finally put a voice with the name. What's on your mind, man?
Nothing, man. This is a complex issue, man.
I
agree with you on much of what you're saying. This issue, as a cop, you see this stuff going on. You see the black community just crumbling, and it's sad, man, because black Americans have, contributed so much to society. I won't take away from that.
No,
but you see the destruction of society. The liberals have done a number on the black community.
It's crazy, man. What did you think of that letter that Jason Whitlock? What do you think of that letter that he read from that black police officer? From that black police officer in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina? Do you catch the same kind of static from your family members?
Yeah, I'm Hispanic. I catch it from more friends or ex-friends.
Oh wow!
They see what we do as, a lot of them are liberal, obviously, and they see what we do as like oppressive or But it's not. I mean,
but guess what? But the first time they're accosted by someone, or the first time they're in danger, who are they going to call? They're not going to call their friends. They're going to call you.
Oh, they call us all the time. It's
of course
funny.
They do.
I worked in the Midwest. I can't say the area because then everybody's going to know who I am. But I worked in the Midwest in a predominantly black chocolate city, we'll say.
Okay.
And it was interesting. I'll tell you, it's interesting to say the least. So there's a lot of riots and stuff that happened during that time, and just very interesting work, man.
Yeah, it very is. Aaron M says, so it's okay to say cracker or mayo or monster or chalk demon or pecker. Chalk demon? What the fuck is a chalk demon?
I've never heard of that one. I've heard of pecker.
Dude, I didn't say it was okay, but you have a right to, okay? Guys, listen. You guys can say it all you want to, but being called a nigger is not a reason for you to kill somebody. I'm sorry. Yeah. Because I'm gonna tell you.
Was it Lily?
Yeah, Lily Gaddis. Yeah, Lily Gaddis.
Yeah, I don't think she's racist. I
don't think she is. I don't think she is either.
I think she was trolling them. And the point I think she was trying to make was that niggas. They were that she defends freedom of speech no matter what.
Yeah. There it is. Absolutely. Praetorian Guard, man. Thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate it.
All right, brother. No problem.
PG in the house. The officer of of TSR Towers is pardon me. All right, Timothy. Timothy Jones is back. Okay. Hold on. Let me get you on screen. Okay. What's on your mind? And we got to make it quick because I gotta continue with the video.
Yeah. Just real quick. Look up the Mezzaluna murders. It was a hub for cocaine back in the day, and Ron Goldman was heavily. Yeah. So what we end up seeing is there were several murders that were similar to what happened to Ron and Nicole. Michael Nigg was one of them, and then there was another gentleman, and also Faye Resnick, who was living with Nicole at the time, who had incurred a great deal of debt. People were calling looking for her. Okay. So I went down a rabbit hole on this. There's a theory that people were looking for Faye, and they hit Nicole. Yeah,
listen. I've got people in my own chat, and now one of my best friends thinks that it might have been the son. So yeah, listen. I mean, I've had my feet dug in the sand on this one. I'm okay if I'm wrong. So I'll look it up.
What do you think it was though? Like more likely than anything. What do you think? Really think?
What do I think he did it based on the information that I have. Okay. Look, I'm not going through this. I'm not going to go through this. I'm going to do the research. I'm going to go into it in good faith. And if I see and read and watch things that convince me that OJ didn't do it, I'll be the first to come on here and say so. But I'm not going to discuss this with anyone but one of my best friends, Myron Gaines, who is a former Fed. His perspective to me is really the reason why I'm going to go down this rabbit hole. But thanks for coming up, man. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
All right, appreciate it. Yeah, man. Like, guys, look, man. At this point, I've got a lot of you guys in the chat who are telling me that it might have been his son, or that it's his son, whatever the case may be. there are clearly things that I don't. There are clearly other things that I don't know about the case. So it looks like I maybe need to revisit that. This is what men do. This is what men do. Okay, let us continue with the breakdown.
But anybody with my skin color who aligns with conservative values is constantly dragged and reviled and looked at as an idiot, not just with a stupid criminal element, but even among their family, even among their so-called friends.
Okay, guys. Okay, let's stop with the OJ talk. Like, I'm not going to make this about OJ Simpson. Let's stop with the OJ talk. Come on, man. Listen, whether OJ, I'll put it to you like this, guys. You know what? This will be the final word on all things OJ. Whether OJ Simpson did it or not doesn't matter. The black community wanted him to be innocent because of revenge. That's what it is. That's the whole point. The reason why they celebrated his acquittal wasn't because they really thought he didn't do it. No, they celebrated it because, yes, we got retribution for Rodney King. One of us got one of theirs. That's why. That's my point. Panda Trucker with the $2 super chat says, if it was a quote hit, then why did OJ run from the cops? You know, the slow getaway to let his son get away. I don't know. I'll do my research, but that's my whole point on OJ is that people, the so-called black community wanted OJ to be guilty because Nicole Brown Simpson was white. Had Nicole Brown been black, nobody would have cared. Nobody would have cared. Just like nobody cared that Yaqub Talib shot Mike Hickman. They don't care that he shot and killed that dude. Why? Because Mike Hickman is black. Or was black. God rest his soul, right? And like I always say, black people lack the ability to compartmentalize, objection from subjection. Black people can only be objective when it's black on black crime. They can only be objective when it's black on black crime. When it's black on white crime, they're not objective at all. That's my whole point. All right, let's continue.
There's a price, and it's comical. People will argue like, Jason Whitlock and this police officer, they've sold out. They're doing it for money. Someone made this allegation at me this weekend and said that,
Aaron M., shut the fuck up, dude. You're in here just talking a bunch of shit. Shut up, man.
I'm just trying to please my audience.
Jesus Christ.
And my audience is these white people out
there. Tyne says, was the NBA draft rigged? No. If the NBA draft was rigged, then the Philadelphia 76ers would have gotten the number 1 overall pick, not small market Dallas.
I think they
Try
said,
again.
And I'm just like, what are you talking about? There's so much more money.
Hang on a second, because he just said something.
Or they said to please my audience.
Hold on.
People will argue like, Jason Whitlock and this police officer, they've sold out.
Yep.
They're doing it for money. Someone made this allegation at me this weekend and said that, I'm just trying to please my audience, and my audience is...
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, dude.
These white people out...
Aaron M., pull up, man. God damn, I swear to God. Niggas, bruh. Niggas. Aaron M's a nigga. I already know. Jesus Christ. In here talking... Dude, like, we're in here talking about black fatigue. You're talking about fucking SpaghettiOs. Get out of here, man. Can't stand you niggas.
I think they said... And I'm just like, what are you talking about?
So Jason Whitlock just said that a lot of people say, well, the reason why you think the way you think is because you want to appease to your white audience. As if to imply that we don't really think this way. We're only doing this because it's for the white audience. And Jason Whitlock is about to lay this out.
There's so much more money.
Thank you.
For arguing that white people are evil.
Thank you.
And the devil.
There you go.
And are inherently racist. So much more money in mainstream media, in every aspect of the media. If you're black and willing to go on TV
there you go.
And scream and yell that the white man is the worst thing on the planet and that, we need to remodify the Constitution and, a lot of this stuff in the Bible is outdated and doesn't work now. So much more money for that than standing on some sort of biblical worldview or conservative worldview if you're black. What you're left with is to be reviled even in your own family.
There you go. Don DeMarco. And this is something, it's interesting. I remember when I crossed swords with Gerald. a little while back. And I remember we were going back and forth, and I remember he says, you're doing this for your white audience. And he says, that little Crocodile Dundee thing on your neck, that's a whistle. That's a whistle. Yeah, that little Crocodile Dundee. Yeah, that's a whistle to let us know where you really stand. I didn't really think much of it because I really just didn't give a shit because at that point he was crashing out anyway. But you want to know something? He's right. Jerome was right. Jerome was, and it's funny. The more I thought about it, the more I thought, you know what? You're right. Yeah, the stuff that I wear, it's because I like it, and some of it has like symbolic meaning. But yeah, I'll claim that. Yeah, this is my whistle. My whistle is to let you and niggas like you that I'm not like you. I want to show the world that I'm not like you niggas. You're goddamn right. It's a fucking whistle. If it wasn't then, it is now. Crocodile fucking Dundee. Chop, chop, motherfucker. You're goddamn right it's a whistle. You're goddamn right it was a whistle. So that is absolutely, I will own that for sure. Christian Ramirez, my guy, you got to be on camera, brother.
And it creates a fatigue that is I sit and I'm looking at white people tweet out things and I'm like, man, I got the same fatigue. And I saw, we didn't call for this.
Random Tactical Adventure says, Donovan Sharp pause. Did I say a guy was... All right, we'll
clip, and I don't need it, but Mike...
Oh! Crossed swords. God. Jesus Christ. Locked horns. How about that? Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. You guys are killing me.
Wilbon from Pardon the Interruption and ESPN was on the show Get Up last week and was asked about Draymond Green's comments about being portrayed as an angry black man. And Mike...
Yep.
Brought up Arthur Ashe and danced around a little bit like being black is a full-time job. And most people heard it as Mike defending Draymond Green. I didn't hear it that way. And I don't want to put words in Mike's mouth. But I'm going to speculate on why he said what he said and why I didn't hear it as a defense of Draymond Green. I heard it as, okay, I can only go so far. I work at ESPN. I don't want the headache of a Twitter Black Lives Matter tweet storm. I have an 18-year-old child who carries my name. I don't want him in the crosshairs. I don't want people going after my child, my wife, my extended family. So I'm going to try to cleverly say what I really think while providing myself cover and so that me and my family won't come under attack. And so he said something about Arthur Ashe and how Arthur Ashe back in the 70s was quoted as saying, being a black man feels like a full-time job. And that he could relate to Draymond Green and he could understand why black men were angry. That's the gist of what Mike said. And people tweeted me, did you see what Wilbon said? And I went and listened to it for myself. And people aren't hearing what I heard. And I could be wrong, but this is my speculation as it relates to Mike. He has a fatigue.
Oh my God, dude, I will never, ever use the term cross swords ever again. Jesus.
With carrying the burden of being an educated, accomplished black man. And there is a burden because he's locked in a box that he has to be careful.
Oh God, Panda Trucker says, Donovan did say he'd catch less hate for crossing swords with a white man. Oh, all right, let me have it, guys. Let me have it.
What he says at all times. He could put his young son in the crosshairs. He could put his wife in the crosshairs, put his brother, his extended family in the crosshairs. These social media demons could come after him and his extended family and his immediate family. And so it's like he's walking through a landmine and he can't say.
He can't say what he really feels.
This is what I heard. I'm not saying this is what he said, but this is what I heard. Man, I work at a network where I went to Northwestern University, graduated, put together a Hall of Fame sports journalism career at the Washington Post. One of the 15, 20 most accomplished sports writers of my era at the Washington Post.
Absolutely, yep.
I came over to ESPN with Tony Kornheiser, and we created a show, Pardon the Interruption, that has been the most dominant ratings driver at ESPN
100%.
for 20 consecutive years.
Yes, sir.
And this network, my reward for that is this network said,
oh, there we are.
Mike, that's pretty good what you...
All right, I got a couple more people who have pulled up. Let me go to Christian Ramirez first. All right, Christian, you are now on. What's going on, man? What's on your mind, brother?
Hey, Donovan. First of all, thanks for taking my call. You know, I'm a
Absolutely.
big fan of yours, big
Thank you.
follower. I've been watching the stream on and off, but I have like this quick story that relates a lot to what your topic is.
Okay.
And just I'm gonna try to be as quick as I can.
All right.
I'm a registered nurse.
Okay.
I'm new to the medical field, and the other day my charge nurse, he's a white Caucasian, you know, male, like in his 50s, I guess.
Okay.
He gave me an assignment. He gave me 2 patients, and these patients were very busy, you know, very demanding. I was up and down, running on the floor.
Right.
And he stops me and he tells me, he's trying to help me and stuff. And he's like, he's like, I'm sorry. He's like, I didn't mean to give you 2 patients that would turn out to be this busy. He's like, it's nothing personal. He said, it's nothing personal. And I'm like, personal. I'm like, it's fine. I'm like, work is work. I'm like, what do you mean personal? And he's like, well, he's like, I'll tell you a quick story. He's like, during COVID, he's like, we were slammed here at the hospital. He's like, and I made assignments. I assigned patients to all the nurses here.
Okay.
He's like, and because where I work, there's 2 units. We have the ICU, and then we have progressive care, which is like a unit that's kind of isolated, like around the corner of a hall.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
And so he's like, I made assignments, and I didn't realize that all the nurses I put on the isolated unit were all black.
Wow.
He's like, I didn't realize that. He's like, and all the nurses I kept here on the main unit were Caucasian.
Wow.
He's like, so I felt bad, and I had to go check in on the guys back there and tell them, do you guys need anything? He's like, by the way, it's nothing personal, and they were like, they said the same thing as me, and they're like, like, what do you mean by that? And he's like, well, I realized that, I kind of like segregated you guys, and I don't want you guys to think anything wrong with it.
Right.
And they were like, no, like, it's fine, and it just goes to show what I'm trying to say with this, Donovan, that white people have all this guilt,
Yeah, yes, they do.
That even the slightest thing, they feel they have to like apologize and shit.
Right.
Because
it's crazy.
That night at the unit, I was only Hispanic. I mean, I'm one of the few, if not only the few Hispanic, most of the time. And so he realized, he had given me a busy team, so he felt he had to apologize. And I'm like, dude, it's ridiculous how far this has gotten, And I just wanted to throw that in there, Donovan.
Yeah, man. Very interesting. Very interesting story, man. It's like they feel like if they offend you even a little bit, they have to apologize. It's absolutely crazy, man.
Right. Exactly. And I'll finish with this, not knowing that sometimes the most discriminative people, or the most, racist, I would say, is our own, I've seen it as a Hispanic, like the people that will talk the most down on you or like look down on you for the most part are our own people,
Yes.
It's like,
it's
fucking
crazy.
ridiculous.
It's stupid.
That's why, I'm able to relate a lot to what you're saying, Donovan, even though I'm not black myself, I'm first generation Mexican, but it's the same shit in our people, It's like, if you say anything conservative, any thing that goes against their fucking
their narrative,
brainwashed mind, exactly,
it's crazy.
They'll
man.
call you, like, I guess the Mexican version of an Uncle Tom. They'll say you're a fucking sellout. You're
a coon and this and that. Yeah.
Absolutely, and it's ridiculous, But thank you, Donovan. I just wanted to throw that in there, and appreciate what you do. Big fan of yours, and you have my support. Thank you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that, Christian. Thanks for coming up. Dude, very, very interesting story there by Christian. Yeah, I mean, dude, white guilt is absolutely real. I'm going to bring up Jamie here in just a second. California All-Star says, I love D Sharp, but you are playing into the race politics in America, just causing more division, but I get it with fatigue. I'm not playing into any sort of race politics. I am simply telling you what's happening. I'm telling you what's happening. Call it what it is. Call it playing into race politics, whatever. Call it what it is. Call it what you want. Call it what you want. I'm not playing into anything. I'm just telling you guys what's happening. I'm telling you guys what's happening, and I'm telling you what I think is going to happen as a result of this. So it is what it is. All right, let me bring up Jamie. All right, Jamie, what's going on, brother?
How you doing, Mr. Shark?
I'm doing good, man. How about yourself?
I'm fine. I have a question for you.
Sure.
Okay, the Discord, is it $100 per month for the Discord?
No, my Discord is free.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I tried to apply for it though. They said it was $100. I didn't mind paying if I had to. I just was curious.
No, absolutely not. No, that should not be the case.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I
Yeah. I've never ever charged for my Discord ever.
Okay.
You ever been arrested before?
Discussion.
Say again.
What is the title of the discussion?
Black fatigue.
Black fatigue.
Yep.
Is this a situation to where white people are getting fed up with black people?
Yep. White people are getting fed up with niggas. See, that's the thing. White people can't say what they really want to say as far as the fatigue, so they had to call it black fatigue. And even in the name, black fatigue is an example of black fatigue because they really want to call it nigger fatigue. We call it in this community nigga fatigue.
Right. Well, to add my 2 cents to this, if there was a race war that happened, and I hope it don't happen.
Me too.
White people will wipe black people
straight up
off the face of the planet Earth, and I'm gonna tell you why. More white people, white men in particular, they have a military background. They have more military experience than black people.
Mm-hmm.
They know how to before they shoot their guns. They know how to aim at their target before shooting them.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna tell you this: what's the dangerous thing? These white men, they're teaching their white little boys and white little daughters how to shoot at a young age.
I'm trying to tell you.
To the woods.
I'm trying to tell you.
And I'm telling you, they're teaching them how to shoot guns properly at a young age because what they're doing is they're preparing them for a potential civil war within the United States.
That's right.
Black people are not doing that.
Nope.
Black people don't have the money to do that. Guns cost money.
Yep.
Especially the type of guns you obtain, and they don't understand that. Now, if it came to like a fist fight or something like that, if you put 10 white men against 10 black men, 10 black men can beat up at least 8 white men.
Sure.
On average.
Right. All things being equal, right?
But at the end of the day, white men are not going to fight you.
No.
With fists. They're going to fight you with dick.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Same thing with the white. Same thing white. If you put 10 white girls versus 10 black girls.
Oh my God! Dude.
About at least 8 black girls are going to beat up those white girls.
Yeah, dude, I'm going 10 for 10 on that one. I'm going 10 for 10 on that one.
To the point, they're not gonna fight you.
No,
they're gonna shoot you.
Yes. Yeah, they're not. Look. White people aren't gonna. White people aren't gonna walk around jumping people. They're gonna be in the wood. They're gonna be picking us off, bruh.
Yeah, they practice the law and they know how to use the law.
Yes, they do.
Their advantage. Black people don't know how to do that. You got these black dudes, especially these gang members.
Yeah.
They shoot guns sideways.
Yeah, all sideways and shit. Yeah.
And they more like to hit an innocent bystander.
Yep.
Innocent bystander.
Than their target, as they often do in their gang-affiliated warfares. How many times have we heard young innocent bystanders shot in a drive-by shooting?
Yeah, there's a lot of stories out there, and it is coming to the point where white people, they're getting sick and tired of being victims in their own country, a country that they built, by the way.
Yep.
Not being able to speak freely. And at the end of the day, like I told you in my last conversation, you don't have control over what comes out of a person's mouth. I've heard and seen white people use the N-word.
Yep.
Now, one time that I approached them and tell them, hey, don't use that word. I don't like it. They didn't use it directly towards me. People can say what the fuck they want to say.
I don't
you
like
don't
it. Just
have
it just
the choice to tell somebody what they should have said, not say.
Not only that, it just doesn't mean anything. Like Lude, I told you that story about when I was delivering mattresses down in Atlanta. me and my partner Jeff, we walk into this old timey country, gas station. We were getting hot dogs and potato chips and all that good stuff. And I pulled out I paid with $100 bill. And he says to me, he's like, well, I didn't know niggers had $100. I didn't know niggers carried $100 bills. I said, yep, we do all the time, and handed it right to him. It literally meant nothing to me. And now, of course, I knew he was trying to elicit a reaction so that he could reach behind the counter and put a hole in me. But if I were to react like a nigga, that is probably what would have happened. It's just a word.
If I was in that situation and he talked to me like that, I would just walk out of his establishment, never go back.
Yeah, well, I never went back, but I just wanted to show him that it just didn't affect me.
I wouldn't have spent no money in his establishment. I would have walked out and never came back. You don't talk to me like that.
Yeah, that makes and listen, if I lived in that town, I certainly wouldn't go back in there. That's for sure.
But me personally, a white person using the N word, whether it's nigga or nigger, it doesn't really bother me. I'm not going to react to it. I'm gonna just look at you like you crazy and be like, you better hope you don't use that to another black person because they'll beat the crap out of you.
I'm gonna tell you what. White people can use white people are safe using the N-word around black people. They are not safe using the N-word around niggas.
And at the end of the day, white people are getting tired of being victimized. You already know that black people commit way more crimes against white people.
Yes, sir. That's right.
I told you that black people commit the most hate crimes in America.
That's right.
They commit crimes against every other race of people. And white people, they starting to have this bravery, this courage, this fortitude, this assertiveness to stand up for themselves because they feel like they're being victimized and attacked in their own country.
Yeah, man. And they're not gonna lay down for that. Jamie, white people are not going to continue to allow. And listen, when we are seeing videos of kids. There's going to be another video. This stuff is happening at schools now. Do you honestly think, dude, somebody is going to fuck around and beat the shit out of the wrong person's fucking kid. And one of these parents is going to come up. They're going to come up to that school and they're going to start spraying. I'm telling you, please believe. I'm telling you right now, Jamie. They're not. You cannot expect white people to just turn a blind eye or turn the other cheek forever. I'll give you the last word.
Yes, sir. And I'm telling you right now, in the future, if a civil war or race war was to happen between black people, and I want to tell your audience, especially black people who disagree with me, who disagree with you, I'm telling you, if a civil war or a race war was to happen in the United States between black and white people, black people are not going to win.
Nope.
You don't know how to strategize. You don't know how to orchestrate plans. Most black people don't have a military background. They don't have the same type of firearms and gun power that these white people have. Black children are not being taught how to shoot guns at a young age. These white girls, these white boys, they're going into the woods. Their their white grandfathers who are military veterans are teaching them how to shoot guns. They're taking them hunting. They're experimenting with using all type of firearm. I'm trying to tell you, if there was a real race war, black people
we'd be in trouble. We would be in trouble.
And me personally, I believe that the United States should remain a majority white country because to me, white people, white men in particular, they're the only race of people who know how to get it right. Because black people, that goes for the men and the women, because we have a matriarch in the black community where black women are taking over the black communities. But as a collective, they don't know how to run nothing. You look at every black community within the United States, trash, garbage, vacant lots, abandoned houses, hood rat, thoughts, poor living conditions, roaches.
Crazy, man.
They don't even do something as decent as throw their trash away. When you go to white suburbs, most white communities clean, nice and neat. They throw their trash away. Beautiful homes. Most black communities in the United States, it's the total opposite. It looks like a third world country.
Yes. Oh, yes.
A black person of good character, I would tell any man or woman, any black person of good character, get the fuck out of the black community.
Straight up. Get out. Get out. Listen, I say, and thanks for coming up, Jamie. That was a fire take. I'm gonna tell you something. Because a lot of people sort of disingenuously ask, well, you guys are talking about all this stuff, going on in the black community. What's the solution? My nigga, there are no solutions. The black community is cooked. The black community is abso-fucking-lutely cooked. It's over. It's done. It's over. It's done. So what needs to happen is, like Jamie said, if you have any character, it's time. It is time for black people to divest from the black community. I said it. Real shit. It is time for black people to divest from the black community. I did it a long time ago. I divested out of that shit. You know how black women talk about, well, I'm a divester and I'm dating white people and this and that and the other, and we all know that that's a sham. I'm a divester. I divested from nigga culture. I don't want nothing to do with those people. I want nothing to do with those people at all. And all of the what Jamie said, if there is a race war, if there's like a race civil war, guys, we are cooked for every reason that Jamie said, but he didn't mention the most important reason. There are simply more of them than there are of us. There are more of them than they are on us. Than there are of us. Cash Kid Kevin, I gotta have you on camera if I'm gonna let you up. Oh boy. There's Panda Trucker. Panda Trucker, what's going on, brother? How you doing, man? Hello, you there? I can't. Oh, something happened.
Oh,
there
we
is.
go.
There it is.
I had to pause YouTube. I was getting fucking two voices in my head.
I got you. So what's up, man? What's on your mind?
What's going on, brother? How you been?
Been good, man. Been good. Been busy. I'm having to water my lawn twice a day for 3 weeks, so my water bill is going to be out of control. Dude, honestly, man, I'm probably looking at about a $300 or $400 water bill this month. But you know, it is what it is. Thankfully, we have the
First
money
world
to
struggles.
pay. Yeah. There you go. First world problems, man.
All right. I kind of wanted to kind of tell a story a little bit.
Okay.
So kind of bear with me. I'm going to jump around a little bit here.
Okay.
Growing up, I grew up in the 80s, and I grew up in Massachusetts.
Okay.
I grew up in a lot of questionable areas. You know, Lowell, Worcester, Boston.
Lowell, the pride of Lowell. So you know about Mickey Ward.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, you know about Mickey
love
Ward.
that guy.
Yeah.
I met him once. He's a fucking great guy.
Dude, he is, dude, he fought wars. Dude, what was him and, I can't believe I forgot his name. The trilogy, I can't believe it. The trilogy he had with the fighter. Yeah. I forgot. Oh, anyway, go ahead.
You're talking about Rocky Marciano.
No. He had a trilogy with Arturo Gatti versus Mickey Ward. Yeah. That dude, to me, that was one of the greatest trilogies of all time. That was insane. Oh my god. Anyway,
it's fucking brutal. Hell yeah, dude. But yeah, I mean, I grew up in some of the most questionable areas. You know, I grew up around a lot of Rays, you know, waving red bandanas. I grew up around a lot of Pookies waving blue bandanas. I grew up around a lot of Jose's with the black and yellow crowns, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I grew up with black leather vests around me all the time.
Oh wow.
And one of the things I can mention is back then, you know, we're talking about the red and the blue bandanas.
Okay.
There was pretty much an unwritten rule that you stay out of my territory, you got to stay out of yours.
Okay.
And it was respectful, you know. And yeah, there was violence. There was a lot of violence back then.
Okay.
But there was boundaries where you respect us, we respect you. Not a big deal. Same thing goes for the leather vests and everything else.
Sure.
So I got to grow up immensely immersed in certain cultures.
Okay.
So I got to see a lot of what early EBT community was.
Yeah, EBT culture.
Yeah, exactly. And even back then, even back in the 80s, you know, the men were still around taking care of their sons and daughters, and they would tell their sons and daughters, don't get involved in this. There's nothing good that's going to come from it.
That's right.
And I have also seen the other side of it where, you know, you have dad's not around for whatever reason. And the sons and daughters are getting involved in really nasty shit, you know, back then Coke was the biggest thing.
Oh
You know,
yeah.
Coke
Oh yeah.
and
The 80s.
crack
Oh
and-
yeah. Oh yeah. The crack epidemic. Yeah.
And once you get around that shit, it's ridiculous. I said that to kind of say this as well. So, a lot of your forgive me when I say it this way.
Okay.
A lot of your leaders way back in the day, Malcolm X, MLK,
Yeah.
Rosa Parks,
Yeah.
you know, they
Harriet
all,
Tubman.
yeah, Harriet Tubman, yeah. I'm sorry, I forget that guy that got beaten to death by the cops.
Oh, Rodney King.
Yeah, Rodney King. Thank you.
Yeah.
How did I forget him? Anyway, all these individuals all came together and pretty much had the same message and said, hey, we're not subhuman. Treat us like humans and give us a chance to show everybody what we can do.
Right.
So my community, if you will, I'm trying to be gentle.
Sure.
And my community said, okay, we stepped aside, introduced the Jim Crow laws.
Okay.
And said, okay, show us what you can do. Now, I went to boot camp, and again, I grew up in that area.
Okay.
Of a lot of the yo-yo, ninja yo-yo type. Which, in my mind, it created a stereotype that's how all black people acted.
Right.
Because that's all I knew.
Right.
My first interaction with somebody that, when I got out of boot camp and I went to permanent duty, stationed in Washington State.
Ah, Fort Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yep.
My neighbor across the way was this big old 6'2", wide as a fucking wall, brick shit house, black motherfucker. And when I spoke to him, when I seen him across the way, I still had the street. I still had the mentality of the street. Like, yo, G, what's up, dude? How you doing? This dude broke my fucking brain. He spoke to me like a white college professor from Harvard.
Wow.
This man would sit there and read a doggone dictionary for fun.
Jesus.
I know. And him and I sat down and had a lot of conversations about a lot of different things.
Sure.
So that kind of broke my stereotype of the EBT community being just one thing. Now we fast forward to 2025. What I'm seeing in the community now, okay. Again, we had Janet Jackson, We Are the World. Everybody stood hand in hand and sang that fucking song.
Yeah, Michael Jackson, yeah.
Yep. We had 9/11 happen.
Yep.
Everybody stood hand in hand. Didn't matter what the race, gender,
Absolutely.
whatever.
Absolutely.
Stood hand in hand and said, we're not going to tolerate this shit.
Right.
So how the hell do we go from being that ingrained in a culture to now we've got this shit happening?
Yeah.
And it's gotten so fucking bad. Yeah, the black fatigue is fucking real. I am sick of this shit.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I've had this conversation last week with one of my customers. And I was saying words that a white guy probably shouldn't say.
Okay.
But I'm like, dude, I'm not going to sit here and call you a ninja.
Right.
I'm not going to call you, a porch monkey, spear thrower, whatever. You're not going to call me a honky cracker.
Sure.
I'm going to call you Donovan, and you're going to call me Rooster.
Right.
And we're going to continue on our fucking day. And just, that's what it is. But I can't believe all this thuggish bullshit that's happening and how delusional and disingenuous the EBT community has been with the Metcalf, with the OJ Simpson, with everything that's happened over the past 20 years.
Yeah, 20, 25 years. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just been, it's like watching the community circle the drain. and something needs to fucking change it.
Well, unfortunately, Panda Trucker, and I got to move on because I've got other people that have pulled up. Unfortunately, man, it is not going to change, guys. The black community is absolutely cooked. The black community's cooked, man. It is over. Divest. Get out of the black community. Guys, I gotta put bringing people up on hold for just a little bit. And I appreciate you guys pulling up, but I really I'm only 27 minutes into this. So what I'll do is I'll open up the hashtag pull up line. Give me I'll do this for about another half an hour, and then I'll bring you guys back up. Lady D, let's see. Hold on. Lady D in the chat says, I live in an all black community. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you live in an all black community. I really am. Let's continue. Oop, wait a minute. What the hell is that?
You did.
There it is.
But do you see this clown over here, Stephen A. Smith, who fabricated a college basketball career at Winston-Salem State? That Winston-Salem State, in comparison to Northwestern, he's just keeping it real and factual. Take out the racial idolatry. Stephen A. Smith didn't get half of the SAT score necessary to get into Northwestern. He had to go all the way down to Winston-Salem State, where they let anybody with a heartbeat and a 2.0 GPA or a 1.0 GPA into school. He fabricated a basketball career.
Facts.
He's fabricated a journalism career.
Yep.
In comparison to Mike Wilbon. Mike Wilbon belongs in anybody's newspaper Hall of Fame sports columnist wing. Stephen A. Smith could barely write. And this isn't hate, these are facts. Editors had to dress up everything Stephen A. Smith ever wrote. And ESPN said, this guy, this pathological liar, this clown with the fabricated background, this is who we're going to throw our support behind. F Mike Wilbon. F his Northwestern degree. F his career at the Washington Post. F his accomplishments with Pardon the Interruption. We prefer the buffoon and the clown with the made-up background over Mike Wilbon.
Wow.
Are you telling me Mike Wilbon ain't angry?
All that he's done? Oh, shit. Wow. Speaking facts, Black Life Podcast comes in here and says Oreo Sharp. Oh my, yeah. You know what? That was Oreo Sharp. That is so funny. And I promise you, Black Life Podcast, I am so upset. Let me find something to throw. I'm mad. I am totally triggered. Let me find some. I'm upset. God. Jesus Christ, man. If you guys are going to troll, at least be original. God damn. Look, at least he spelled Oreo right.
At ESPN, he was there before Stephen A. Smith. There would be no Stephen A. Smith without Mike Wilbon. And Mike Wilbon is sitting here going, and Bob Iger.
Yeah, gosh darn it. I'm so upset at that.
Is running this buffoon and clown and pathological lie. They're running him for president of the United States of America. Someone who hasn't mastered sports gets caught lying and uninformed, not knowing a damn thing about sports constantly. Yeah, Mike Wilbon's angry.
Yeah, I think he is too.
He feels like, damn, I played by.
Chongo says, leave us Oreos out of it, goddammit. Real shit. And Oreos are very good cookies, by the way. They're very good cookies.
A set of rules.
I'm sorry, just real quick. Speaking of Oreos, check this out. Just real quick, I gotta pause here for just a second. Let me just hit the brakes. Speaking of Oreos, there are a lot more people than you might imagine who actually don't like Oreo cookies. Like, there are people out there who don't like Oreo cookies. What? Where did that come from? I thought everybody liked Oreos. Everybody. I have never known one person in my life to ever say a bad thing about Oreo cookies. But I think I was on Instagram and or Twitter, and someone said it tastes as bad as Oreos. And I was like, wait, is he joking? So I looked up, why do so many people hate Oreo cookies? And there's, dude, I couldn't believe it. That dude, absolute blasphemy. I could not believe there are people on this planet. Oh my God. I cannot believe that there are people on this planet who do not like Oreo cookies. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Let's get back.
And I did things the right.
It was, guys, honestly, it was almost that moment. Do you guys remember when I learned that that the original tacos, like Mexican authentic tacos, are not hard shell? I had no idea that hard shell tacos was an American thing. Who knew? Now, I do know that pizza is not an Italian food. Pizza was invented in America.
Way, based on merit. All the love and support they're throwing behind Stephen A. Smith, if it was just based on merit, that love and support and those contracts and all that we accomplished with Pardon the Interruption, all those things would be going to me.
Yep.
Yeah, he's angry. And he thinks it's tough. He thinks that a world has been built that disfavors the accomplished black man and favors the buffoons and puppets. So yeah, Mike Wilbon's angry. He's got black.
Pyromancer says, tell that man they do make Oreos that are chocolate on the inside too. Just saying, yeah, not all Oreo cookies have the white cream filling.
Fatigue. He can't say it. He can't say what he really thinks. They built a machine.
Dana Gonzalez says the white cream is too much for me, but tastes good. I just think the ratio from cream to chocolate that I don't like. I don't know who you are anymore, Dana. I can't believe anybody has anything negative to say about Oreo cookies. Dude, I had no idea. I had no clue.
And a system that if you say what you really think, you're going to cost yourself a lot of opportunities.
That's exactly
money,
right.
And you're going to create all kinds of headaches in
That's
your
right.
personal life.
Yep. Just like that police officer. Just like that police officer in Mecklenburg County. He's catching static from his own family.
To carry the Wilbon name. And Mike Wilbon sitting there.
Oh, Reverend Brown said, I saw that pizza was invented in Naples, Italy. Oh, I always thought that pizza was invented here in America. Tree Boy 32 with the $5 super chat says, "Hey Don, any updates on the CME? Hashtag Knicks in 5." Yeah, it might actually be Knicks in 5. I don't have the only update that I can give you is I am working with Myron Gaines on doing a collaboration event for the CME. I'm working with Myron Gaines to do a collaboration event with Fresh and Fit for the next CME. Details forthcoming. Stay tuned.
They're like, if I do too much and become the enemy of the puppet masters, then I'm putting my son in harm's way.
That's right.
I'm creating friction in my personal life
with
my wife.
Yep.
I'm making all kinds of financial sacrifices. I'm not caping up for Mike Wilbon. I'm not excusing people for their acts of choosing.
He's making a good point. Mike Wilbon has every reason in the world to be angry about the fact that Stephen A. Smith just got a 5-year, $100 million contract from ESPN. But this is what they value. They value entertainment over, real sports commentary, I suppose.
Comfort over picking up a cross and carrying it. I'm not requiring everybody to have my faith. I'm explaining the world that has been created.
Ghost 1978 says pizza was originally in Greece. Italians perfected it and claimed it. Dude, I had no idea. I thought pizza was invented in America.
And I'm not asking for a level of sympathy for Mike Wilbon or myself because they've created just.
Dana fires back, says, "Okay, now I don't know who you are thinking pizza was from America." Every once in a while, and for those of you who are new here, we often get into food beefs. We often get into food beefs here at the TSR Towers. We have gotten into some heated discussions over food. Please believe this is par for the course.
As dangerous and treacherous a world for the average white man here in America.
That's right.
There are things that the average white man wants to say that that are factual.
There you go.
That he knows come with a price tag, not just for himself, but for his wife and his kids and his extended family, and he could compromise his social.
Absolutely. Erie Pages says, I have hashtag black fatigue as well. This includes fatigue from mixed blacks as well. Any anti-white person I no longer have patience for. I'm with you, man.
People want to enjoy their time here on Earth.
Yugi456 says, America's pizza is better. Italian pizza sucks. Is that true? I don't think I've ever had Italian pizza.
And if you pick up this cross and you just stand on truth constantly, your level of enjoyment, worldly enjoyment, is going to decrease.
That's right. He can't be truthful.
Now, people have been so bullied the white man has been so bullied that he's finally bucking up and finally like, hey man, I'm over it. This is my silence is way too dangerous. My kids are in jeopardy.
Yes.
If I'm silent, my kids are in jeopardy. If I speak out, my kids are in jeopardy.
Woo! You better preach. You better preach. What the so-called black community has done is they have put white people in a catch-22. If white people don't, start speaking out against this, if they don't start speaking out against this, it's going to continue to get worse. And at some point, they are going to retaliate. I'm telling you guys right now, at some point, there are going to be people that retaliate.
So I might as well speak out. And I have to, I'm here for it. I think it's great. I think it's inevitable. I think it's necessary. And if you're a black person listening to this, and you're upset and you're bothered, I don't want you to go anywhere because I want to paint a picture for you on where this is headed. And I'm going to draw an analogy between Native Americans, the Indians, and American black people.
Yo, this analogy that he is going to make, guys, this is going to blow you away. For those of you guys who haven't seen this, this is going to blow you away.
And I know things are different, times are different. Television, the iPhones, the smartphones, the laptops, the propaganda machines are so much stronger than in the 17, 18, and early 1900s. And there's a mass psychosis that's gone on.
Yep.
That has taken root.
Absolutely.
And so it won't be as easy as it was when America was like, hey, we got to get to some final solutions here on the Native Americans. It was easier to do that in the 1800s than it is in 2025 because there's so much more propaganda out here. And so many white people have been programmed to hate themselves.
Yep.
And to have guilt about themselves. And they've been so propagandized about their history. But my Bible tells me that the truth eventually wins out. And that human nature is only going to take so much. And
you don't need the Bible to know that the truth is going to win out in the end. Casual Germ with the $10 super chat says Chicago and NYC are known for having the best pizza in the country. Why? Italians. Uh-oh, it's getting heated. It's getting heated.
A level of fatigue that it ain't just with black people, but it's also with Jewish people. There's a level of fatigue, and people have reached that very publicly as it relates to black fatigue, and it's becoming very, very public as it relates to Jewish fatigue, Israel fatigue, Zionism fatigue.
Oh boy.
There's a fatigue level here that is dangerous.
He's talking about Jewish fatigue.
I want to further explain, but
watch out.
I want to take a second to talk to you guys about one of our newest sponsors that, look, it's in the three or four of us a year in an inappropriate fashion. The police are out of control. Some black resisting, just some clips here.
Oh, here we go.
So you understand what I'm talking about. And if you remember, we went several years on X, on Twitter, where once every 3 or 4 months, there would be a video of police perhaps being aggressive with some black resisting criminal. And there's a plot. They're killing black men once every 3 months. It's a genocide. At this rate, by the year 50,000,026, black American men won't exist. They're killing 3 or 4 of us a year in an inappropriate fashion. The police are out of control. And we saw people go on TV. I'll never forget, Nick Wright went on TV on Colin Cowherd's show. Nick Wright married to a black woman, has some black stepson, and he went on TV and said, me and my wife, we've forbidden our 18-year-old boy from driving. He must take Uber everywhere because we're so afraid he'll be killed by police.
Are you kidding me? Are you
really, nigga?
Are you kidding me? Check this out. Nick Wright, who's married to a black woman, he's a white guy who's married to a black woman, said that they forbid their 18-year-old son to drive. He must take Uber everywhere because we're afraid he's going to get killed by the police. What in the white guilt nigga shit is he talking about? Are you kidding me? That is the most ridiculous shit I'd ever heard. Get the fuck out of here. John Bobbin with the $20 super chat says, as a white dude from a hard left West Coast state, probably California, I am much more worn out by pasty white leftist Talcum X wannabe racial crusaders and their vapid, clueless virtue signals over any, quote, black fatigue. It's all a psyop. Yeah, a lot of people are tired of them too. Oak on the Rumble side with the $10 Rumble rant says he's right. He's right. We're tired of the victimization. It's time to be accountable for your actions. Love you. Appreciate it, man. Love you too, man. Pause. Damn, I swear to God, y'all don't let me get away with nothing. I said cross swords. Y'all came for me, man. Pause. See? I'm starting to get pause fatigue. God damn it. Do you see how ridiculous this is?
Comical. But this is the kind of ill logic. And I know Nick Wright isn't black. I don't think he's white either. I think he's part of a tribe, but who knows? This is the kind of ill logic that was passed around and commonplace everywhere. And so now, white people, there's a Twitter feed by Lauren Witzke, I think. There's one called White Ghost. There's several of these. All they do is pump out black idiocy videos.
Reverend Brown with the $5 super chat says, Nick Wright is the biggest LeBron nut hugger that I've ever seen on television. Yeah, he's a LeBron guy.
Violence idiot. Black violence videos. Black yelling and screaming in public videos. Black women fighting videos.
Yes, here we go. Okay, guys. So now we are about to get into the main event. We are going to see videos. We are going to see videos that are starting to. We're going to see videos that are verifying black fatigue.
Really caught my attention this weekend. I'm going to start with the worst case. This is SOT number 1.
Oh, this
is a young
is
white boy
crazy.
On his playground. Looks like he's 10, 11, 12 years old. He tries to walk away from a fight.
This is incredible, man.
Watch this video. Play something.
This is crazy, dude. Look at this. Look at that. Look at this. Look at this. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? Does that make you angry? The Black Goddess of Life says, Don is a self-hater, wants to be white. Give me a break. I swear to God, you, like trolls. Listen, niggas, the Black Goddess of Life, come up with something original. I've heard that, dude. I've heard the whole self-hate all the time. I hear self-hate all the time. Like, come up with something new. No, the Black Goddess of Life, you are a self-hater because I promise you, you're probably wearing a blonde weave right now. I promise you're buying skin lightening products. It's funny when black women come in here and say we hate ourselves when you guys do everything in your power to try to look more like white people. We're not doing that. Dude, Beyonce is 3 shades lighter since she left Destiny's Child. But we hate ourselves? No, if I hated myself, I would date people like you. Give me a break. Anyway, guys, looking at that video, the kid got sucker punched. And he was laying there leaking on the ground, and everybody is standing around laughing at this. He's fighting. He tried to walk away from the interaction. He tried to walk away from the interaction. Joe Black Tai Chi says whites would have a hard time during the race war if it happened. Joe Black Tai Chi, respectfully, I fucking disagree. There are a lot more white people than black people, my guy. And the sooner you and other people that think like that realize that, the better. Because Jamie said it right. If there is a race civil war here, dude, white people ain't fucking around. Guys, the bottom line here, I guess one of the overall arching points, guys, niggas are no longer compatible with Western civilization. They are no longer compatible with Western civilization, guys. They're dudes. They act like savages. That the dude that hit that kid was probably 10, 11, 12 years old at the most. The dude that came in and cold cocked him was probably 15 or 16 years old. Man, that kid has a family. That kid has a mom and a dad. You don't think that kid's if somebody did that to your child, regardless of race, if somebody did that to your child, you would want to do bad things to that people. People want to do bad. You would want to do bad things to that person. Captain Cisco with the $5 super chat says, "Do you think it's racist to compare black guys to Ninja Turtles? I am personally proud to be a turtle. Turtle power." Ninja Turtles? I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, man. Like, dude, black people, dude, there are a disproportionate, and again, it's not all black people. It's not even most black people, and it's probably not even half of black people, but enough people. It's enough of them that act like this. That's why this is a problem. That's why this is a problem. That is barbaric behavior. That is barbaric behavior. Can you imagine what that kid's mom and dad are thinking when they see that video? What do you think? What do you think that I'm telling you, guys, I'm telling you right now, they're going to fuck around and do this to the wrong person. They're going to do this to the wrong person. And if this thing blows up, God help us all. God help us all.
It's a sickening video. That happened in, I believe, Anderson, Indiana.
Incredible.
In late April. It's a sickening video. Little chubby white kid trying to avoid conflict, walking away. Some boy that wasn't even in the fight comes up in black from behind and cold cocks this dude, knocks him to the ground, bloodies his face and eye. Sickening.
Incredible.
Sickening. And I'm going to play you other videos, not as violent, not as bad as that one, but these are being passed around constantly, and people say, hey, I've had it.
There you go.
People
there you
are
go.
so undisciplined, so unfathered, no emotional control.
That's right.
I don't want to live around them. This is what white people are saying publicly.
Shit, I don't want to live around it. I don't want to live around them either. I do not want to live around them either. Fuck what you heard.
Black people say the exact same thing every time they get a raise on their job and move away from black people. Saying the exact.
The Black Goddess of Life says, I have white friends and none of them have this racist fatigue crap. Yeah, that's cap.
Stop the cap.
The Black Goddess of Life, bitch. I swear to God. You fucking black bitches crack me up. So the Black Goddess of Life, the Black Goddess of Life thinks that we believe, she thinks that we believe when she says, well, I have white friends and none of them have this black fatigue. Fucking liar. You are a fucking liar. You don't have white friends, man. You think you have white friends, but the way you're coming in here talking like that, you're a nigga too. And if you act like a nigga, white people ain't gonna want to be around you. You don't have white friends, the Black Goddess of Life. Sorry. You don't qualify. I swear to God, I have white friends and none of them have nigga fatigue. You don't have white friends, my girl. Nice try. Oh, the Black Goddess of Life has white friends and they don't have this fatigue. You know what? Show's over. Listen. You know what? Maybe this whole black fatigue. Maybe this is all just made up. Because the Black Goddess of Life, the Black Goddess of Life has white friends and none of them have black fatigue. So you know what? Yeah, this is all just get the fuck out of here. People are sick of niggas. People are tired of niggas, man. That's what this is. This whole thing, this whole black fatigue. People are tired of niggas. That's what this is. They really want to call it nigger fatigue, but they're calling it black fatigue. Fuck out of here. I have white friends. Bitch, no, you don't. I swear to God, black bitches think that they can just lie and we'll just believe them. Every time, man.
So the fatigue is everywhere. It has to be addressed. We're going to end up the new Native Americans.
Uh-oh.
And I know many of you have bought the lie that, oh, these Native Americans, these Indians, they were so peaceful and they just wanted to be one with the earth. And these white, evil people came and just took their land from them. And, oh, they met the Native Americans, all they just want to do is sit around and smoke a peace pipe and chill.
Right.
A few buffaloes.
Yeah.
This is all lies.
Yep.
They were conquered.
Yep.
Like people have been conquered all over the world from the beginning of time. Advanced cultures come in and conquer the less advanced culture.
There you go.
In the Native American, there's a book, I think, called Scalp Dance. It's written by, I think, Thomas Goodrich.
Ali Stack says, I have black friends and they hate niggas too. Look, yo, we got more black, dude, I'm telling you, black people have more black fatigue than white people. She gonna tell me I got white friends and they don't have this black fatigue. Bitch, please.
It's an amazing book.
Fuck do you think this is, man?
Fairly walks you through the history of the great Indian settler wars in the late 1800s as settlers moved west. And it describes in tremendous detail and fairness
this is
what
incredible.
was at the root of these conflicts. And it wasn't a group of peaceful Native Americans
Right.
just smoking a little weed, trying
There
to
you
kill
go.
buffalo and eat some buffalo and just hanging with their girls, and all these evil white people. No, this was a savage culture. There was
savage culture. Did you hear that? Savage culture. That's why they're no longer, that's why they're almost wiped out.
Incompatible with a more civilized culture. I'm not talking about white people being perfect because they're not. But I'm talking about Christian culture as opposed to all them gods the Indians believe in. I'm talking about Christian culture that has a Bible, a book, a foundational book, the Word of God, as a standard of truth and a
Lord Celtic Bats, taking it way back, says, who cares? Here's a quarter. Call someone who cares. Dude, I haven't heard that since grade school, man.
Standard of behavior, rather than.
Oh, am I having sound issues? Okay, all right. I'm gonna restart my my soundboard. Oh, let me make sure. There we go. All right. And we are back. Okay. Let's continue. Sorry about that.
People just smoking weed.
Oh, wait a minute. The fuck? Oh, I can't. Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna use my wired. I'm gonna use my wired. Hang on, guys. I'm gonna switch up headphones here. I absolutely love these Bose earbuds, man. Best earbuds I've ever had. By a mile. By a mile. All right, hang on, y'all. Anytime I restart my soundboard, my Rodecaster, the Bose react a little weird. So we're gonna go with wired here. I do apologize. Oh shit, Jay Blaze is in. Jay Blaze pulled up. All right. Okay. Oh wow. Okay, there we go. Wow, I can really hear myself. Holy moly. Okay, excellent. And you guys can hear me okay too, correct? Okay, very good. Okay, now let me unmute myself here. Oh, all right. Let me bring in Jay Blaze. What's up, brother?
See, this is why you have simple like rules to follow in a society. Like when we started this country and we had the greatest country on earth, we had God, family, country.
Right.
Those are the simple concepts. What do you think the regular ninja their principles are? The top three.
Not that.
Disrespect.
Yep.
Carmelo Anthony felt disrespected.
Yep, that's right.
And
that's what it is.
I would say hip hop culture or some type of thing where they're getting clout from like stupid shit.
Yeah, right.
But it's almost like this was planned because you had Planned Parenthood created to keep the black population like in check with all the, and then they pushed Noit Roba onto black women.
There you go.
So they would stay like 13% of the country. So they instigated the division, but they know like they can't win in a fight, so they just keep like just stoking the flames.
Yep. Yeah. This is the way it goes,
this
man.
This is completely planned. Yeah, this is completely planned.
Yeah. Somebody's Mike Hawk says in the chat that it's prison culture, man. And we are going to see videos that explain why black people, black men in particular, act the way they do. It's because they learned this from their mothers. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, this is exactly why, because we see this with women, like how they react. And I sent you the video of psych hacks where they just keep going on that same thing. So if you have a few people that follow the emotional roller coaster, everyone's going to follow that.
There you go, man. There you go. Thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate it.
Later.
All right, man.
Yep.
Jay Blaze. Now, Jay Blaze's hood name is Jablaze. I call him Jablaze. That is his. So I'll take a look at that. Lady D says they think by being men turning against their own community is gaining them favor. Lady D, I got news for you, sweetie. I'm not a part of your community. You got Lady D. Listen, I'm here to tell you. The black community never claimed me as one of their own, ever. They have never, ever claimed me as one of their own. Dude, are you kidding me? Dude, the black community has never, ever, not even close to claim me in their community. So I'm not turning against my community because you guys never let me in the community in the first place, simply because of the way I talk. That's it. I'm speaking out against against a community that never accepted me. Nice try, but that goes out the window. But I know you wish you lived where I live, even though I know you can't live where I live.
Sitting out under the moon, making up stuff as they go. If you want a civilized society, you need a foundational piece of work, a Bible, a constitution, a Bill of Rights, a Declaration of Independence. This is how societies advance.
There you go.
When people are just sitting around getting high and sitting under the moon.
There you go.
That's how you never develop a wheel.
That's right. Woo!
That's how you never build anything.
Damn! Whitlock is cooking.
Because you're too high to build anything.
There you go.
And you don't have a foundation, a written document to stand on.
Not to mention they were also savage. They were savages.
And so, I'm just telling you, we look like and are being branded like the Native Americans, the Indians.
Tell it.
Who had a savage culture.
Yep. Sure did.
Oh, Whitlock, he's selling out for the white man. I'm sold out for Jesus Christ. I'm sold out for this book, this foundational piece of information.
Yeah, people call me a sellout all the time. And when they call me a sellout, see, and this is how ignorant niggas are. Donovan, you're a sellout. So what they're saying is that I grew up in the hood, okay? They're saying that I grew up in the hood, I was a part of the nigga community, I became successful, and now I'm against the nigga community. That's why they call me a sellout. There's nothing for me to sell. I was never a part of the black community. I was never a part of the nigga community, y'all. What am I selling out? What am I selling out the black community? The black community never accepted me. I cannot sell out a community that never accepted me as one of its members. I have never, ever, ever felt like I was a part of the black community, ever. And it was because of black people.
The word of God. And you can cape up and I'm going to defend these Native Americans. All they sat under the moon and smoked some weed and killed a buffalo. And I wish I was with them. I'd like to be in a teepee. I don't want to be in this air-conditioned apartment.
Nana Rooch says, Donovan, you grew up in the Army system. Yeah, actually Army and Air Force. My dad served in the Army and the Air Force. And so I lived on military bases from age 0 to age 16. So I was very accustomed. I'm very accustomed to the military life.
I don't want to be in this air-conditioned home. I want to be in a teepee smoking weed, laying in the grass with snakes and spiders.
There you go.
Keep telling yourself that lie.
There you go. Guys, check this out, man. Check this out. Like I said before, niggas are no longer compatible with Western civilization. They are similar to the American Indians, okay? And there is a phrase that we have all heard before, and it is playing out right before our very eyes. I didn't know. I had no idea that the Native Americans were savage and primitive people until I actually read about it. I did not know until I actually read about it. Okay? I guarantee you niggas have no idea about the history of Native Americans. Because I'll tell you what, those who do not know or understand history are doomed to repeat it. That's exactly what's happening right now. Black people have no idea the reason why Native Americans were conquered. They were conquered because they were acting like they do now. They're acting like they do now. Later on in the on the Anton Daniels, when he was on with Whitlock earlier, we're gonna react to that. Anton Daniels talked about the fact that there are cities in Asian countries that are designated for the outcasts, the undesirables, the savages, the people who act like niggas are now. Dude, niggas are gonna fuck around. They're gonna fuck around and be extinct if they don't. Niggas keep this up, and I'm not saying black people. Niggas are going to be extinct, y'all. Niggas are going to be extinct. If they don't kill each other, at some point, white people are going to start killing them. I'm telling you, dude, I've seen videos on Twitter. Black dude walks up to this dude's car, starts kicking it right in front of him. Guy pulls out a pistol right through the heart. See ya. That's it. We are going to start guys, we are at that point. If Carmelo Anthony is acquitted, I'm telling you guys, we are going to be on the precipice of the second civil war. And the reason for that is because a Carmelo acquittal will then be precedent. Black people are committing crimes against white people at an accelerated rate. They don't care about consequences. They just don't care. That's why they continue to do it. Another reason they continue to do it is because white people aren't fighting back. But if Carmelo Anthony is acquitted, that literally gives niggas a license to kill. All I have to do is say, I felt a certain kind of way. I capped some white kid or I stabbed some white kid. I can start a GoFundMe and raise $500,000. Insane. Lady D says, black men, you proud to not own shit? All right, Lady D. You're out of here. Jesus Christ. You're not even, dude, you're not even, see, this is, Lady D's a nigga. Lady D's a nigga. All you're doing is coming in, all you were doing is coming in here and spewing all this shit. If you want to continue to talk, pull up. She says, well, I don't want to, she had an excuse earlier for not pulling up. The reason why you won't and will never pull up is the same reason why niggas hunt in packs, because they're fucking cowards. But like I was saying, niggas are very, very similar. They are very, very similar to the Native American Indians who were savage. They didn't have any laws. Shooting bows and arrows. All they were doing was smoking weed and being savage. This is exactly what niggas are doing now, man. And like I said before, those who are not aware of history are only doomed to repeat it. And that is literally what is happening now. That is literally what's happening now.
But we have been drawn into, are defending a savage culture.
There you go.
A prison culture.
That's right.
All of these videos that I'm about to show you, this is a reflection of a savage, unfathered culture. This book established marriage and the nuclear family. They didn't establish marriage and the nuclear family sitting out under a teepee.
There you go.
Getting high. This book did that. God did that.
Guys, I'm not taking any pull-ups right now. I'm not taking any pull-ups. I'm gonna wait another half an hour because I gotta get through this video. And
it birthed a great advanced society that everybody is welcome to join. That Christians, people like me, we go out and try.
Yep, there we go. Donovan's channel is dead AF. This dude, Don, a sellout white supremacist. Damn it. Don't call me that.
Try to execute the Great Commission and invite everyone into our faith. Native Americans,
there you go.
Somalians, Koreans, Brazil, anybody, come on into this faith. We're not like some other faith where they don't want anybody to join other than them.
There you go.
They want it all decided off of DNA. We're not like that. You adopt these principles, these values, we're all good.
You want to know why I know Donovan Channel is dead AF? You want to know why I know that's a nigga? Because this is so funny. This is why I know he's a nigga. Is because of the way it's because of the way he did the channel. If he were a black person, he would have said Donovan's channel is dead AF. No, he said Donovan Channel is dead AF. That's nigga. That's nigga, my guy.
Late last week, or maybe it was early last week, I went to dinner. I don't want to name drop, so I'm not going to. I apologize for not using the name. It'll just sound like, but I went to dinner with someone really, really famous. There was a big group of us, and the famous person, one of his guys that was there with, I think it was his brother-in-law, and this is a famous white person. Brother-in-law came up to me, after dinner we were all sitting around talking, and first thing he's like, oh, you think like me. We think the same thing. We have the same values. And he shook my hand and gave me a hug. And I'm not saying this like, oh, this made me feel so good. I'm saying it because this is...
Somebody get rid of this nigga.
...the essence of a fundamental truth.
Talk about I'm Latino. Nigga. I swear to God. This is so... Yo, listen, guys, I want you to understand something. What the funny thing about niggas is you can tell they're a nigga just by the way they chat. You can always tell. I'm Latino. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because all you niggas sound the same. What was it, lady, the lady queen bitch? Talk about I have white friends? No, you don't. You don't have white friends. You're a nigga. And white people don't like niggas. Fuck out of here. Niggas think they can. It's so funny. Niggas can't hide the fact that they're niggas, not even in the chat. Niggas, like you can't even, like, it's so funny. Niggas really do believe that we think that they're, I'm Latino. Pfft, totally. Sure thing there, buddy. I swear to God, niggas really think we're as dumb as they are. They really do.
If you share the same values with someone, they don't care what color you are.
There you go.
They care that you share the same values. That's the fundamental organizing principle of Christianity.
Ice Dragon Kid says, newsflash, buddy, Latinos can be niggas too. You're right, Ice Dragon Kid. They can be niggas. But when Latinos are niggas, they do it in their own way. See, every race has its own, every race has their own, there's niggas in every race, okay? You got Asian niggas, Latino niggas, Pacific Islander niggas. Every race has its version of niggas. Every race has its version of niggas, but they all nigga differently. they all nigga differently. Dude, niggas in the black that come from the black community, you guys all nigga the same way. All you nigga the same way. So yes, there can be Latino niggas, but guess what? That dude was not one of them.
It's not about what you look like, it's about what you believe. And so this whole racial thing that they got going, it's all a gimmick and a work. The people want to be around people who share their values.
Random Tactical Adventures, go fuck yourself. Respectfully. Jesus Christ. You know what? You know what? Fuck you, man. You're out of here. I swear to God. Dude, I cannot stand. Oh, I already hit him from the channel. Yeah. Dude, RTA, honestly, man, RTA, like, you're the type of dude who comes in here and acts like you're a fan of mine. You act like you're a fan of mine, but then you turn around and talk shit as soon as I say something you don't like. So fuck off, man. Seriously, respectfully. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my chat. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. Go watch nigga channels. Because I ain't the one, bruh. Fuck out of here, man.
You believe in marriage? You believe in the nuclear family?
That's a good point.
Oh, you believe in supervising the kids that you bring into this world? Oh, you don't want to listen to music that's profanity every other syllable? Oh, I like you.
Yeah, right.
I want to live around you. If you're going to be blaring music that is profane and constantly talking about sex and violence and drug dealers and glorifying drug dealers and glorifying killing each other,
there you go.
I don't want to be around you because I don't want to hear that music. I don't want to let that poison into my situation, into my family. I don't want that savagery.
There you go. That's savagery. That's savagery. Dude, people are going to start fighting fire with fire. White people are going to start fighting fire with fire. You're going to see.
I may go watch a movie or two, but I'm smart enough to realize the difference between a movie and music that actually writes on your heart. I'm aware of studies that tell me music and how it can affect your health and your health recovery. I'm aware that music seeps into your soul and changes your worldview in a way that movies and other art doesn't. So I don't want to be around that savage BS that you're dumping into your system. I used to dump it into mine.
Yeah. Straight up. Look, I used to dump it. Look, he ain't lying. And I told you guys, I used to be a nigga. I used to be a nigga. Dude, I used to be a nigga. I got the rap sheet to prove it. I got a rap sheet longer than a CVS receipt. Real shit. Until I had to wake the fuck up.
I want to be around that because I'm going to show you what that savage culture, what it creates. I want to show you what that unfathered, when 80% of your kids are growing up in homes without their two biological parents.
There you go.
Without a father. I want to show you what the unfathered look like. It's a hot mess.
Yep.
And people are tired of it.
They are.
So this is the type of videos that are just everywhere over social media. I just selected a handful. There's 2 or 3 of these a day everywhere. Let's play SOT number 2. This is one black women just nonchalantly robbing a Ross store. Play the clip.
Ladies, go out.
Look at this. Look at this. They are not even being covert about it. They have just walked into this Ross. They have walked into this Ross, and they're just taking shit off the shelf. They have walked into this Ross and are literally just taking stuff off the shelf. Nobody's doing anything about nobody's doing anything about it. Look at this. Look at this. Look, they're laughing, chuckling. This is insane.
Smile. Smile. They laughing.
Bruh. Look at this. Just, dude. Look at that. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? Do you see how emboldened they are? They are out here breaking the law in broad daylight. No ski masks. Dude, guys, they're not even hiding thetheir identities. They're walking into stores and just taking things. Guys, this is an uncivilized behavior. This is an uncivilized behavior, man. The black culture, the so-called, dude, the black culture is now primitive and uncivilized. Literally just walking into places in broad daylight, no mask, no nothing. She said, smile. They're laughing while they're committing crimes. Laughing while they're committing crimes. What do you think is going to happen if Carmelo Anthony gets acquitted? Like somebody said in the chat, it will be open season on white people. I can kill a black person and say that I felt that my life was in danger and get away with it? Where do I sign up? Insanity, man.
Here, this next clip. Here's some black women wrecking a convenience store. Let's play SOT number 3.
Oh my God, this is crazy. Look at this. Insane.
We're in public.
Dude, just like out of control. Dude, out of control savages. Out of control. Like that. This is, guys, this is out of control. This is why this is nigga fatigue, y'all. This is nigga fatigue. Nobody wants to be around these people.
I hear the complaints, right? Like, this isn't the majority of black people. And it's not.
No.
But when white people,
it's enough.
We're saying, hey man, this ain't the majority of cops. And a lot of these cases, George Floyd, he died of.
See that? See, when black people when black people want to paint all cops in one light, we say, guys, it's not the majority of cops. They ain't trying to hear that. They ain't trying to hear that. We all know that yes, there are some bad cops out there, but 99.9% of them, they're great. They're great. But then you want to turn around and act like it's 100% of the cops that are bad, even though there is far more video evidence of the opposite. Reverend Brown with the $5 super chat says, black women have the worst PR of any woman on planet Earth, and they have no interest in putting in the work to improve it. No, they don't. No, they don't. Praetorian Guard says, Whitlock looks broken and ashamed. I'm telling you, man.
Of a drug overdose. George Floyd brought this on himself.
Yep.
But you wanted to pretend like Derek Chauvin represented all of white America and all white men. And none of you, virtually none of you, raised your voice and said, hey man, this is some BS. Derek Chauvin was on the scene of a drug overdose, and this idiot George Floyd brought it on himself. And even me saying that 5 years later, many of you are irate. How dare you, St. George Floyd. Derek Chauvin's the worst animal on the planet. You're still under that mass psychosis. You're still telling yourself that lie.
Ghost User says the same thing happened in Rome. Guys, I'm trying to tell you, I am trying to tell you, when a society has a group of people that act like this, eventually these people will be flushed out. Eventually, these people will be flushed out. Troglodyte says, no, it really is the majority of cops. Most just don't understand the real law history, what the situation is. So you're a nigga. There you go. Yeah, it's the majority of cops that want to shoot and kill black people. You see this? Guys, this is nigga think. This is nigga think. Dude, like, I'm telling you, you people, I'm telling you what, man, you people have, you guys had a lot coming. You people had a lot coming. Unbelievable. No, it really is most cops. You can't make this shit up, man. Hayden Beasley with the $5 super chat says, if Carmelo is found guilty, that will result in more BLM type rallies? Yeah. Yes, it will. And see, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing, guys. This is why this Carmelo Anthony situation is a catch-22. Okay? If he's acquitted, it's open season on white people. If he's found guilty, it's still open season on white people. You guys see what I'm getting at here? You guys see what I'm getting at here? If he's found guilty, if he's found guilty, the black community is going to be upset. There's going to be more BLM rallies. Yeah, there's definitely going to be more BLM type rallies, and there is going to be violence. But if Carmelo is acquitted, oh my God, if he's acquitted, God help us all. God help us all, man. But yeah, guys, I'm telling you, when society has an infestation of savages like this, those societies will eventually rid their society of that scourge. Of that, I'm certain. Guys, white people are not going to sit around and watch black people abuse and murder their children forever. They're not going to do it. They're not going to do it. They are not, dude. They're not going to tolerate this forever. Dude, this whole hashtag black fatigue, this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning.
But all the police-involved shooting videos, they've disappeared. How come?
Jamal Obama says, whenever Donovan disagrees with someone, he calls them a nigga. Yeah, that's, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. That's right, nigga. That's right, Jamal.
But they got a daily supply of the unfathered acting like wild animals. And everybody's in denial that there's a consequence. Do we have the over-the-shoulder, the unfathered? That there's a consequence to having all of these
somebody get rid of this nigga
people running around. All of these people that come from a single-parent home, grandmama raised home, we act like there's no consequences to this. When this book is quite clear, the Bible is quite clear. What it believes in a nuclear family, mom and daddy raising them kids, and we act like 80% of these kids growing up in single-parent homes.
Yep. Ghost User says that's why the natives sided with the Spanish and took out the Aztec and Mayans, tired of the savages. There you go. There you go. That's exactly right. The natives sided with the Spanish, which was the more advanced culture. The more advanced culture had their version of a constitution, rules, regulations, their version of a rule book. That's what this is. The Indians the Native Americans never had a chance. They were a bunch of savages. That's why they were conquered easily. These niggas are savages. And when people decide to start taking it, I'm telling you, man, guys, I'm telling you, man, retaliation is coming, dude. It really is coming, man. And I'm telling you, white people are not going to allow, they're not going to allow niggas to continue jumping, hurting, killing, and maiming their kids anymore. They're not going to do it.
There's no consequences to that. Yes, there are clear consequences, and we look at it every day, and we just want it to go away magically rather than address the root cause of that problem. And it's the rejection of the nuclear family, the rejection of marriage, the rejection of God's covenant that he designed for man, woman, and himself.
That's
and
right.
We've rejected that. And we're good with the consequences, even though our kids are completely out of control.
There you go.
And they're incompatible with a society
Bingo.
that wants and believes in the nuclear family.
Niggas are incompatible with society, guys. Niggas are incompatible with society. That is probably the most profound thing he has said so far. Niggas are incompatible with this advanced culture that we're in. They're acting like they're acting primitive. They're acting like savages. Literally acting like savages.
Let's play. This is just, it's not just the violence towards white people. And I could have shown video after video of that.
Of course.
We can't get along with each other.
Nope.
Here's some Frontier Airlines. No. I want Spirit Airlines. I want to play slot number 5. Spirit Airline employees. They can't stand each other. Play the clip.
Go suck another dirty bitch. Don't play with me.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
I'm not the one or the two. You're not the one or the two. Let's go. You ain't got shit. You ain't gonna do nothing. Like I said, keep my fucking name out your mouth, bitch. Mine is always in yours for some reason. No, some reason. Back the fuck out of here.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine being in line? Can you imagine being in line, waiting to check in, and this happens in front of you? This is crazy.
Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here before I slap the shit out of you. You're not gonna smack shit. Try me. You think you're afraid of that? Try me, Timothy. I mean, I'm drop kicking your ass. Fuck out of here, you dirty bitch.
Damn. Troglodyte Eddie says, I did not say the majority of cops wanted to shoot and kill black people. I am saying that the majority of cops are a lawless mafia that consistently violate the unalienable rights of the people. Whatever you say, nigga. I swear to God, you people. Yo, I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. Keep with that mentality. Keep with that mentality, y'all. Keep up with that mentality. Go ahead. Keep thinking that the white man is your enemy. Keep thinking that the white man is your enemy. You people are just like feminists. You're your own worst enemy. You're your own worst enemy.
Now, off a handful of videos showing the police turning a little aggressive with some resisting criminal, we created a national holiday, Juneteenth. People got promotions on their jobs. People got opportunities that they hadn't earned. Everybody knows this.
Yep.
That in the aftermath of George Floyd, white guilt run amok. You get this TV show, you get this job.
Yep, there you go. Those two women right there, that's a DEI hire. That's a DEI hire. That's a DEI hire. Normal people don't think this way. Normal people don't get into a verbal altercation that is about to escalate into a physical altercation in an airport. Like, ay.
We're doing this on our job. You get this day off. We're doing sensitivity training. We're bringing in an overweight black woman to come preach to y'all about diversity, equity, and inclusion and how to be anti-racist. People making...
Tony Esquire with the $10 super chat says, victim Olympians hate the truth. It's the remedy that's attached to it. Oh, wow. Notice how guys like Donovan and Tommy are labeled sellouts, yet they're never proven wrong. Yo, just correct the behavior. There you go. There you go.
Millions off of books, all of this stuff. All off the back of George Floyd and a couple other career criminals who got eliminated by police, who had black fatigue. Look at this is on Mother's Day. Yesterday was Mother's Day.
Oh my God, this is crazy.
Look how we celebrated. Let's play slot number 8. This is a Mother's Day brawl.
Look at this. This is in public. Like, what are we doing?
So, at this point,
unbelievable.
And maybe, hey, send them to me. My email is fearlessblazeshow@gmail.com. Fearlessblazeshow@gmail.com. I want you to send me the white versions of these videos. And maybe there's millions of them, and they're not showing up on my top. The algorithm feeds you what you're interested in or what you click on. There's just as many of these showing white people. I don't see it.
Guys, look, check this out. Send them to me. Put it in my Discord, man. Put it in my Discord. Show me the white versions of these. And even if you could, this is, guys, this is why the white people do it too doesn't hold water. Okay? This is why the white people do it too doesn't hold water. White people do it too. So you're justifying what you are doing. You're justifying your barbaric behavior by saying white people do it too. So 2 wrongs make a right. 2 wrongs make a right because white people do it. That now gives you permission to do it. Do you realize how stupid that sounds? Do you realize how stupid that sounds? Well, white people do it too. Why can't we? What? So 2 wrongs make a right? Incredible. Incredible.
Maybe my feed just isn't the right one. Send them to me. We'll play them on tomorrow's show. Here's, again, this anger that comes from being unfathered. And no one, everybody wants to talk about white racism. This is why black people are angry. No, you grow up without a daddy in the home. You grow up with your parents divorced.
You're gonna
you
be
grow up in
pissed.
that kind of instability, being raised by a single parent. You turn angry most of the time. And you can't control that anger because there's been...
Chongo with the $5 super chat says, the only damn group who props up and honors the worst in society. I swear to God. I swear to God. Species 666 says you're going to get a lot of clips from the Jerry Springer show. Yeah, right. Touche. But yeah, you're absolutely right. The black community, it is the only community on the planet. It is the only community on the planet who glamorizes the worst behavior. It makes absolutely zero sense. It makes absolute zero sense. And I got people coming I got people I got trolls and haters all in my chat trying to justify this behavior. Crazy work, man.
There's no man in your life to provide logic and reason and a way to move on a chessboard. And so you're constantly playing checkers and you're angry. And when you see a white person, you go, oh, that white person, they had a father. I hate them.
Yep.
And so you start treating them like this Frontier Airlines employees. Could you imagine being on your job, knowing someone's holding up a camera, videotaping you? You got your camera out, videotaping them.
This is
Could you imagine
crazy.
behaving this way? Let's play SOT number 4.
This is crazy.
Like you did, and you think, oh, you're gonna check me in. I bet you won't.
I paid for a ticket.
And you
I paid for a ticket.
and you checked in 3 hours later. Hello.
I just said that I would pay the
And you thought you were gonna get on your flight. And you thought you were gonna get on your flight. And you thought you were gonna get on your flight.
Look at this.
And you thought you were gonna get on your flight.
Incredible.
I already paid for a ticket. I'm here 30 minutes. I'm here 30 minutes before my flight, and they're not letting me check in.
And you're not getting on your flight.
It's a policy. We don't control that.
And you will never fly
You were
on
about to
Frontier
let me
Airlines
check
again.
in. You were about to let me check in,
Oh, well,
and you decided that you ain't gonna let me check in.
Make me check you in.
You literally work for a company that I bought a plane ticket for.
Yeah, I'm 237% certain that those 2 chicks are absolutely going to get fired. They are absolutely going to be fired. That is the very definition of a DEI hire. That and the Spirit Airlines. When you have people, what these 2 bitches just did. Let me crayon it down for you. What these 2 bitches just did is literally the equivalent of going to McDonald's, ordering a Big Mac, paying your money, and then them telling you, we're not going to give you the Big Mac. That's what it is. He paid for a service, and they are straight up telling him, we're not letting you on the plane. We are not letting you on the plane for whatever reason. That's what happened. They did get fired. Okay. Somebody send me a link of them getting fired because I need to see that had a happy ending. That is guys, that is crazy to me. That is absolutely somebody put it in the Discord or send me a message on Discord or whatever. But that is absolutely crazy to me. Not only did they not let this dude get on the flight, they were happy about it. It's like I just don't know what to say anymore. I don't understand how you can be that insubordinate at your job. How in the are you even thinking clearly? You're not even thinking clearly. You're on your job. Did you honestly think that you were going to keep your job after that happened? What are we doing? What are we doing? Yeah, antagonizing him. It's absolutely fucking crazy. And look at Whitlock. Like somebody said, he looks heartbroken and ashamed. Phoenix Light Games with the $10 super chat says in Pittsburgh, separated by districts. If one of them is an African American community called the Hill District, the reality it's a nigga district designed to keep them away from other prosperous districts. Absolutely. You want to know something, guys? They do this around Miami Brickell too. They keep niggas out of Brickell. They do not let niggas, dude, they do not let niggas into Brickell. No, they don't. No, they don't. Sea Devil says, were they fired or just transferred? Yeah, good point. Good point.
Angry.
Yep, just angry.
And I don't know these women personally. They may have had the greatest fathers in the world.
But we know they didn't.
I doubt it, but they may have. I do know there's a culture, baby mama, matriarchal culture, that black people are herded into like cattle, and they're gatekept and they're policed into, you must adhere to this culture. And the strong, angry, stand up for herself black woman, I don't need no man, black woman, she rules everything. And these women are behaving in a way that brings honor to black culture. That's no different, or it's just a different form of Native American culture.
There you go.
A savage culture. No emotional control.
Nope.
No ability to look at others and, hey, that's my Christian brother, and I'm going to treat them like my Christian brother. I'm going to treat them how I want to be treated. Always assuming the worst. Let's play SOT number 7 again. And these are just a handful. I'm telling you, there's dozens of these virtually every day. Let's play SOT 7. This is an incident at a Wendy's, one of my favorite fast food places. I miss you, Wendy's, Dave Thomas. Anyway, play the clip.
Oh, thank you. This one, this is crazy work. This is crazy work right here, y'all.
Okay, right here. You didn't even tell me how to do anything. Not to rectify the situation. Fuck you, bitch. And you have a face. Somebody give me the number. Who your general manager? Bitch, like I said, every time I come in here, you fucking yelling at somebody. Bitch, I come here every day for my lunch break. Eat me, bitch. You can say that shit walking away. Now, how about that? Fuck all of this shit, bitch. Fuck it all.
Look, see, do you see? They are not afraid. They are not afraid. When you threaten to call the cops, dude, look, niggas, guys, warning them that you're going to call the cops, that's not working anymore. Guys, this is why I know retaliation is coming. This is why I know retaliation is coming. Because the threat of the law being called is no longer a deterrent. I'm going to call the cops. I don't care. They do not fear the law. They don't fear the cops. We see it on the Hard R podcast every day. People straight up have no respect, nor do they fear cops. Man, I mean, like, this is absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Incredible, man. Incredible.
Now, pick it up, bitch. Pick it all up. Pick it the fuck up, bitch.
I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna play that video, and I'm gonna go back and play that video, y'all, and I'm going to point out something. I'm gonna point out something extremely telling in this video. One of the reasons why, and a lot of you guys compliment me, and you often say that I'm the best at reactions and breakdowns, etc. Right? One of the secrets, and I let you guys in on one of these secrets. One of the secrets that the reason I'm able to pick up on certain things is because I've trained my eye to not watch who's talking. Whoever's talking, we all watch who's talking, whoever's being demonstrative. But I want you guys to look at this. I want you guys to watch something here. And I'm gonna and here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, there it is. There it is. Here's what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna go. I want you guys to watch very, very carefully. I want you guys to watch very, very carefully. And let me do this, because please stay with me. Stay with me. I know this has taken a while to develop, but just stay with me here, guys. Okay, stay with me. And I should have had this ready. That's on me. I do apologize. But I want you to watch. Give me a second here. I want you to watch the white girl, the cashier. I want you to watch her. This to me was extremely, extremely telling. Okay? I want you to watch the cashier. I'm going to put her down here on the bottom right hand corner. I want you guys to look at her reaction. I'm going to play this twice, and I want you guys to tell me what you guys notice. I want you guys to tell me what you guys notice about the white girl, the cashier.
Somebody give me the number. Who your general manager? Bitch, like I said, every time I come in here, you fucking yelling at somebody. Bitch, I come here every day for my lunch break. Eat me, bitch. You can say that shit walking away. How about that? Now.
What did you guys notice about that? Did anybody notice? Has anybody noticed? Does anybody know why I zeroed in on her? Does anybody know? Yep, there it is. Realm Dweller on the Rumble side says, here we go. There it is. There, you guys saw it. You guys saw it. She's used to it. She's used to it. Guys, there was a time in this country where behavior like that, as if you're an employee, you're like, oh shit. Like, oh my God, she's crashing out. Dude, the white girl was like, oh, here we go again. Here we go again. Another one. We got another one. Yeah, that was Walter. Here we go again. Walter. Ugh. Walter, I love you, buddy, but you're driving me freaking crazy. Okay, hang on. Here. Actually, you know what? I have a better idea, Walter. Hang on. Sorry, guys. Sorry. I got a better idea, Walter. How about we do this? I do apologize, guys. There. There we go. Hey, look at that. Water Bowl Walter. All right. Okay, very good. All right. Oh, yeah. Dude, Walter has main character syndrome. He has main character syndrome. But yeah, she's like, here we go again. See, like I said, there was a time in this country where this kind of behavior was crazy. And the reaction was like, oh shit, like she's crashing out. Nowadays, they're just like, here we go again. Here we go again. Let's watch again. Let's watch again.
This is an incident at a Wendy's, one of my favorite fast food places. I miss you, Wendy's, Dave Thomas. Anyway, play the clip.
Okay, right here. You need to tell me about anything. Not to rectify the situation. Not to talk you, bitch.
Look at her. Look at her. She's like, here we go. Look at her. She's like, oh my God. Another one of these people. Another one of these people. Guys, I'm telling you, man, white people are getting fed up. White people are getting fed up. Mac with the $5 super chat says these ladies, when they were children, were given a pass by their mother not to listen to their father. Wow, very good point. Casual Germ with the $5 super chat says Walter needs his own alarm and chirp when he makes an appearance. Yeah, right. There you go. Yeah, Walter has main character. And you know the interesting thing is when Walter drinks, he gets water everywhere. So right now he is. So by the time Walter's finished drinking, I'm gonna look like I peed on myself. It's gonna look like I peed on myself. Let's continue. Oh, Luke Red Pill Perry says Wendy's breakfast baconator is fine. Oh, yo, don't get me started. Don't get me started. Dude, yo. You guys remember the Wendy's episode? Unbelievable, man. Look at the kid. Look at the kid. Not even afraid, dude, not even afraid.
Now, pick it up, bitch. Pick it up. Pick it the fuck up, bitch.
Look at this. Not even afraid of the law. Not even afraid of the law. This is why I know retaliation is coming. This is why I know retaliation is coming. Because if you threaten, hey man, if you continue this, I'm going to call the cops. They don't care. Something, dude, I'm telling you, this is going to crater. This is going to crater. Heather Cliff says, yeah, she's got the black fatigue. There it is. That girl was the very face of black fatigue.
What type of future do you think that young boy has?
Oh my God. Wow.
That's his role model. I'm assuming that's his mother. Maybe it's his grandmother. Who knows? Maybe it's his babysitter. This woman got her arms all around this baby boy.
Yep.
And behaving that way in public.
Unbelievable, man.
What is she discipling this young boy for? What hope in life? That child is mentally abused.
Jason Whitlock is right. That child is mentally abused. That child is mentally abused, guys. And when he grows up, see what he's being trained by his mother. Okay? He's being trained by his mother. This is how you resolve conflict. This is how you resolve conflict. If you feel like you have been disrespected, get violent. This is what she is teaching him. This is what she is teaching him. Right in front of him, right in front of his face. That kid is going to see that his entire life. His mother crashing out over nothing. Quote unquote disrespect. And when he's 17 years old, and he catches some static from a white kid because he's acting like a nigga, he pulls out a fucking knife, stabs the kid in the heart, and then the very woman who taught him to resolve conflict with violent behavior then wants to get in front of a camera and cry about how her son is being treated unfairly, start a GoFucking-Fund-Me under the guise of we need money for a fair trial when we live in the United States of America, which is founded on due process. Incredible. Incredible. This is how it happens. This is how it happens. You don't think Carmelo Anthony's mom has never crashed out? Huh? You don't think Carmelo Anthony's mom ever never had a crash out at a Wendy's or something like that?
I wouldn't say snatch him away from this woman because foster care and all that other stuff is no walk in the park. It's not a solution.
Foster care, huh? Foster care, huh? Walter, my guy, there you go. Jesus. All right. Yeah, you know what the interesting thing is foster care might almost be a better environment for black kids than being around single black mothers. I said it. Listen, we all know how bad foster care is. We all know how bad the foster care system is. We know it's absolutely, I'm going to tell you what, in a lot of these cases, the foster system might be better than being raised in a home with a single black mother.
But if you're wondering why so many young black boys, young black men,
there you go,
behave like women,
there you go,
have no emotional control.
This is
sit around and believe that respect from some outsider that they don't know is the most important thing in the world. You're not gonna disrespect me. And how they become a puppet on the string for someone else is in control of their emotions.
That's right.
In control of their happiness.
This is what white people have figured out. Niggas, I'm trying to tell you, niggas, y'all need to listen up because I'm about to give y'all some life-saving advice. I'm going to give y'all some life-saving advice. You can choose to take it. You probably won't. You won't fuck around and find out at some point, but now you can't say I didn't warn you. White people, think about this. White people are now speaking out against and are now retaliating. There are videos of white retaliation. Not many, but they are out there. White people are now, they've started the hashtag black fatigue. They started the hashtag. They're starting to speak out about it. They're starting to retaliate. Okay? Mark Lamont Hill, at the very idea of Lily Gaddis even saying the N-word, absolutely lost his mind. Lost his mind. A disproportionate amount of black people, aka niggas, allow themselves to be controlled with the N-word. The so-called black community, you got to watch out. The N-word is the bait. You guys understand me? These white people who want nothing to do with you, they're using the N-word as bait. They know that they can bait you into doing or trying something stupid. What are you looking at, nigger? They know exactly the reaction they're going to get. And when you accost them, shit like that's going to happen. Call me fucking crazy. Call me fucking crazy. Tell me I'm lying. The N-word is bait, guys. The N-word is bait. White people are going to start using the N-word as a tool to get you to do just like that dude did to me in Jessup, Georgia. He tried to use the nigga bait. Well, hell, I didn't know niggers carried $100 bills. That's bait. You disrespect me, I reach over to grab him, I catch a 12 gauge right to the chest. Self-defense. Self-defense. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. People are going, white people are going to start, they're already doing it. They are already doing it. They are using the N-word as bait. They are going to bait you into doing something that requires them to respond with deadly force. So niggas, listen, you guys can laugh and chuckle and this and that and the third, but guess what? Guess what? The fact that your very emotions are controlled by the N-word, these white people got y'all right where they want you. They got you right where they want you. They got you right where they want you. And you guys don't even know it. Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, one of the consequences of being raised by a single black mother is that niggas operate on the female notion that respect is given, rather earned. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's continue.
In control of their mood, in control of everything. If someone says the wrong thing to them, oh, please, don't call me a name, don't call me the N-word, because now I've been discipled in a way that if I perceive any disrespect, I get to behave like that woman did at Wendy's. You wonder why there's a fatigue?
Yeah.
There's no fathers.
Nope.
There's no discipling. There's out of control women with their emotions, and they're angry because they don't have a man.
Oh, shit.
And they're angry because they don't even know how to get a man. And they're angry because their mother or the female leaders in their family aren't going to advise them on the necessariness of man. They're going to ignore the Bible and God's commandments, God's advice. They're going to raise their daughter. You don't need a man. You need a job and a white man to report into on a job, and then you need to do whatever the hell you want to with the rest of your life. And they don't care about the incarceration rates of black boys. They don't care about the
Lord Celtic Bats, settle down. Settle down. You're getting a little out of pocket, bruh. Okay? You're getting a little you're getting out of pocket here, man. All right? This is not like me doing this topic. Me doing this topic does not give you permission to come in here and act like a racist.
Low academic achievement of black boys, they don't care.
Nope.
Because they can't stand men. They bought into feminism.
Yep.
They can quote scripture, but they don't believe a word of it.
Nope.
They're unfathered.
Yep.
And people have fatigue.
Yep.
I'm gonna give you the last example of the fatigue, because this is where this line is really drawn in the sand. And black people can relate to it. White people are finally finding their voice and saying,
there it is.
Hey, I'm done. I'm not putting my kids through this. I don't want my kids at a school where the unfathered are also at the school, and now my kids are subject to their lack of emotional control.
There you go. Bro, I'm telling you.
Nobody wants to be the Metcalf family.
Woo!
They don't want an Austin Metcalf situation.
Oh, wow. Nobody wants to be the Metcalf family. Nobody wants to be the Metcalf family.
What was the kid? Ethan Liming, the white boy that died on LeBron James's school parking lot over a squirt gun incident?
Yeah.
They don't want to be around this and around the people that defend this. There's a fatigue here that is long overdue, but it is here. And once you're allowed to speak it out loud, and that's why they tried to police what you could say out loud, because you can't speak things into existence. Once you're willing to say things, hey, Jason, I don't eat fast food anymore. And I started saying that over, and I haven't eaten at a fast food place in more than 3 years. You can speak, and so now you've been given license in this new world, in this backlash to BLM, you can say, you know what, I'm tired of black folks.
Yep.
They have a set of values that are incompatible with my values.
There it is. Incompatible. That dude, incompatible, man. Incompatible. The rest of society, we use Type-C chargers, okay? We use Type-C chargers. The rest of society, we use Type-C chargers. Niggas are still using USB-A, y'all. They are incompatible. They need somewhere to stick their USB-A port, and they can't find it. They can't find it.
They have a savage culture that they believe in and they defend. And here's what is the line in the sand. It's no different than this whole drag queen story hour and drag-friendly, child-friendly, kid-friendly drag shows. Like, hey, man, you got to leave my kids out of this mess. I'm an adult. I can deal with it. But now that my kids are in jeopardy, now I got to say something, and I got to draw a line in the sand.
I got to say something, and I got to draw a line in the sand. Guys, words are going to start turning into action.
I want you to watch these teachers attempt.
Oh, this is crazy.
To stop a young unfathered girl,
this is
speculation
crazy.
on my part, lose her mind and try to destroy another student, place hot number 6.
Look at this. Fucking savage. Fucking savage. Look at this. Incredible. Incredible.
Complain all you want. What about Brett Favre? Oh, it's just money. If they had more money.
No, money don't solve that
rappers with
problem.
gold chains and cash in their pocket have to die, have to be involved with violent crime. Money ain't fixing this. Only a set of values will fix this.
That's right.
Only marriage and the nuclear family will fix this. They won't allow you to have this conversation on mainstream TV.
No.
They've hired a bunch of puppets to get on TV. Oh, it's racism, it's racism. And oh, if there was just more money. And it's a lack of money.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I forgot about that. There it is.
No, it's a lack of values. It's a lack of commitment to a set of values. It's the absence of God, and it's the absence of the patriarchy. Those are the real solutions. And so what I would say to the white people that have had their fill of black fatigue and the black people, you need to lean into some real hardcore decisions and support things that people think I'm crazy when I sit there and say, hey man, we need to change the way we vote. Families need to vote. Married couples need to vote.
Very good point.
No one else. Anything that disrupts the nuclear family must be overturned. And that includes same-sex marriage.
Uh-oh.
It has to be overturned.
Oh boy.
Has to be. And all you gay people mad at me for saying that. I'm for only married people voting. I'm unmarried. This society, if it wants to save itself, has to empower man, woman, and child in a covenant with God. Only married man and woman. And they get one vote between them. I don't care who casts it. Be the wife, can be the husband. Those are the only people that need to vote.
Yeah, Ghost User says, non-niggas will be dealing with the consequences for not speaking out against the behavior. White people have a lot of patience, but it's not unlimited. Don fucking DeMarco. Don DeMarco. Guys, their patience, dude, there is no more patience from white people. They're done. They're done. They're finished. These kids who are getting ruthlessly and savagely beaten by these by these packs of animals, people acting like animals, they have parents too. They actually have parents. And I cannot even imagine how a mother and father. Can you imagine that kid in that first video that got sucker punched by that teenager? Can you imagine what that kid's parents must be feeling right now? Your kid is 10, 11, 12 years old, getting sucker punched by a 15, 16-year-old. Can you imagine the rage those parents must feel? And his parents are probably decent people, so they probably won't retaliate. But I'm telling you right now, these niggas are going to fuck around and fuck with the wrong kid. They're going to do the wrong thing to the wrong kid. And their parents are going to go hunting. I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you, they are going to, retaliation is coming. Ghost User is absolutely correct. White people do have a lot of patience, but it is not unlimited. It is not unlimited.
And that way, our politicians would be in pursuit of, well, I got to cater all my policies to family. And I have to pursue what's in the best interest of families. I don't have to worry about Jason Whitlock. He's not married. And he's selfish. I don't have to worry about him. These gay people I ain't got to worry about them. These feminist women, I ain't got to worry about them. They're illogical and stupid. And ungodly. I ain't got to worry about them.
He said they're illogical and stupid. I ain't worried about feminists.
All I have to worry about is man and woman in marriage. Watch how quick things will change.
He's right.
When you really, really value
the answer is the nuclear family.
The family. And then you put pressure on people to get involved and get married. Watch how things change rapidly. But as long as we have this society out there where every individual whims and emotions are prioritized and we're out here catering to individuals who all want to live selfishly, we're going to have problems. Major problems.
Yes, we are. Big time.
And unfathered are going to destroy this country. And that's why the people that want our country destroyed are building statues.
Yeah.
To the queens of the unfathered.
There you go.
That's why the New York's Times Square, they got that statue of the fat black woman, single, unmarried, unhealthy.
With an attitude.
Let's put up a statue for her. That's what we want America to look like and be. Unfathered, with an angry black woman in control. I want to play this last deal. This is where I'm just talking about the illogic. And I believe Paul Pierce, this is the former NBA star, I think his parents were married, but he has no respect for marriage. And this system that we've built, the media system, the influencer system, it elevates this sort of illogic.
And yeah, by the way, that statue was sort of the beginning of it. That statue was the beginning of it. The black woman is the reason for the decline in the black community. And what does the United States do? And guys, guys, stay with me here. Stay with me here. This hashtag black fatigue, it's not just black fatigue, y'all. I'm telling you. Black fatigue is the tame name for this. Black fatigue is the tame name for this. There are people in this country, and I'm telling you right now, more people than you think have been waiting for this. They have been training for this. These militias, these preppers, they've been training for this. They've been training for this for years, decades. They don't know what they did. They didn't know quite what they were training for. Now they do. They've been training for this. You've got these white militias who are, dude, they are ready to fucking go to war. And like Jamie said earlier, they're tactical with it too. Niggas just carry nines and pistols and all over. No. Nah, white people don't roll like that. White people don't roll like that, bro. No, they do not. Nah, they're tactical with that shit. If there is a civil war, niggas, you guys will be wiped out like the Aztecs. It won't even be close. It will not even be close. Not a chance. Not a chance. It will not even be close. So these people have been watching. They've been watching white people. They feel like they're prisoners and victims in their own country. They've been sitting here watching. It's the same usual suspects. Niggas. They're seeing niggas attack in packs, killing, maiming, whatever to white people. We all know what the scourge is started by, the black woman. And what does the United States go and do? They erected a statue. They erected a statue of the person who represents the culture of death that affects them directly. Oh no, this is more than black fatigue, y'all. This is rage, gentlemen. This is rage. This is absolute, guys, it's coming. It's coming.
Stupidity to normalize this chaotic, unfathered, matriarchal world that we have.
Yep.
And so Paul Pierce is on his podcast or somewhere, and it goes everywhere, it goes viral. Look at Paul Pierce. He's talking about, you only need to get married when you're 70 years old. Play the clip.
Relationships. Let me tell you what marriage is all about. Or let me tell you what marriage is and who's marriage for. Marriage is for old people and poor people.
Okay, so let's get into that. Why?
Because when you broke, our parents, like my moms and all them, they married on a merit of like, okay, we're going to put our incomes together, have all these kids, and then when our kids, we're going to have 5, 10 kids. Back in the 60s, all them, they got 5, 10 kids so they can work and bring income.
Yeah.
So you poor. So you married for that. And now when you get old, somebody got to be by your side to take care of you. Right now, my mom got married. My mom never been married in my lifetime. She got married when she was 70.
Wow.
It was perfect.
Sexy Lamb says, nah, yo. Y'all ain't watched Black Panther? We can fight, y'all. Yeah, there's just one problem, Sexy Lamb. White people are not going to try to fight you people. White people are not going to try to fight niggas. No. Nope. Yeah, that's real cute of you, Sexy Lamb. And you might be right. You might be right. You might be right. White people ain't coming. Dude, they are not. They are not bringing fists to a pew-pew fight. They are not bringing fists to a pew-pew fight. White people are not going to use their fists. What you gonna do about that, huh? Y'all ain't watched Black Panther? We can fight, y'all. I'm sorry, Sexy Lamb, sweetie. You do realize that there are a lot more of them than there are of us. Number one. Number two, they train for this shit. They're not coming. No. Oh, no. No. White people are not about to square up. White people are not about to square up. Nope. They ain't squaring up. They ain't squaring up. They are not squaring up. Nah, man. This is what's going to happen right here. That's what they're coming to the fight with. Number one. Number two, Black Panther's a movie. I swear to God, niggas always base shit on fucking movies. The Color God almighty.
Yeah, somebody by her side the whole way through.
So do you?
I really believe that. Like that's what. Like outside of that, it's no advantage to a man. Why is marriage advantage? What advantage? What does it do for a man when things go south? Like we gonna have to give up half our this.
Paul is right.
Pay child support. Pay, but it's only advantageous to a woman.
And I'm sorry for getting that wrong. I knew he said something about his mother, but I forgot she didn't get married till she was 70 years old. But Paul Pierce, like a lot of people that are wealthy, money becomes your God. And he thinks he has the money to pay for all of what he needs. And perhaps he does on this earth, and maybe that's all he cares about. But marriage, and I'm unmarried, and I used to have Paul's mindset, and I was an idiot like Paul. And again, as you age, you're supposed to get wise, and you're supposed to pass on that wisdom. Paul's not my age, and Paul's probably 45, 47.
Yeah, I think he's 45.
He ain't quite 50, I don't think. But money is his God. And he thinks money solves all problems. So he's not very wise. He's detached from a biblical worldview, never mentions God. But here's, marriage is, as I've explained before, it's about the pursuit of holiness. Mm-hmm. It's about a pursuit of preparing yourself for eternity. It's about developing, it's about having kids and discipling them in the right way. It's about the birthing and developing and nurturing of your fruit. And if you want to do that properly, you need to be in a marriage. And so Paul doesn't have the ability or doesn't care because he lives in some gated community. He's got millions of dollars. He doesn't care about the chaos that the rest of society is experiencing. He thinks his money is going to protect him from all of that chaos. And it's not. I'm going to imagine Paul's got some kids. They're not going to be protected from this chaos. There's nowhere to hide from this chaos.
Kofa J with the $10 super chat. He says, I'm a cop out here in LA and niggas are out of control. I'm trying to tell you.
Chaos. And he's looking out. He can't see, like, man, look at these kids. And maybe he's not old enough to remember, but he should be. To remember, like, hey, man, there used to be a time where there was a gay kid or two in a class. But now they got all these young people. They don't even know. Well, I don't know if I'm a boy or a girl. I have gender dysphoria. I'm pansexual this week. I'm bisexual next week. I'm this, I'm that. All of these things that when we were younger, we didn't have these issues. We didn't have this kind of chaos and gender dysphoria so pervasive throughout all of our classes and our school experience. This is all a consequence of the unfathered, the unmarried, the destruction of the patriarchy. Paul, I got enough money. I don't care that these women that are illogical are seizing more and more power and creating a more chaotic world. He doesn't care. He's got enough money. He hit the...
Shamanic Revenge says, my problem is that I'm not hearing any remorse, only fear from not accomplishing their oppression since we overwhelmingly elected the great white leader. I don't know why I'm having... that flew over my head. I don't understand what that means. Shamanic Revenge, reword that. I don't know what you're talking about there.
Genetics lottery. He's 6'7". He can play some hoop. Great basketball player.
Yeah, he was great in Kansas.
Understand. That's not the majority of men. That's not the majority of people. They're not going to hit the genetics lottery. His kids likely won't hit the genetics lottery. But he doesn't care because all he cares about is Paul Pierce. And as long as he's good, he couldn't care less about the rest of society. And he doesn't care. He doesn't believe in an afterlife. He doesn't believe in eternity. He believes this is it. And so he's going to try to have as much sex as he possibly can while he's here. Make sure.
David says, people with money don't act out. If they gave black people their 40 acres, then things just might be better. You can't tell me I'm lying. No, you're full of it, dude. You are lying. So you just want to throw more money at it? Is that it? You just want to throw more money? Is that at it? Is that it? There's a reason why. I think it's like 50% of lottery winners end up in more debt than they were before the lottery. The solution is not to give niggas more money. Because if you give niggas more money, they're going to do more nigga shit. All money does, money magnifies who you are. It doesn't change you. It magnifies who you are. Okay? If you're into drugs and you win the lottery, guess what? You're going to be a cokehead. Okay? If you like cars and you win the lottery, you're going to buy a bunch of cars. If you're a nigga and you win the lottery, guess what? You're going to be an even worse nigga. No, the solution is not money. Nope, sorry. The solution is not money, David. The solution is not money. Giving niggas shit that they didn't earn? You think that's going to be... Giving niggas stuff that they didn't earn. That's going to all of a sudden solve the problem? Nigga, you must be out your goddamn mind. The fuck is wrong with y'all? The fuck is wrong? You think that giving the Native American Indians a bunch of land and reservations, do you think that made them less savage? Oh, all of a sudden they're going to act civilized? No. That is going to magnify the problem. Yep, yeah, exactly. That's right. We got the niggadar. Yeah, David's been in here a few times. He's been in here a few times with those L-ass takes. Oh, just solve the problem. Just give niggas more money and more land. Get the fuck out of here. You serious?
He smokes enough weed, drinks enough, throws enough parties, and that's it. That's all life is about to him. If you're interested in pursuing holiness.
Yeah, Spankin' Mad says nobody appreciates what you don't work for. That's exactly right.
If you're interested in maintaining a great society, in being a part of creating one of the greatest societies in the history of the world, you have to pursue some level of holiness. And when you don't care about those things, that's where people reach a level of fatigue and will say, hey, we're not pursuing the same things. We're incompatible.
There you go. We are incompatible. Reverend Brown with the $10 super chat says, I remember when Tommy reacted to Tariq Nasheed back in the day, saying we can't give reparations to black people because they will waste it on frivolous things, i.e. weaves, BMWs, and BS trips. Guys, usually right around April 15th, tax season, or tax season between January and April, you see a lot of niggas getting hood rich. You see a lot of niggas driving a lot of baby mamas driving BMWs, Lexuses, blah, 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 blah. Right? They get that money and they waste it on frivolous things. And then say right around Christmas time, you see a lot of those cars getting repoed because they've defaulted on the payments. Money doesn't change people. It is a magnifier, like somebody said in the chat. Shamanic Revenge says censoring me. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh God. All right, fine. Shamanic Revenge, whatever. You're smart. Got it.
And eventually, and it's much tougher to do, but it's like, I look out and I go, okay, Paul Pierce and everybody that thinks this way, let's put you on a reservation somewhere so the rest of us can get back to building and maintaining a great society.
There you go. And I'm going to tell you what, man, it's going to come to that, y'all. It's going to come to that. It's going to get to a point to where they're going to start rounding up. They're going to start rounding these niggas up and putting them on an island. They're going to start rounding up niggas and putting them on an island. Real talk. David says black people deserve to live comfortably too. No, you don't deserve anything. You got to earn that right.
This thing needs to wrap up the same way things wrapped up with the Native Americans.
Oops.
They didn't want to get on board with an advanced society. They didn't want running water. They didn't want bathrooms.
There you go.
And look, I'm willing to be proven wrong. Maybe we would all be better off living in teepees, smoking weed.
That's right.
And killing buffaloes. And maybe it's just my laziness and my overweightness. It's like, man, I don't want to live in a teepee. I like my air conditioning. I like my 5 bathrooms.
Right.
I like my steam showers.
Damn
I like
right.
my sauna, like my cold
you feel me?
like my in-home gym.
You feel me?
You couldn't get that in a teepee. I need a big-ass teepee to get all the stuff I like. And I didn't. Native Americans weren't interested in that. They wanted to smoke weed and drink alcohol, and they live out on reservations, and they're good with that. And I look at us, Black Americans, and I'm just like, is that what we want our future to be? And look, and maybe we're already there. They just call them Section 8 housing.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Maybe we're already there. Maybe it's Section 8 housing. Wow. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We're going to have to start putting niggas in gated communities. Gates with razor wire. Electric fences with razor wire so they can't get out and continue to pollute the earth.
Maybe they're not reservations, they're just projects.
Yep, there you go.
And you smoke weed, you sell drugs, you're savage to each other, you're just no different than the Indians. The different Indian tribes couldn't get along, they were like the Bloods and the Crips, the Vice Lords and the Gangster Disciples. Incompatible. Put them out on reservations and let the rest of us move on.
Thank you.
And anyway, I wanted to get that off my chest. I wanted to come back and do a provocative topic.
Okay, very good. So that is the end of the first video. We're going to get into the second video. We're going to get into.
I'm sorry I missed all of last week.
Oops, sorry about that. We're going to get into the second video right now. So this second video, y'all. This second video is incredible. Like I said, Devin and I, we watched it this morning, and all I got to say is Anton, look, Don DeMarco to Anton fucking Daniels. Don DeMarco to Anton Daniels. Yo, I'm going to tell you what. Anton Daniels absolutely cooked on Jason Whitlock. Guys, this dude is super fucking based. Super fucking based. And by the way, Beans. You guys remember Beans? Yeah, I come from the Anton Daniels space. Lion ass nigga. You ain't come from the Anton Daniels angry man space, nigga. They don't think like you. He came in here with that disingenuous bullshit. Well, I come from the Anton Daniels angry man space. No, the fuck you don't. They don't think like you. They're not like you. No. You don't have that in common with Anton Daniels. Nigga tried to come up in here and say, yeah, I come from the Anton Daniels space. Somehow indicating that Anton Daniels signs off on this fucking foolishness. Hell fuck no. Hell no. Do some diff with the $5 super chat says there needs to be a penal colony like in Jet Li's movie The One. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. Guys, these times are sooner than later. These times are coming sooner than later, man. We're gonna have to start. We are going to have to start putting these people. We're gonna have to start putting these people like in a penal colony. These people are literally ruining things for everybody. All right. 2, 5. There we go. All right, so this next video, the one was really, really good. The one was really, really good. I'll open up the pull-up line. I'll open up the pull-up line here in a little bit, guys. But I want us to get started on this next video, because if you guys thought that Jason Whitlock was based, yo, buckle up. Here we go.
Welcome to Fearless with Jason Whitlock. I am Jason Whitlock, your host. Thank you so much for joining me today. Happy Tuesday to you and yours. Awesome show for you today. We're going to pick up where we left off yesterday with the discussion of
C Double says deportation to the Great Serengeti. Yeah, they want if they want the smoke and get all the smoke they want out there.
Black fatigue, except you won't be hearing from me as much as you did yesterday. You'll be hearing from a panel discussion. We're going to go full-blown Piers Morgan, and I think I have a 4-person panel. Anton Daniels from the Millionaire Morning Show, Dr. Boyce Watkins, you guys know him. He's been on the show plenty. Shamika Michelle, obviously, Virgil Walker. They're going to join me in a long-winded discussion about reacting to some of the things I said about the whole black fatigue phenomenon that's going on over social media. We'll get their take and insight on that.
David, let me ask you a question, just out of curiosity. Do you condone the behavior that we're seeing with niggas? I just need to know. I just need to know, David, because you seem to have a lot to say, and you think you're smarter than you are. Do you endorse nigga culture? Do you endorse black people perpetuating violence on white people? Do you endorse this? I just need a simple yes or no. Don't obfuscate. Just answer yes or no. Just answer yes or no. And I'll know what and who you are.
That at some point we'll pivot to sports with Jay Skapanak and Steve Kim.
Speaking of sports. Oh my God. Dude. Man, I hadn't had my TV on all day. I am close to 100% certain that Jason Tatum has a torn or ruptured Achilles. John 2M80K says hello there. I'm catching troll vibes from John M2K. John 2. I'm getting troll vibes from John 2M80K. I'm getting troll vibes. When somebody comes in here that I've never seen before and says hello there, I don't know. I've already so David says I've already explained that black people would do better if they had better. No, I do not condone violence in the least, sir. Yeah, that's cap. You do, and that's why you're fucking gone, nigga. You do endorse the violence. I can guys. Again, we can say whatever we want. We can say whatever we want about the nigga that Sneeko interviewed in the subway. He can say what you want about him. That dude was honest. He wants Carmelo Anthony to get away with it. David, you want Carmelo Anthony to get away with this crime. And so you do endorse it, sir. Anyone who either directly or indirectly is making excuses for Carmelo Anthony's actions, you condone this. You condone the violence. You condone the nigga behavior, which makes you a nigga. You can't tell me that you don't condone the violence, but then say Carmelo Anthony was acting in self-defense. You can't. No, sorry, David. You're the fuck up out of here. Beat it and go talk, dude. Beat it and go watch O'Shea Duke Jackson.
But
niggas,
might be
man.
A minute before we get there because there's a lot to discuss as it relates to the black fatigue topic. But we will get to sports and about the Dallas Mavericks winning the rigged lottery and things like that. We will get to that. And I want to talk with Steve Kim about Rich Eisen's going back to ESPN.
Yes.
And is Pat McAfee perhaps exiting ESPN?
Oh, wow.
We'll get to all that in the second half of the show. But we want to start where we left off yesterday. And before I do that, I want to thank our great friends, one of our newest sponsors, Relief Factor. Do you wake up every morning wondering how pain is going to affect your day? Deborah Ann from Massachusetts used to, but not anymore. Let me tell you her Relief Factor story. Deborah Ann was dealing with severe hip pain. It didn't turn to all right, let's get into this panel discussion about black fatigue. Let me welcome Anton Daniels, Boyce Watkins, Shamika Michelle, and Virgil Walker. Anton, have you been on the show before? I can't remember. I think you have. I know everybody. Obviously, you have not?
I haven't. First time.
Oh. And listen, Anton's sound is going to be a little shitty for like the first few minutes, but he'll have his microphone.
Well, welcome and long overdue. So glad you're joining us. And so, Anton, since you're the rookie, I'm going to let you answer the first question and then everybody jump in. I will ask, because there are so many of us, that everyone try to not filibuster and, I'll pass the ball back to you often. Let's try to speak in 2 minutes, 90 seconds, 60-second sound bites, and you'll get the ball often.
Guys, I have years of experience moderating panels, both live and on the internet. It is not easy to be a moderator.
I said a bunch yesterday. I want to hear from you all. And so, Anton, I'll just start here. The whole concept of black fatigue, is this a real concept, or is it just something that's happening, or is it just a social media hashtag?
No, it's something that's been bubbling up behind the scenes for an extended period of time now. And I don't even think it necessarily should be labeled black fatigue. It's the easy way for us to categorize it. I think that it's more or less about N-word fatigue.
Oops! Uh-oh! There it is. Anton Daniels came out swinging. It ain't black fatigue, y'all. It's nigga fatigue. America is getting tired of niggas. That's what this is.
And I don't know, I'm not going to go as incendiary as I would usually go on my own platform, but I think that it's N-word fatigue because all cultures don't necessarily deal with everybody within their culture and then categorize or become responsible for everything within a culture, right? When you look at Asian culture or you travel overseas or you go to Japan or you go to some of these other places, there are entire cities that are designated for the outcasts or for the people that can't participate in society, and for them to hold themselves accountable and to truly be able to do things that is conducive for the group as a whole. But we are one of the very few cultures, especially here in the United States of America, where we find ourselves somehow.
Guys, I'm gonna tell you what, man, and like I said, I've watched this before. I've always had a profound respect for Anton because the guy is smart, dude. This is why I'm telling you guys that this dude Anton Daniels, I'm not saying he's going to be Kevin Samuels, but I'm telling you, he's got that potential. Anton Daniels is a fucking superstar. He is a fucking superstar. And this was the podcast that solidified that for me. He is going to be making, trust me, he's going to be making more appearances on Whitlock. Please believe.
Having to patronize black businesses that's not necessarily anybody that we would rock with, or we find out later that somebody's not doing what they're supposed to do, or somehow we're not invited to the barbecue if we don't find ourselves wearing bonnets at the airport, or when somebody is loud, we can't be very matter of fact and direct and holding ourselves accountable. We celebrate the most degenerate of our society, whether it be our music or the things that we really champion and make famous on social media. And the minute that we then say that we want to have a difference of opinion, which diversity, equity, and inclusion is something that we champion within the black community, even though it doesn't really benefit black people as a whole, but it has benefited white women more than anybody else. Diversity of thought is only conducive.
I do too, Nain Rouge.
If it's somebody that agrees with you, because if you, somebody like myself that is a conservative or a Republican, regardless of what your results are, married for over 20 years, successfully married, no children out of wedlock, never had an arrest, no problems, no trouble. But when you contribute into your economy and you say...
Brother Ken says, I'm a middle-aged black man, and to be totally honest, I don't blame white people for feeling anger. The shit I see and hear, the shit I hear and see makes my blood boil. He says, I don't give a good goddamn what their ancestors did to us. The bottom line is these people aren't responsible for our ancestors. Real talk. Real talk. What niggas are doing, they are exacting revenge for things that never happened to them personally. And they are inflicting that revenge on people who had nothing to do with it back then. That's the justification they're using.
Home in Detroit, Michigan, and you do the thing that's right, somehow you get called a bootlegger or a coon. So
straight up,
what I've seen from people that don't look like us is that they are tired of acquiescing or acting like that there's not a real issue with black people when we are some of the most racist people that we've seen on the face of this earth. If you go into any black household or living room, one of the first things that they're gonna tell a black man is make sure you don't bring a white woman home.
That's right.
One of the first things that they're gonna say is make sure that you vote for Democrats regardless of whether we are conservative in how we live our lives. So what white people are finally starting to do is get the courage to say, nah, we don't necessarily agree with you. And sometimes it comes out in some of the most incendiary ways, like the whole Shiloh situation. But now you're seeing an overcorrection from a long time of bad behavior from a lot of black people.
Boys, I'm going to ask you the same question, but I'm going to put a little twist on it. Is black fatigue real, or is it just a social media hashtag? And if it is real, are white people justified for having it?
Is it real? I think that things are real if you want them to be real.
Oh, that's it. That's it. Already. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I think things are real because you want them to be real. So Dr. Boyce Watkins does not believe that there really is black fatigue. He doesn't believe that there's really black fatigue. And you are going to watch him because he's an educated man. He's a smart guy. Okay. He's an educated man and he's a smart guy. Okay. But you are going to watch him sort of dance. You're going to watch him dance back and forth. You're going to watch him dance back and forth. Dude, just watch. Yeah. Ice Dragon Kid says he didn't answer the question. No, he didn't. Answer the question. He doesn't believe that he thinks that black fatigue is all made up. No, it's all made up. It's all a figment of your imagination. All right. Yep.
I know black fatigue because I've experienced that. I have a type of black fatigue that I still have to confront, but it's not from the things that are listed under the standard definition. From what I saw, black fatigue.
See, there it is. He has black fatigue, but it's not because of niggas. Here we go.
Fatigue is rooted in the feelings about systematic racism, microaggressions.
Here we go.
Things that tend to be very political. Like I saw George Floyd get killed, and it traumatized me because I could get killed by the police.
Whoa. No. George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose, my guy. George Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose, my guy. See, here we are. Here we are. A nigga. A nigga. There it is, guys. He endorses this behavior. He endorses this behavior. This is absolutely crazy. I wonder what he thinks about the Carmelo Anthony situation.
I think that you can shape a term like that in the way that you want without, and acknowledge the realities of being black without falling into these political traps. I don't trust
political traps. Dude, are you on Twitter? This is not a there's nothing political about this. These are just facts. Niggas are out of control. They're savage. They act like animals, man. But you're talking about this. There's nothing political about this. What is he doing?
A term like black fatigue because it comes laced with too many left-wing ideologies that are just these talking points that they use to get our votes every November for politicians that never earn those votes. So also the threat of black fatigue is that if you get too caught up in that definition and you define yourself by that, then you...
Hey, MLD's in the house. Let's do it.
You have labeled yourself a victim without actually also labeling yourself as a problem solver. So I can identify with a lot of those feelings.
Hey, MLD, if you want to come up, man, links in the description or in the chat.
I can identify with the microaggressions. I can identify with maybe some issues in terms of dealing with cops.
Looking. Rita says, retaliate and do what? These white shirt folks ain't gonna do shit. Oh, boy. You know what, man? You want to know something? You know what? I might move the party to Rumble. I might move the party to Rumble because I have plenty of videos, Rita, of white people starting to retaliate, my guy. I got plenty, dude, what are white people gonna do? All right. Okay, that's cool. You gonna fuck around and find out. What are white people gonna do? Oh my God. I swear to God, nigga, dude, I swear to God, man. And see, guys, that right there, this is why niggas are doing this shit. They're not afraid. They really don't think white people are going to retaliate. They really believe that white people are going to allow this to happen to their people forever. It's not happening, y'all. It is not going to happen. What, dude? This hashtag black fatigue, guys, this is the start of it, man. This is the start of it.
And the racial...
What are they going to do? Oh, my God.
Disparities, I believe they're very real. But I was also raised in a family that says, if you don't like your reality, you should be empowered to change it. And one of the ways that we harm our own people is when we are so determined to put people in a victim box that we remind them of their powerlessness.
Now, that's true.
And in fact, I'll say this. If you give a child...
Yeah, Dan Herb says, keep poking the bear. Dude, I'm telling you, there are actually black people who don't think retaliation is coming. They really don't. They think that they're just going to be able to do this indefinitely.
A wheelchair before he ever learns how to walk, then he'll never learn how to use his legs. And that's the issue. And this is why I think if you're going to talk about any form of disparity or any issues that we deal with being black, I think everybody on this panel knows that we're black, and we know that being black is different. It's a different kind of experience. But when we deal with that, it must be dealt in a way that's healthy. I don't feel that this is the healthiest way to approach these issues.
Translation, he doesn't buy into black fatigue. He doesn't buy into black fatigue. So there we go. There we are. We already know. Well, we know where he stands.
Boys, I'm going to ask you a follow-up. I want to ask you a follow-up that's a little bit, I don't want to go too far away from the black fatigue, but you analogized yourself to some degree that you saw George Floyd die and you could see yourself dying in the same way. I don't believe that. I don't think that's a fair analogy.
Thank you.
I don't think
If it sounded that way, that wasn't what I intended to say. Let's just be clear.
If it sounded that way, it's not what I intended to say. No, it didn't sound that way. You literally said, I watched George Floyd get killed, and it traumatized me because I'm afraid of getting killed by cops. That's what you literally said. Literally. The words out of your mouth is what you literally said.
George Floyd and I'm hearing you on that. I watched the detailed video of how Floyd...
See, he realized he fucked up. It
was killed. Most black men would not die the same way. Remember, you're talking to the son of a police officer.
Oh my
I got
God.
best friends. I went to kindergarten.
See, here we go. See, you're talking to the son of a police officer. So he's trying to position him. He's trying to put himself in a position of authority. Sorry, y'all. I lost one of my. He's trying to position himself. He's trying to position himself as an authority. Okay, just like Beans came out here and said, "I come from the Angry Man Anton Daniels space." No, that was a lie, Beans. Anton Daniels don't think like you, bruh. Okay, Angry Man don't think like you. Nice try, nigga. Now I'ma say it. Just like this nigga's trying to do. Well, you're talking to the son of a police officer, so my opinion holds more weight. Just like Gerald, what the fuck was his name? Jerome. Well, I live in North Texas, so I know. No. Stabbing someone in the heart is against the law in all 52 or in all 50 states. Okay? That is it's never going to not be illegal. You living in Texas does not make you the authority on the law. Nice try.
Went to a cops. I've seen the range. I've seen the corrupt cops. I've seen the good cops. I've seen everything in between. And didn't mean to jump in and interrupt you on that, but I'll say that, no, when I saw the way George Floyd died, I wasn't happy with the way George Floyd was eulogized or sort of.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Trey the NBD says now he's tap dancing. Yep, there he is.
Elevated into this symbolic figure that's supposed to represent black people compared to Martin Luther King and all this other silliness that they did. That was 100% political. So you are correct. And in fact, if you look at George Floyd's criminal history, I can never identify with a black man who would put a knife to a pregnant woman's stomach. I'm not going to align myself with that.
Okay, so then why did his death traumatize you?
So to your point, what
Fuck
I
outta
can
here,
identify
man.
with is that I've known men who were not terrible men, who made mistakes when they were young, who then spent 25 years in prison, and that was too much, right? So the disparities are real, but the George Floyd incident, not only was that an inaccurate portrayal of the experience of most black men, but it also didn't accomplish anything. It just achieved just enough symbolism for the Democrats to get their votes. And
2BJ Jones says, I have way more nigga fatigue than white people because I grew up in Memphis, a city infested with them. I knew this was a long time coming. I'm trying to tell you.
That's the part that ends up offending me. So my apologies for interrupting you.
No. My voice isn't nearly as important today as hearing from you all. Virgil, you go ahead and chime in here on the questions I've asked for so far and any reaction to any of it.
No, I think you're spot on. One of the things that I agree with what Anton said, and I think it was really Chris Rock back in, I think it was 96 in his comedic sketch where he talked about, you got black folks and then you got the N-words.
Yes, sir.
And the N-words are always.
There it is. There it is. There it is. Chris Rock told us this back in the 90s, man. There was a civil war going on in the black community, and it's between black people and niggas. And I hate niggas.
Is the ones who mess things up for everybody else. You go to the barbecue, everybody's having a good time, and then the N-words show up, and then they wreck everything for everybody.
That's right.
I think that's more of what you're seeing being displayed on social media. And what social media has done is it's really stripped away the veil of that reality.
That's
Chris
right.
Rock was talking about it in 1996. But what we're seeing now with the advent of social media is everybody now has a ticket to see the chaos at the picnic table, right? At the barbecue.
On the front
they get
row.
a chance to see it firsthand. And they're sick and tired of it. It was Van Jones who coined the term white lash once Trump got elected. I think what we're seeing in social media is a black lash.
Ooh,
It's actually black.
Damn! You better preach, Virgil. You better preach.
Blacks and whites who are getting sick and tired of every time they open up their social media app, seeing some breakout fight at a Target or something happening at a Carnival Cruise event where folks are arrested. You scroll your feed, and every time you see something chaotic like that, your immediate thought, whether you voice it out loud or not, is there go them, and followed by N-words.
There you go.
And you keep pressing on. I think it's real. I think
Realm Dweller says Waffle House streaming gone wild. I'm trying to tell you.
It's a reality. I understand the desire to separate it from black culture or black people altogether, because not every black person acts like that. Not every black person is engaged in that kind of behavior. There are some of us the vast majority, who are dignified. And you're seeing because of, again, the proliferation.
And again, guys, it's not most black people. It's not all black people. It's not most black people. It's probably not even half of black people, but it's enough. It's enough.
Social media.
That's why this is a problem. It's enough of them. A disproportionate amount of black people act like niggas. That's why we have this hashtag black fatigue.
Yeah, you get a first-hand view, you get a front row seat to the actual chaos, and that's what actually gets clicks. But I also think, and I'll be brief here, I also think we as a culture, as a group of people who see these kinds of things, have to bring shame back. and
dude,
have to
real
bring
shit.
shame back into the
Facts.
culture as something that's a
Facts.
course corrective for bad behavior in culture. We need to be the ones at the front line of saying that is ghetto, and we don't accept it, we don't agree with it, we don't
Tell
believe
'em.
it. That's not how we're wired. We need to do better, and we need not to be so frightened when others pick up on it. Whites, Hispanics, and other cultures pick up on that same kind of rhetoric, because it shouldn't be about you being able to act crazy because of the color of your skin. You should be called to acting rightly and acting in a socially cohesive manner with the rest of society.
Woo! Wow.
Shamika,
facts.
I want to ask you this, and you can respond to anything you.
Yo, Shamika Michelle, Don DeMarco. I love this woman. Yo, listen, if you guys, if and I know a lot of you guys are probably going to subscribe to Jason Whitlock. Dude, I've been aware of Jason Whitlock for like 20 some odd years. I've watched him since he was on ESPN. I've watched him since he was on ESPN. Bruh, Shamika Michelle is a fucking real one. She is a real one.
You've heard so far, but I get the Chris Rock bit, and I get the argument that, hey, there's black people and there's ninjas.
Niggas.
But
He
it
said
feels
ninjas.
like black people spend a lot.
He said ninjas. That's
of
funny.
Energy defending ninjas.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. Let me rewind that. Yo, Jason Whitlock is he's already dropping bars.
I get the Chris Rock bit, and I
Jay Blaze says Shamika's a badass. Yo, dude, this bitch right here is a real one. Please believe.
get the argument that, hey, there's black people and there's ninjas, but it feels like black people spend a lot of energy defending ninjas.
Thank you. You better tell it, Whitlock. You better tell it. You better tell it. Too many black people are defending this nigga behavior, y'all.
And while still trying to distance themselves from
Roland Martin is bad news. He is absolutely a race baiter. He is a race baiter of the highest order.
them, but it's like there's a part of that ninja culture that we all want just enough in us. We want to.
Oh, Devin in the chat. So Devin in the chat just gave me the update. I can't believe I've been live streaming. I've been live streaming all day. We're going on 5 hours. Tatum ruptured his Achilles surgery. God, that was heartbreaking. That was heartbreaking. And I knew it as soon as he went down. As soon as Tatum went down and started grabbing at his Achilles, I was like, yep, that's it. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. And Tatum is usually pretty durable. I can't remember if Jason Tatum has ever been hurt. I can't remember if Jason Tatum's ever been hurt, but he is now, man. So shout out to Jason Tatum, man.
To know every rap song that denigrates us. We idolize every rapper that denigrates us.
Yep.
And so there seems to be an
And check this out. Check this out. There are probably in the black community, there are probably more murals of Tupac than Martin Luther King. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying. In the black community, in the hood, in the ghetto, in the nigga community, we have more memorials for Tupac than MLK. Eric Gardner says, what's with all these ruptured Achilles tendons? Eric, it's simple. Players are bigger, faster, stronger, man. Players are bigger, faster, stronger. The amount of force that it is the amount of force required to be an athlete in any sport, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Affinity and a natural instinct to defend ninjas at every turn.
Straight up.
That's how you end up with statues of George Floyd and this belief that, you know, he was just this harmless guy that got killed by Derek Chauvin. And so there seems to be a reluctance from black people to distance themselves from ninjas.
Thank you.
I agree, Jason. I think that what it is there's still this idea that we don't want white people to know what's going on. So there's this not necessarily defense.
Uh-oh.
No, the fuck you didn't.
Tell 'em, girl.
I know it comes across that way, but don't tell anybody it exists. Let's not pretend like this is real. Shh. Let's keep it quiet because there's this idea that it'll make all of us look bad. I agree with Virgil when he says it's time to get back to shaming them. It's time to shame those, for me, in the grocery store, in their bonnets, in their pajama pants, in their being loud, in their not carrying themselves with dignity and class.
Scanner DK72 says overpaid and overhyped. I disagree. Athletes aren't paid enough. Athletes aren't paid enough, y'all. Skinner DK72, if you knew how much money these owners make, you would retract that statement. You would retract that statement. Athletes are not overpaid. If anything, they're underpaid. Let's go.
The way I'm used to my grandparents and great-grandparents carrying themselves. We have to start calling it out. But as you are well aware that when we do that, we're told we're coons, we're Uncle Tom.
There you go.
We have sold out. That's the idea. And every group of people has a lesser group. Like, we understand that white people have white trash.
Absolutely.
The thing is, though, they don't go around authenticating themselves
Woo!
according to the white trash.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. God damn. God damn.
And that's what we do as black people. If you don't have a certain amount of hood or degeneracy, or you don't celebrate it in some way, they'll say you're not real. You're not keeping it real. You're not authentic. You're not a real black person. And I think that's where the problem is because they actually try to use that to legitimize the
Yeah, Sean Moore says, everyone says athletes are overpaid, but I challenge any of them to play at the same level those athletes play. Listen, here are the facts. The less, how can I put this? The less the number of people that can do what you do, the more you're going to get paid. You're going to get paid more. The more people who know how to do what you do, the less you get paid. It's a meritocracy. Okay? Athletes are, dude, professional athletes are like, they're the top 0.25% on earth. What these guys do athletically is nothing short. It's nothing short of a miracle. It's like professional athletes they're incredible. They're absolutely incredible. And I'm glad that they're finally getting the money they deserve. I am. Pay the players. I don't care.
the rest of black people. And that's
Yeah, Marcus says, there it is. Marcus says it's simple. Supply and demand. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. The world loves sports. We love competition. The demand is there. The demand is there. Yep, there it is. Eric Gardner says scarcity determines value. Absolutely. Absolutely. There are not many people that can dunk. There are not many people that can play professional basketball. Okay? There are not many people who can hit a 100-mile-an-hour fastball relative to the number of people on the planet.
really silly. I love the whole Chris Rock thing, and I'm glad Anton brought that in because that's what I was thinking. There are black people, and then there are N-words. And what social media has done is it's just brought the N-words to the forefront.
Yes, sir.
So everybody can see it. And now we have to stop lying.
As Freely says, that's what I think about hockey. Pay them more. Yeah, you know what's interesting? Hockey contracts are, I think, hockey contracts are really not that big. They're really not that big, but hockey's not that popular. I mean, it's popular enough in America. Most hockey teams are based in America. I don't know. Yeah, maybe Gary Bettman and the NHL. I'm assuming the NHL has a union like baseball. But maybe that's true.
Pretending like it's not a thing because it is a thing, and it's no longer don't tell anybody what's in our home. Everybody can see it.
Yeah.
Ooh, Ghost User says Olympics was literally about mankind trying to make themselves closer to the living embodiment of their gods. Athletes are meant to be the humans that exemplify humanity physically. Wow. Yes, that's why Mount Olympus, Zeus, Achilles. Well, Achilles, right. Exactly.
Anton, we'll circle back to you.
Scanner DK72 says, I'd rather excel academically. Okay, Scanner, so now you're just going to virtue signal? Now you're just going to, you'd rather excel academically. So let me ask you a question, Scanner. Would you rather be a cleanup hitter in baseball making $50 million a year, or a Rhodes Scholar who's a theologist at pick a school? Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't be a hater, man. Don't be a hater. See, guys like Scanner DK72, those are haters. Those are haters. Anybody who says athletes are overpaid and overhyped, nah, man, that is envy. That is envy. That's exactly what that is. You are jealous of professional athletes. Don't sit here and act like you'd rather excel academically. No, you wouldn't. You'd trade places with LeBron James tomorrow if you could. Fuck out of here. And I'll tell you this. You'd rather excel academically? That's cool, because there are a lot more academics than professional athletes. I said it. There are a lot more academics. There are a lot more academics than there are professional athletes. So you can miss me with the hate.
You
Trying to hear that?
To whatever
Fuck
you
out of
want
here,
to,
man.
But I do want to ask you this follow-up. and the rest of you guys marinate on it because I'm going to ask you as well. So if there's something you want to respond to, go ahead and do that tightly, and then respond to what is the root cause of the dysfunction that we see over social media.
Shit. Oh,
and
my
in our
God.
communities.
Yes, sir. The lack of fathers.
What's the root cause?
Can you guys hear me well now? Can y'all hear me better?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, first of all, I think that the root cause is a destruction of our homes and a destruction of our families.
Yes, sir.
When you couple that with feminism and the fact that we've even
Damn. There it is. There it is. Anton already bringing in the red pill. Let's get it.
championed, and I'm gonna just be very, very frank, when we've put women at the forefront of who we are, which I'm scripturally based, I don't even believe women belong on a pulpit.
Straight
I don't
up.
believe that.
Facts.
I hate when I hear people say that we need a partner instead of saying that I want a husband or I want a wife. When we've spent so much time pedestalizing, catering to, and trying to champion to a group of women that will sit there and throw in front of your face that they are the most educated, when in reality they're the most enrolled and the most in debt, and they're the most.
Yeah, black women are not the most. Yo, check it out. Black women are not the most educated group of people in America. They're the most accredited.
Affected by what we see happening on March 6th, or I'm sorry, May 6th.
Tabasco's K9 Academy says you don't want to cross swords with Donovan. No, I don't want to cross swords with anybody. I will I will never use that term again, man.
With them now getting garnished and their wages are being removed as a result of them being the most educated.
Yeah, Villatube says, I personally don't think athletes should be paid as much as they are. What value other than entertaining is it providing? And entertainment is a clever way of distracting the masses. People pay for this entertainment, man. People go to these games. The reason why athletes make the money they do is because we buy the product. We buy their jerseys. We watch their games. We patronize their advertisers. This is what we do. This is what we do. Dude, I've been a sports fan my whole life, man. I've been a sports fan my whole life. I mean, listen, is it a shame? Is it a shame that teachers don't make as much as professional athletes? Absolutely. But guys, we don't get in front of our television sets at 10 a.m. every Sunday morning or 1 p.m. at 1 o'clock every Sunday afternoon to watch teachers teaching. No, we want to watch our gladiators. We want to watch our heroes. We want to watch superhumans doing superhuman things. That is very much entertaining. And yes, entertainment is supposed to distract the masses. That's what it's there for. Sports for me is a getaway. When I watch sports, I don't think about the problems of the world. It's the getaway. Like, dude, for 3 or 4 hours a Sunday, I get to not worry about what's going on in the world. F1 racing, dude. Me and Devin, we are F1 nuts. We are F1 fanatics. Dude, we eat, sleep, and drink that shit. Absolutely. Max Verstappen makes $65 million a year. You want to know why? Because he's the best goddamn driver in the world. That's why. Yeah, right. Yeah, Gully Blanchard says people in the chat crying about capitalism. Right. Dude, the money that professional sports, the money professional sports generates doesn't just come from nowhere. It comes from us. This is why the reason why the WNBA is irrelevant is because nobody cares. Nobody wants to watch. That's what this is. Yes, it is supposed to distract the masses. I totally agree, and I'm here for distractions. Realm Dweller says, I'd rather watch the best welder in the world.
Stop the cap.
No, you wouldn't.
And curriculums that we don't even need in society. The minute that we started following them to the polls, the 92%, and we started acquiescing over to them and started telling them that they're the queens of the earth instead of holding them accountable for following white women into feminism, which hijacked the civil rights movement. And then at the same time, they went and got a bunch of gay best friends so that they can then have the alphabet community hijack that movement, and we start championing it, which the long-lasting legacy of our president.
Hoon 1620 says sports led to the fall of Rome. Dude, that that is the dumbest fucking thing I have ever heard in my life. That is the dumbest fucking thing I have ever heard in my life. Sports led to the fall of Rome. You have got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my, dude. Yo, dude, you honestly, man, dude, I'm sorry. I gotta ban that, dude, that's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You're up out of here, man. That was so stupid. I have to ban you from the channel. That's the dumbest, dude. That is the dumbest shit I have ever heard in my 47 years on this earth. In my 47 years on this earth. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That's the dumbest fucking thing I have ever heard. Oh my God. What the fuck? Sports led to the fall of Rome? What the fuck? Oh my, Jesus fucking. Dude, just when you thought you couldn't hear anything dumber and somebody says something like that, sports led to the fall of Rome. No, man. Sports matter. You want to know why? If not for sports, let's keep it a stack. There'd be a lot more niggas running the street. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what I'm talking about. If not for sports, if not for professional and college sports, there'd be a lot of niggas running the street. Okay? Sports is a cultural institution. It is human nature to want to compete, to want to be the best, to want to win. Sports provide people who are born into impoverished situation a way out. If not for professional sports, if not for basketball and football and baseball and all that, there'd be a lot more niggas running the street. Only these niggas would be bigger and more athletic. Unbelievable. Phoenix Light Games with the $20. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. With the $20 super chat. Says, I know Myron. He says, I know Myron says women don't operate on meritocracy slash hierarchy, but I disagree. I do agree 99%, but they operate on meritocracy when they're in the presence of quality women who win at life. It's envy in the place of respect. Love it. Love it. Love it. Very good. Very good. Wow. This is incredible. VillaTube says, but how can you put value on athleticism? It's human nature. It is human nature. It's entertainment. It is human nature to want to see superhumans doing superhuman things. Oh my God. K Swifty. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. K Swifty. This is a scary fucking thought. Can you imagine a DK Metcalf Pookie? Huh? Can you imagine an Aaron Donald Ray Ray? Can you imagine that? Can you imagine an AJ Brown Laquan Travius? For real? Psh. I'm gonna tell you what, sports change lives, and sports both change and save lives. Don't get it twisted, man. Do not get it twisted.
Our former president, Barack Obama, is his champion in the alphabet community. The minute that we started following other people instead of holding down what was best for us in our households was the minute that we started to lose control.
Yeah, right. Can you imagine a Ray? Oh my! Can you imagine a Ray Lewis Pookie? Shit.
Of what happened, and we started to align ourselves with the Democratic plantation, which will sell us on the idea that we need a handout and that we need to keep it real for the culture. You've seen it in this previous election when Barack Obama sat there and tried to hold black men accountable for not following black women to the polls. And
VillaTube says Larry Bird is the Great White Hope. No, he was the Great White Hope. The new Great White Hope is now Caitlin Clark.
His very wife told the women that they...
EP Signature says Ray Rice is literally Ray Ray.
Need to ignore their husbands and make sure that they vote differently inside of the voting booth. Right. So I believe personally that the minute that we started following women, the minute that we started allowing for them to take our children out of our households in single parent households, and then they use that in order to pedestalize themselves at their own demise, is literally the foundation of why we find ourselves in this situation today. Because I don't see a lot of black men, honestly, I don't see a lot of black men online complaining about students. I don't see a lot of black men finding themselves at a negative disposition.
Oh my God. P-Dub says, oh my God. Oh, Jesus. Can you imagine? Yo, I'm trying to tell you. I'm not even being funny. I'm not even being funny. Mike Tyson. Can you imagine what it would have been like if Customato had never discovered Mike Tyson? Like, the dude would literally be a killer and wouldn't need a weapon. Can you imagine George Foreman in his prime as a hood nigga? Joe Frazier, Sugar Ray Robinson. Holy, oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus. Oh, dude, I don't even want to think about that. I don't want to think about that. Fuck that. Oh my God. Oh, no. No, sir. I do not want to live in a world where we got professional athletes as, well, we do have professional athletes who are hood niggas, but they don't do hood nigga shit. Otherwise, they wouldn't be professional athletes anymore. The Danger Room, I assume that's podcast with the $10 super chat says, not to mention your most skilled athletes from the past were also the best soldiers and fighters, which is why we celebrate athletes. Right, man. Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, sports are a natural, healthy way for young men to understand the concept of violence and respect it, which is why niggas are impulsive. Most are not in sports. Good God. Holy shit, man. Damn. Good Lord. That, dude, PLG's in here dropping bars. Let's go.
Embarrassing themselves at the rate that I see women. Even though the narrative has been created that black men are having all of these children out of wedlock, the majority of black men take care of their children. The majority of black men take care of business. The majority of black men are participants in their children's lives. As a matter of fact, most black men aren't even really having sex like that. And so what you see now is a women-led society. All of the movies, they then followed suit. You've seen Tyler Perry's and Big Mama's House and all of this stuff. And they follow the plays, and now they all celebrating and they're promoting all of this homosexuality. The reality is that these are the things that are basically combining and then compounding the problems that you see happening in the community. And it's one thing that I disagree with the pastor on, is that I don't think that we need to just focus on shaming. I think that there needs to be a segment of us that divest ourselves and stop even having conversations.
Oh my God, there it is. There it is. There it is. Anton said it. Not only do we need to shame, we need to divest. We need to divest from the black community. We need to divest from the black community. We need to be the fuck up out of there, bruh. We need to be the fuck up out of there. Dude, Anton is cooking.
Conversations with people that shouldn't even be in a room with us.
Straight up.
I don't have to sit here and substantiate you. I don't have to hold you accountable. I'm going to just walk away and I'm going to let you deal with yourself.
Yo, the lost one, L1, says Mike Tyson bit off a nigga's ear in sports. Hate to imagine what he would have bitten off without sports. Right.
I don't feel a need to have a conversation with everybody that don't deserve to be in the same room as me.
I'd rather excel in academics. Oh, please.
Yeah. Well, Boyce, I'm going to come to you on that because I follow you on social media and you host little conversations with intelligent black people and basically say, you idiots, stay away. You kind of believe in what Anton is talking about here. But I also want to respond to that, but also what do you see as root causes and maybe even root solutions?
Us being afraid to lead our own lives and lead our own community and taking cues from people who are not in our community. I think that politics, when you get overly political in the black community, it is.
See, there it is. He's trying to equate this nigga problem with politics. This has nothing to do with politics. Nothing to do with politics, man. This is nigga behavior.
Almost always to your demise.
Oh my God, Joe Louis. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, Joe Louis would have been he would have been a bodyguard or a hitman.
I can go to any city in America that's run by Democrats, and I'm going to see all kinds of problems. I'm going to see a lot of broken families. I'm going to see a lot of dead children. I'm going to see a lot of aborted babies.
Yep.
I'm going to see a lot of economic despair. I'm going to see where the majority.
Woo! Kevin Murray says, Tommy Sotomayor said this over 10 years ago. The talented 10th should separate amongst themselves and create the talented 20th. Wow. That is incredible. Snickle Frickets, it sounds to me like you don't really like Mike Tyson. Sounds to me like you don't really like Mike Tyson. And you said he went to prison for rape. Yeah, Mike Tyson absolutely got screwed over. He did not rape Desiree Washington, and we all know it.
The children.
Oh my God, Jesus fucking Christ. Mr. fucking T. Oh my God. Can you imagine if Mr. T was a hood nigga? Oh my goodness. Yeah, sports matter. Sports matter. Take that nigga to practice.
Children in those districts can't even read.
Don't take him to the hood, Mom. Take him. Yo, look, check it. I got some advice for all you black single mothers out there. I got some advice. I'm not a black. I'm gonna give you some advice. I'm going to give you some advice here. Okay? Don't take that nigga to the hood. Take his ass to practice. Don't take him to the store. Don't take your son to the store. Take his ass to practice. Sign that nigga. Dude, make that nigga play football, basketball, baseball, whatever keeps him out the goddamn streets. Real shit. Oh my God, Mark Henry. Dude. Man, dude, thank God for sports. Can you imagine if there were no sports? Can you imagine if there were, oh my God, Bo Jackson, who may very well be one of the greatest athletes of all time. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my God. Dude, Terrell Owens. Bruh. Dude, thank God for sports, man. Because if sports didn't exist, we would live in a very different world.
Read at grade level. This is not new. If you read books like Powernomics by Dr. Claude Anderson, he'll tell you that this has always been by design in America. Now, here's the issue, though. Just because I choose not to be a Democrat don't mean I'm running into the arms of the Republicans. I have followed Donald Trump very closely. My doctor's in finance, so I've always known about the financial leaders of this country.
Anesthesia New York says Latrell Sprewell. Yeah, he actually choked his coach, PJ Carlesimo.
And he's been one of them. I have a certain amount of admiration for what he's accomplished, but I also...
Oh my God. That dude, Lawrence Taylor, dude, primetime, like, dude. I'm telling you guys, this is not hyperbole. This is the truth. Listen, I want you guys to understand something. Athletes are literally superhumans. They're superhumans. It's almost like they're a different species. Man, has anyone ever been to an NBA game? Right? If you want to, how can I put this? 'Cause I've been to several Sixers games. If you, Villatube says Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, we're talking about hood niggas. We're talking about black people. If you want to know, if you want to get a feel as to the kind of speed and just superhuman speed and twitchy, don't sit horizontally and watch them play side by side. Watch them play from right under the hoop. From that point of view. On the court, watch them play right under the hoop. Guys, these are super people. Literal supermen. Man. I'll tell you a quick story and then I'll continue with the video. My favorite sport growing up was baseball. That was my best sport, right? I played baseball. I played baseball. I think the first time I played baseball, I was 6 years old. It was actually T-ball. Then I was really good. I was in Little League. I was always the best player on my team by a mile. I made the varsity squad as a freshman. Guys, I made a varsity squad as a freshman. This is how good I was, or so I thought I was. We moved from Hawaii to Oklahoma. Right? And I go to Altus High School. Made the varsity squad there too. It was me and another kid named Marcus. We were the best players on the team. I was the center fielder. He was the left fielder. He and I were the best hitters. We were the fastest, the highest batting averages, home runs, all that good stuff. Okay? One fateful afternoon, and I had aspirations of becoming a professional baseball player. I wanted to be a Major League Baseball player, and I thought it was inevitable. I thought I was always the best player on every team I played my entire life. Until one afternoon in Hobart, Oklahoma. We go up against this school called Mangum High School. Mangum High School had this sophomore kid, dominant pitcher by the name of Braden Looper. Do not forget that name, by the name of Braden Looper. We knew we were playing against Mangum High School in Hobart, Oklahoma. But Braden Looper wasn't the starting pitcher that day. Somebody else was. And we jumped up on, dude, I think we were up 12-0. I think we ended up winning that game like either 12 or 13-0. It is 12-0. And we are feeling ourselves. We are in the dugout. We want Looper. We want Looper. We want Looper. And so the Mangum High School baseball coach stepped out of the dugout, pointed to the shortstop, who was Braden Looper, and he took the mound. Who was the first guy who had to face Braden Looper? This guy. Okay? I was supremely confident. I was like, this is my chance to prove I know I'm going to be a Major League Baseball player, guys. Like, this was like, it was not even a thought. I knew I was going to be a professional baseball player. I knew it. You couldn't tell me any differently. And nobody around me could either. So I watch him warm up, and I step in the batter's box. The first pitch he threw me, it was I don't even know how to describe this. It was like nothing I had ever seen before, guys. It was like nothing I had ever seen before, man. Okay? The ball literally disappeared from his hand and reappeared into the catcher's mitt. I swear to God, because I didn't fucking see it. I didn't even see the ball. Didn't see it. I was like, holy fucking shit. There you go. There it is. Yep, do some diff. Braden Looper, born October 1974. I'm trying to tell you. Look him up. He went to Mangum High School in Mangum, Oklahoma. The first pitch he threw me, I didn't even see. So I said, okay, I'm just going to swing extra early and maybe try and get around on this guy to try to figure him out, right? So he goes into his windup. I step and I swing. I actually made contact. I dropped the bat because my hands were stinging. I just gotten a piece of it, and my hands were. Those of you, those of you who played baseball and you use metal bats, you know, every once in a while you hit the right spot of the bat, it'll send a shock or a vibration down the handle. I went ping, ah! Dude, I was in pain. In pain. Guys, those two pitches right there told me that day I was not going to play Major League Baseball. Professional athletes are a different species, guys. They are a different species. They're a different fucking species, man. These guys are capable of doing superhuman things. Superhuman things, man. And we like watching superhumans doing superhuman things. So I'll wrap up the whole sports talk with that. But that was the day I knew professional baseball was not in my future. Professional baseball was not in my future. What happened on the third pitch? He threw me this crazy 12-6. He threw me this crazy 12-6 curveball that buckled me. I thought the ball was going to hit me. Strike three. And my coach Freeman told me this. I'll never forget these words. I come into the dugout. He says, Alex, in the majors, they all throw like that. That was the day I knew I was never going to play Major League Baseball. That was the day I knew. All right, let's continue.
No, I've never been deluded into believing that this man or any of his friends cares anything about me or my family. I have never seen anything to say.
Yeah, I'm 6'2", but I was a skinny kid in high school.
Otherwise, other than to say that when it comes to me and my family, that is my responsibility. And I also will say this. I'll say that in terms of how that plays out, I think that I can speak as a black man and say that we cannot disconnect ourselves from having played some role in what is the obvious destruction of some elements of our community.
Okay, and what? So it's our fault? Well, you're blaming us now? Oh, I got somebody that's pulled up. Hang on, let me. Oh shit. Okay. PLG, I see you in there, PLG. Jump out and jump back in because it's I'm not able to see you.
While I certainly agree with Anton that you got women out here acting a fool, you have a lot of false beliefs led by feminism. You have women who've been lied to and convinced that they don't need a man or that aborting their baby is some sort of a badge of honor. I don't agree with any of that. None of that makes logical sense to me. I know a lot of black men who are bona fide certified niggas. I'm talking men who don't take care of their kids, men who are out here embarrassing the community, men who are out here endorsing behavior that is not masculine on any level.
Tony Esquire says Carl Lewis, the cops wouldn't be able to catch him. I see what you did there, Tony. I see what you did there.
Where I come,
EP Signature says, I got hit in the hand by a 70-mile-an-hour baseball and quit high school baseball. Bro, I'm trying to tell you. And by the way, Braden Looper has 2 World Series rings. I think he won 1 with the Cardinals and 1 with the Marlins. Yeah, Braden Looper was a reliever on the Marlins team that beat the Yankees in the World Series when Josh Beckett, he was unbelievable. He was the World Series MVP, if I'm not mistaken.
come from, masculinity is accountability and responsibility. But here's the deal: if you're holding others accountable, you must start with yourself. Yes,
If you want to hold others accountable, you must start with yourself. So basically, don't he doesn't want us holding niggas accountable. That's what he's trying to do. That's what this is. Dr. Boyce Watkins doesn't like us telling the truth about niggas. That's all there is to it. All of that word salad that he just threw at us, all that word salad that he just did was basically, we need to stop talking. We need to stop holding black people accountable. That's what it is. He doesn't want us to talk about niggas. He doesn't think they're black. He doesn't think there's black fatigue.
wife, I challenge her on a lot of things. But at the same time, I believe I can be married to an educated black woman. And yes, I wanted a black woman. I'm not, with all due respect to anything anyone else says, I'm never going to divest from the black woman because
there it is. There it is. There's the nigga coming out in him right here. There it is. Do you guys see that? I'm never going to divest from the black woman. Da 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 da. Look, dude. Look at his body language. He's never going to divest from the black woman. Watch.
Her on a lot of things. But at the same time, I believe I can be married to an educated black woman. And yes, I wanted a black woman. I'm not
an educated black woman. I'm sorry, Dr. Boyce. I'm sorry. Nope. You can marry and be with all the educated black women you want, my guy. You can do all that, my guy. Okay, let me go to, oh, there he is. All right. PLG. What's going on, brother? Hang on, let me bring you up here. Phoenix Light Games. What's going on, brother? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you, man?
Doing good. Doing real good, man. What's on your mind?
Yeah, like this whole, this black fatigue thing, man. And here's the thing. I actually, I've been busy for the last few days, but I remember you texted me earlier about this shit on Twitter. I literally just put in the search it, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah. I told you. What did you? So what did you see?
People are tired of this shit, man. They're really fucking tired of it.
Dude. I think, and I want to get your thoughts on this. If Carmelo Anthony is acquitted, I'll put it to you this way: if evidence shows that it was not self-defense, if evidence shows, if the evidence shows that he was the provoker, the aggressor, whatever the case may be, if evidence does not, if the defense, how can I put this? If the defense does not meet its burden of proof, guilt beyond all reasonable doubt, and Carmelo Anthony is acquitted, I believe we may very well be on the precipice of a second civil war. What say you?
Yeah, definitely. I wholeheartedly agree, man. Yeah, this is if honestly, if you want my opinion, I think Carmelo Anthony case is going to be at the foundation of a new modern day civil war.
It is going to be the watershed moment. It's going to be a watershed moment, man. O.J. Simpson, that was the trial of the century, okay? Mm-hmm. The Carmelo Anthony, it is going to be the trial of the millennium. And I am not kidding. As far as the United States, that is going to be the trial of the fucking millennium. Because if he's acquitted, that sets precedent. And white people literally are going, it is going to be open season on white people.
Yeah, we're seeing it. We're already seeing it. Seeing evidence of now, it's getting out of control and shit. And now white people are gonna start fighting back. Yep. And again, and all those people in the chat are saying like, oh, it's gonna be a race war between blacks and whites, and how black people are so much superior than white people and everything like that.
Yeah, they ain't going toe to toe with us, bro.
Well, yeah, the average black man does have more testosterone than the average white man. Yeah, that's a fact, but. Again, we're the minority. They're the majority.
Yeah, and they're not going to try to fight us, PLG. Nah, bruh. They are taking us out. They are taking us out with the you-know-whats.
Yeah. Yeah, they're taking us out. But that's not a war. That's not a war. That's not a war we can win. And honestly, and to be honest, man, niggas just want the war just to have it. They don't. They don't have. They don't want.
It's a culture of death, dude.
For wanting war. Niggas just want war because it feels good to say, yeah, we want to kill all whites.
Yep.
Like what white people. If white people were gonna justify their reasons for saying that we need to have a civil war. And here's the thing, bro, as a black man, it really sucks that I have to say this. They're going to have more justifiable reasons and as to why they're starting a civil war than black people will.
No, I totally agree. Thanks for checking in.
Oh, one more thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I'm sorry, one more thing.
No, go ahead.
Because I know you have to break down this video.
Yeah, it's all good.
Anybody who doesn't appreciate sports or people who achieve the pinnacle of greatness, those are niggas, man. Like I said in my last super chat, man. The reason why niggas are so impulsive and are so prone to violence is because they don't have a concept of it. Most niggas are not put in sports at an early age. I was put in all sorts of sports when I was younger.
Right.
Baseball, football, even martial arts or anything like that. I have a healthy respect for violence because I was put in those and yeah, sports are just like fancy etiquette fighting, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, it's sports are nothing more than regulated violence. At its core, it is regulated violence. This is especially combat sports. You can't just get in the boxing ring and fight. No, see, this is I'm glad you brought that up. I'm glad you brought that up. In order to be a professional fighter, you have to have a license. A boxing license gives you a license to assault another man. These people do this for a living. These are super people, man. Yeah, these are super people, and as a person who's been in sports myself, I respect. I'm sorry, notification on my.
That's all right.
I respect the fact that these people are pushing themselves to be the best, the best of the best. But only niggas and losers don't appreciate that because they were never in it. They don't understand the concept of it in order to respect it. You need to be put in these situations in order to respect a certain level of violence, and that's why I was like, you know what, man, people they're just coming in like sports are not all that. They're being overpaid. No, bro, if you've seen the risks they go through,
oh my god.
The bones they break,
Jesus.
The torn ACLs, bro, they're underpaid.
I'm telling you, man. And I'm gonna tell you what, especially professional football players, dude. What happened? They pay that price later on in life with CTE, concussion symptoms. Dude, they probably have to have. Dude, Shannon Sharp has had 2 fucking hip replacements, man. Two fucking hip replacements.
I've been playing football since ever since I was here, bro. I've been fortunate enough to not get a broken anything. I've gotten stingers. I've gotten concussions.
Ooh, stingers.
Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord I did not get any broken bones or anything like that. But these guys, they get broken bones. Like, what's the average NFL player gets a bone broken a year? Like,
Jesus. Yes.
Yeah, but you know what? I just wanted to close in on that. And Donovan, I hope that my that at least the recent message I sent you, I hope it got you laughing. But
oh yeah. Phoenix Light Games. Let me give you a Don DeMarco, man. You're spitting bars today.
No problem.
Appreciate you.
And again, if you want to read my message to the chat, hopefully that'll get them laughing too.
Okay.
In case, so yeah, but yeah, I just had to do it because I was like, damn, I gotta provide value whether I'm sober, I'm pissed, sad, or even high. So it is what it is, man.
PLG in the house, man. Appreciate it. Okay. I've got a super. I thought I missed a super chat. Oh, I thought I missed one earlier. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. EP Signature said most people who talk shit had never been in a real fight before. Absolutely. J-Pot says both of my nephews tore their ACLs in high school sports. Man, that's unfortunate. Okay, let's go.
With all due respect, anyone.
And I don't think. Listen, if you're not a sports fan, I don't think that makes you a nigga. I don't think it makes you a nigga if you're not a sports fan. Listen, not everybody likes. Matter of fact, most people don't like professional sports. But you have to. You don't have to be a fan of sports. You don't have to be a sports fan. You don't have to be a sports fan to respect the athleticism, because these people accomplish things that only the top 0.25% of the entire human population can do.
Mel says, I'm never going to divest from the black woman because the
there
black woman gave me life. That's just.
I'm never going to die. I'm never going to divest for the black woman. The black woman gave me life. So you see that? Because the black woman gave him life, he feels obliged to be with the black woman. See that? See that? He's another sonsman. He's another sonsman, man. I'm never going to divest from the black woman because the black woman gave me life. Bro, that's an L. Dude, that's an L. That's an L, brah. That's an L. EP Signature says Jason Tatum tore his ACL the other day trying to be the best. Well, no, he ruptured his Achilles tendon, but yeah.
I'm 10 toes down with it. I'll go down with the ship. But at the same time, though,
and down with the ship, you will go.
I'm not following any trend. I'm going to love the hell out of my wife, raise the hell out of my children, handle things on my household, economically, educationally, and otherwise, because I've never been convinced at any point in my life that white folks are sitting around worried about me and my kids.
My guy, white folks don't give a fuck about you and your kids. They're not supposed to. What the fuck is this nigga talking about? Wait a minute, what? Hold the fucking phone, man. Hold the fucking phone.
Raise the hell out of my children, handle things on my household, economically, educationally, and otherwise, because I've never been convinced at any point in my life that white folks are sitting around worried about me and my kids.
The fuck? So this nigga's pissed off that white folks don't give a damn about him and his kids. They're not supposed to give a damn about you and your kids. Hell, other black people don't give a fuck about you and your kids. What is this nigga talking about, man?
In fact, I don't think they should be because I'm not worried about them and their kids.
See that? See, he caught himself. He caught himself. Did you see what he did? You see what he did? Look, he caught himself. He caught himself. He caught himself and he backed off. Just like when Bean said, when I asked him that question, what would you have to see to be convinced of Carmelo's guilt? He said nothing because I already know he's guilty. That made no sense. That made absolutely no sense. Dude, I asked Beans that question 3 separate times. 3 separate times. And finally when he answered, he said nothing. Oops, I fucked up because I already know he's guilty. Made no sense whatsoever. He's going to do the same thing here. Watch.
I'm going to love the hell out of my wife, raise the hell out of my children.
See, I'm going to love the hell out of my wife, raise the hell out of my kids. Guys, this is an angry black man talking. This is an angry black man talking. Yes, he is educated. Yes, he is wealthy, I would assume. Yes, he's a pastor, whatever the case may be. This is an angry black man, guys. Dude, who the hell says I'm going to raise the hell out of my kids? What the fuck is this guy on, man?
Handle things on my household, economically, educationally, and otherwise, because I've never been convinced at any point in my life that white folks are sitting around worried about me and my kids.
There it is. He fucked up. I've never been why should white folks be worried? Why should white folks give a fuck about you and your kids, fam? That's what you're there for. That's what you're supposed to do. Now he fucked up and said, well, I can't expect them to. He did the math. Hey, well, I can't expect them to give a fuck about my kids because I don't give a fuck about theirs. This is crazy.
In fact, I don't think they should be because I'm not worried about them and their kids.
There it is.
So
yeah.
I think
nice save there, doctor.
We learn these basic lessons. I think we're going to be okay. But when you get caught up in all the politics where somehow you think that a magical politician getting elected is going to change everything, you a damn fool because ain't no evidence supporting the idea that that's ever going to work.
And there it is. There it is. He's an anti-Trumper. He's an anti-Trumper. He's an anti-Trumper. Yeah, Ghost User says this man is he's an undercover nigga. He's an undercover nigga. You know what this guy is? You want to know what this guy is? You want to know what this dude is? This guy is a nigga that does the speed limit. This guy's a nigga that does the speed limit. Every once in a while, he'll give it a little more gas. He'll give it a little more acceleration. But yeah, this dude is a nigga that does the speed limit. That nothing more.
You know what's so funny?
Because he does such a good you guys can tell he cloaks his beliefs with all of this double talk. He cloaks his beliefs with all of this double talk. He says a whole lot of nothing and makes a bunch of insinuations that tells us exactly who the fuck he is.
Funny though, boys, if you would have heard a white person speak as candidly as you just did about,
and look at him, he's smiling because he knows Anton's about to get him.
They're women, then we would call them racist.
You're right about that.
Yeah.
You are right. I'm going to tell you, this is where we agree. See, Anton was determined for us to fight sometimes, but I ain't going to fight him because I listen to the points I agree with.
Anton he isn't determined to fight you, doctor. That was projection. You're determined for him to fight.
And you're 100% correct. I have never spoken against the freedom of speech of any right-wing white person because here's the problem. The minute they start telling them what they can't say, they turn right back to people like us. They say, well, he said white nationalist, so we're going to ban him. Well, you know what? I'm a Malcolm X guy. I'm a black nationalist.
There it is. There it is. I'm a Malcolm X guy. I'm a black nationalist. Translation, you're a black supremacist, my guy. That's what you are. This guy literally just told on himself. This guy's a black supremacist. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Literally just told on himself. I'm a Malcolm X guy. I'm a black nationalist. No, my guy. No. You're a black supremacist is what you are. That's what you are. All right, I got Jamie Herring. Let me jump in here. Let me add to the stage. All right, what's going on, Jamie? What's on your mind, brother?
Okay, how you doing, Mr. Sharp?
I'm doing good, man. How about you?
Great show.
Yes, sir.
Terrific.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
So, I want to respond to one of your haters. Her name was Lady D.
Oh, yeah, that bitch.
I'm about to give her the business, and I'm going to say it like this. She said black men don't build anything.
That's what she said.
Miss Lady D, I'm talking to you and any black woman who says stuff like that. I'm going to tell you something. What do black women build? What do you black women build? Do you black women build any type of infrastructure? Are you building skyscrapers?
Nope.
Are you building storied buildings?
Nope.
Are you guys building railroads?
Nope.
Do you guys put cement on the ground to keep our sidewalks well maintained in good conditions without
Nope.
any potholes or cracks?
Nope.
Do you guys practice what's called agriculture?
Nope.
They don't do none of that.
Don't do nothing. So what do you build?
Oh, wait a minute. Snowdemi has an answer. They do build. They build broken homes. Facts. They build broken homes. Don DeMarco for Snowdemi. Don DeMarco, man.
Let me tell you something, black women out there. You would never be better than black men. And I ain't talking
Straight
about
up.
the niggas. I'm talking about good character black men. You would never be better than black men. Black women have an average net worth of $5. You are not the most educated women in the United States.
God.
It's Asian women and white women who are the most educated women in the United States. Black women have the highest rates of herpes. They have the highest rates of STDs.
Yep.
They have the highest rates of HIV/AIDS in America and in Africa.
Yep.
And on dating websites, you are the least desired, the least preferred, to the point where black men with money and wealth, they don't want you.
No, they do not.
Even when we talking about sports, you said something about the WNBA. You know why nobody watches the WNBA? Because you're not good.
They can't even do that right. Let me go back to your STD AIDS thing. There are a lot of commercials. There are a lot of pharmaceutical commercials that sell pharmaceutical drugs called PrEP. And it's basic. Have you ever heard of PrEP?
No, sir.
Okay, so for those of you who don't know what PrEP is, it's sort of like a slang term. What PrEP is it's a medication for persons with HIV, a person who is HIV positive to take and reduce the odds, I think, of passing it on to a partner, right? So you take the PrEP and you can have unprotected sex if you take this PrEP and you're out of trouble apparently. Every single and you know these pharmaceutical commercials are like lifestyle commercials. Jamie, it's black women all over these commercials. It's black women, man. It's black women and men who hit for the same team. That's all. That's all there is to it.
And I'm gonna keep going with this too, because I'm gonna tell you this. Another thing about you black women, even when it comes to sports, black men have always been more superior to you when it comes to sports. That's why the NBA is one of the most watched sports in America and around the world.
That's right.
People watch the NBA way more than they watch WNBA.
That's right.
Some of our greatest athletes of all time are black men. Even when it comes to hip hop music, black men are better rappers than black women. And we sell more records than black women.
Black women can't do anything right
now. You have never been better and more superior than black men. Never. Yeah, it's true that black women do go to college more than black men, but guess what? Black men on average still make more money than black women. Black men, stop letting these Cynthia G type women tell you guys ain't nothing. Know your value. Know your worth.
Thank you.
The only black men I don't like are criminals. I don't
niggas.
like Pookie and Ray Ray, Tyrone type black men. I don't like niggas.
Right.
I don't like thugs, gang members, and hoodlums. But good black men, righteous black men, I love them to death, and I support y'all. Okay? But when I heard that, talking about some black men don't build nothing, I had to get up on here and say something because, like, black women, you don't build nothing. You will get thrown out of places of business all around the United States because of your behavior, attitude. You are the most violent group of women in the United States more than anybody else. You have more black men putting out videos exposing black women. We cuddle black women. We treat them like they can do no wrong. Like these just these little innocent women that they can do no wrong.
God. Oh my God.
You guys engage in vandalism. You guys are more likely to be evicted out of your apartments
Real
than
shit.
any other race of women.
Real shit.
And you're broke. You have an average net worth of $5. Tommy stood on my earth can tell you that. That is a fact.
Oh my God.
You're not more superior than black men. And yes, black men, we got fucked up shit within us too, though. Not all of us, but don't ever step here and try to disrespect a black man because, and then somebody else said that I could never divest because I come from a black woman. Guess what? If it wasn't for that, let me say something.
Nigga, watch me.
If it was not for that black man's sperm, semen, his DNA, his genetics that came out of his penis.
Facts.
That black woman would not get pregnant. Black men and black women who are not mixed, who are not biracial, guess where they come from? A black woman might have carried you for 9 months. You come from a black man.
That's right.
It's our sperm that get you into this world.
There you go.
We carry the seed through our testicles. Come on now.
Dude.
You come from a black man.
Yeah, dude. It doesn't make any sense. All right. Thanks for jumping in, Jamie. Thanks for the super hot fire. We'll come back. We'll come back if you have any other thoughts. Let's continue here. Yeah, this guy's an undercover nigga. ProMan1 with the $5 super chat says went to MacArthur. Oh, says went to MacArthur Middle School and was a top wrestler. I know Altus very well. How about that? How about that? That's cool. Yeah, MacArthur. Yeah, MacArthur. DJ BFit with the $2 super chat said they build debt. Somebody else, J-Pod says black women build the prison populations. All right, let's continue.
My feeling is, why can't we compete? Just you lay your ideas on the table, I lay mine on the.
Wait, hold on. I lost my train of thought here. Hold up. Why can't we compete? Wait, hold up.
100% correct. I have never spoken against the freedom of speech of any right-wing white person. Because here's the problem. The minute they start telling them what they can't say, they turn right back to people like us. They say, well, he says he said white nationalist, so we're going to ban him. Well, you know what? I'm a Malcolm X guy.
Hey, modern MLD is still in the chat, man. Yeah, dude. Like, dude, I thought, honestly, man, I really thought I was doing something when I streamed for 7.5 hours the other day. And then somebody told me Myron did a 24-hour live stream. I was like, oh, fucking hell, man.
A black nationalist. My feeling is, why can't we compete? Just you lay your ideas on the table, I lay mine on the table. And us disagreeing or seeing the world differently doesn't mean I'm somehow a victim of your ideas. And it drives me crazy. If you have literal people that claim to be men, you supposedly have testicles attached to your body, but yet you're walking around scared of what another man said about you. That's pathetic to me. I don't understand that.
Now that makes sense. Wait, scared or angry? I don't know what all of that was about. None of that made any sense. He says, you got black men walking around scared of what somebody, whatever.
Virgil, hop back in here.
Yeah, I just want.
MLD says, this feels like a digital clan meeting with a bunch of Clayton Bixby's. I will not participate in any niggerdom.
To say, one of the things that Anton had mentioned earlier, he talked about, he disagrees about the shame. One of the ways that we see shame, it's just another word for judgment. Scripturally speaking, you look at Romans 1:18, where you see that the whole world is suppressing the truth of God in unrighteousness. And what does God do? God abandons them. And as a result, they're given over to their own predilections. They're given over to their own lust. They're given over to their own sin. And that's a judgment of God. That's exactly what we're seeing happening in the black community. As those who are truth tellers, are those who speak about God and about the light, I think we have a responsibility to say what's true. And as a result, let the chips fall where they may. I agree with him in that I don't have to invest. None of the chaos that we saw in social media affects me and my family at the end of the day. I get this idea of black community, but the reality is it doesn't really exist to the degree that we think it does. I'm unaffected by no bills are going unpaid at my home because Tashika and Ray got into a fist fight at the Starbucks or at the Target.
Yeah, Tashika's and Ray's don't go to Starbucks.
My world is not changed or transformed by that. But what it does do is it impacts my children as they see it.
There you go.
I want to be sure that they know what reality is and how they should live their lives as a result. That's not behavior that we should.
Translation: I'm gonna teach my kid to stay away from niggas.
We should applaud. That we should celebrate. We shouldn't celebrate in our rap songs and in our dispositions about things. When you talk about root causes, I go back and I think this was something that was said rightly. You know, we talk about the issues of the last 40, 50 years, the feminism issues that are there as a result. I go back all the way to Genesis 1, where there was the fall of mankind, and God, when He comes to Adam, He says to him, you know, why is it that you listen to your wife? You listen to your wife rather than listening to me. And it's not simply listening to women or following women. It's that we abandon God's word. And at the end of the day, we've got to reconnect ourselves to God's word and His truth and what Scripture says about how we should live our lives. The more we're doing that, the more we're amplifying that voice, the more we're sharing that truth, the larger impact we'll have not only on ourselves and our family, which should be the immediate impact, but on the greater culture as a result. Because again, the gospel does impact us individually, but it should also have impact into culture. And we should see transformation as a result. So as we live those things out, we'll see the kind of impact that we should have.
Chongo, welcome to chat privileges at Chongo to welcome him to the TSR family. If you would, Chongo, put your age and location in the chat, my friend. Appreciate it.
I'm amazed, though.
So, Shamika,
because,
go ahead, Anton. Go ahead.
No, I'm just
No, you go
amazed
ahead.
because most of the people that hold us accountable for what it is that we're supposed to do as black people, they don't even truly have a standard of what requires you to be considered a part of black culture. So, like, for example, if I ask the question and I say, because Boyce, you know, you gave a great example about what your preference is as far as what you were interested in as far as women, and you're never going to not be with black women and so on and so forth. And that's cool. I don't have any problems with people's preferences. But if you're a black man and you decide that you want to be a passport bro, or you decide that you want to marry a white woman, does that then remove you from actually being a voice in black culture?
No,
I see guys on a regular basis, right? For example, that is the leaders, and I'm not going to call.
Is this a snow bunny situation?
Many names, because it's not my platform, but I see people that have a huge voice in telling black people what they are supposed to do on a regular basis, and they have children out of wedlock, and or they will not even marry a black woman, but at the same time, they hold us to a standard that they don't even live by themselves. I am very confused, and this is, I think, a sentiment that we then see being communicated from white people, and now they are starting to stand up and they're starting to say exactly what they mean, and they mean what they say, and they are saying,
no more snow bunnies.
Why should we continue to support you or acquiesce over to you or give you a platform? I see that statue over in New York City that actually represents black women, and I think it's an accurate representation of the culture, and then people are getting mad at it because that is how they see you. The director that placed that statue in New York City is a white woman, but their interpretation of what you look like and how you carry yourself is that. And then people will get mad at it because they don't really have a standard in the black community that is truly a reflection of what is good for the rest of the people. So
let's go back to
how do we even have a culture?
But let's go back to what you were saying in the beginning about black men who choose to become passport brothers or marry a white woman, things like that. I think people should marry whoever they want to. And I, as a man, I think you have a right to do whatever is going to work best for you. I can't judge that. Where I think that we can do a little bit better as men is you can go marry your white woman, but you ain't got to bash black women on your way out the door.
There it is. There it is. There it is. You ain't got to marry. You can marry a white woman, but you can bash the black woman, but we don't have to bash the black woman. Nope. Sorry. I'm going to bash the motherfucking black woman. I'm going to bash the motherfucking black woman. You want to know why? Because black women bash me. Black women bash people like us. Well, marry your white girl, but shut the fuck up about black people. Shut the fuck up about us. Y'all, dude, I swear to God. Listen, what niggas don't realize is that when they say things like that, you can do what you want, marry who you want, just don't bash black women on the way out the door. On my way in the door, I was bashed by black women. I was bashed by black women on my way in the door as a youngster. Black women been bashing me since, dude. Black women been bashing me since I became a civilian. I got called all kinds of names: Uncle Tom, sellout, coon, house nigger, all of that. They laughed and kikied and kiki. And now they got three. Now they got three baby daddies. They live in the projects, but then they want to say, well, okay, you can do what you want, but you don't have to bash black women. Oh, yes, the fuck I do. Yes, the hell I do. You're gonna bash me. You're gonna bash me from the age of 16, but you don't want me to bash you? No. Nope. Sorry. It's a free goddamn country. I will talk about who the fuck I want to and how the fuck I want to, doctor. Miss me with that.
You know, that's the
That's a
problem. I think
misconception,
that's the thing
boys.
that I don't like. It's like
That's
when
a
you
misconception,
would say
boys.
I married a white woman because black women do this and black women do that. No, the black women you chose did.
Oh,
that. You
look
can't
at
pick a
this.
good-
Look at that. The black woman you chose. Now he's blaming us. There it is. Guys, this is why I say that niggas have more in common with feminists than we realize. This is why the so-called black community is just like feminism. What do feminists tell us when we say bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks? Well, it's not all women. Maybe it's the women that you're choosing. This dude, the nigga community is literally feminism. That's what it is. Anytime you point out unflattering truths about them and their ilk, they always have the same responses. It was the black women you chose. Nice try, doctor. Unbelievable, man.
Woman, so you're taking it out on the world. Go marry your white woman quietly and live your life. Why does it have to be?
No. I'm gonna marry my white woman, and I'm going to loudly live my life. Fuck these niggas, man.
Some sort of white supremacist narrative. Like,
oh my God. There we go. This dude is crazy. White supremacist narrative? Are you serious?
You did that. You can't pick a good woman, so you're taking it out on the world.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't pick a good woman, so you taking it out on the world. Yeah, there it is.
Go marry your white woman quietly and live your life. Why does it have to be some sort of white supremacist narrative?
Yeah, this dude's a nigga. Guys, this is an undercover nigga. This is an undercover nigga. This is a nigga that does the speed limit. That's what he does.
Married a white woman because they know how to be feminine. They know how to cook. No,
Yes.
My woman can cook. My woman's feminine. My woman loves me.
Chester.
And I didn't pick women
God
like that.
damn it.
So I think that.
Hey, come get Chester. Fucking hell, man.
Accountability, man. It just has to be across the board. We can't hold others accountable if we can't do it to ourselves.
No, that's not true, boys, because you know that if a man appears, I seen Byron Donalds get attacked by Jasmine Crockett for marrying a white woman quietly because he doesn't even bring that to the forefront. But at the same time, that's something that liberals, Democrats, and women jumped on in order to try to attack him instead of having a conversation about policy.
There you go.
And having a conversation about whether or not he truly qualifies for
See,
being
there
the
it
governor
is.
of Florida. So for us to sit here and act like somebody is attacking black women when in reality they bring it to the forefront of themselves, and we're not going to disregard somebody else's experiences. We're not going to act like it doesn't happen in our community.
Thank you.
And then label it as an attack on black women, because if somebody says that black men are broke, for some reason I don't get offended because I'm not broke.
Right.
So usually
Oh
what
my
you see
God.
is that a hit dog will holler, and that is the reason why people are.
Woo! Yo! Anton is cooking.
Tired, and they have black fatigue because the lack of accountability and responsibility, and we want to try to pretend, yes, I have an awesome wife. But it's clear that I'm not talking about her when I hold people that are worse for the community and are single baby mamas accountable for opening up their legs to 3 and 4 different guys and having children out of wedlock. And for me to call it out because that is the majority, we always want to put it back on men. You can fix 99% of all men, hold them accountable and tell them, hey, make sure that you don't sleep with women out of wedlock and have children out of wedlock. 1% of the men, the top 5, the top percent of the men are the ones that have all of the children, with 80 to 90% of the women that's having children out of wedlock.
No,
So
I agree
if
with you,
one-
but why
if-
wouldn't we put a lot of it back on the men, though? If men are supposed to be
because
the
women
leaders-
control access to sex.
Oh, and I do.
And women control the black community, doctor. Fuck out of here, man.
I agree with that. I agree with you. I mean, I think the baby mama epidemic, it's a problem. I think we got to honestly address it. We're not doing that. But if men are
You see, he just glazed. Baby mama's an epidemic. We need to address it. Blah blah blah.
supposed to be the leaders, then that means that the ball should be passed to you. In a football game, when the team loses, if the quarterback takes responsibility, even if it wasn't his fault, because he says, "This is my team, my responsibility. I'll deal with this internally." So I think.
Oh, by the way, if you're on the chat in Rumble, guys, for whatever reason, my Rumble chat's not working. I'm not able to see the chat in Rumble, so I apologize if I'm not responding to Rumble chats.
As men, you are right though. If the baby mama epidemic is a problem, a lot of these weak ass young men are coming out of households where they never met a man in their life that really loved them and poured into them. It's really wrecked our whole community. It's not a badge of honor. It's not something we should be proud of. But at the same time, I think that.
But at the same time, see, there it is. There it is. Black women this, black men this, niggas. But man, fuck out of here, man.
To say start with us first, right? Because here's what I believe about women. I believe if you show up,
This nigga is literally blaming men. See? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What do feminists do? They blame men. What do niggas do? They blame black men. This is what they do, guys. This is what they do. Feminists and niggas have a lot in common. This dude is literally making feminist talking points.
And you are a true leader as a masculine man, women will follow that.
Lies.
I don't think you have to ask for respect.
Lies.
I don't think you have to command respect.
Family court law will tell you differently, boys.
No.
Ooh. Anton is already making sport of Dr. Boyce Watkins. He's already making sport of this dude. Oh, just be masculine and everything will be fine. No, bro. No, man. Women are out of line. Black women are out of line. They're out of pocket. Look at Shamika Michelle. That was a truth bomb. They already know.
Sure, I did 18 years of child support. I have dealt with a lot of things. But no, what I will say to you, though, is the court of law doesn't determine if I get to be a man.
Look at the way you communicated it.
Listen to this, y'all. Anton is about to deep fry this nigga. Watch.
You said I did 18. You looked at it as a prison sentence.
Woo!
You said I did 18.
Woo! I did 18 years of child support. Like a prison sentence. Even Dr. Boyce Watkins knows. Even he knows. This dude is being voluntarily ignorant. He's being voluntarily ignorant. It's absolutely insane. DJ BFit with the $10 super chat says, if conservative black folks ever distance themselves from the degenerate crowd, watch people like Watkins try to pivot over. He panders because his whole brand profits off of ignorance, the uninformed. Absolutely.
10 years of child support. So
See?
You know, we see women, the same ones that advocated for feminism are advocating against updating family court
There you
laws
go.
that put you in that prison sentence you just described.
Yeah, but taking care of my daughter was not a prison sentence.
Then why did you say it like that?
Yeah, you felt like that.
I didn't enjoy the courts intervening in the.
Well, there you go.
If you want to debate about the politics of it, I'm with you on that. I don't think the politics work in favor of black men in this country, but I do think we have a lot of latitude in terms of how we address and how we deal with our women. My view is that we can be strong, focused, masculine, do everything we want, but we don't have to put down our women. And that was the only.
Yeah, we do. We do need to put down our fucking women. They're not my women any goddamn more. They're not my women any goddamn more. We need to shame black women. That's the only way they're going to change.
The only thing I agree with so much of what, I know Kevin Samuels, I know he was a great, smart man, and I know you loved him, and I loved him too. But I said, man, can't you be masculine without us just making it sort of a slugfest?
You did not like Kevin Samuels.
Listen to him. See, there it is. See? And now Anton just called him out. He said, boys, you did not like Kevin Samuels. And Dr. Boyce Watkins didn't like Kevin Samuels. No, he fucking didn't. Unbelievable. This dude is an undercover nigga.
Hold for 1 second. Stop for 1 second. Stop for 1 second, because I'm going to let Boyce and Boyce, we muted you for a second, because I'm going to let you and Anton continue this. I got to bring Shamika in. We're talking way too much about black women to not let Shamika chime in. And correct me if I'm right or wrong here. Anton, and again, I don't know this, and so I'm asking sincerely. You are married, correct?
I am. I've been married for almost 21 years.
Are you married to a black woman?
I am. I'm married to the person that I went to high school with. I got married at 22 years old, and like I said, we've been married for almost 2 decades. I'm 43 today.
Hold for 1 second. Just give me I'm just short the answers right now. So I just want to be clear with the audience and everybody watching. Anton, Virgil, and Boyce. All three married to black women.
Yep.
I want the audience to know where everybody stands in their home. I just want you to know that. I don't want you to read into it. Now, Shamika, as Shamika's divorced from a black man, and everybody knows, I played in the snow quite a bit. So
Yo! Real shit.
Yes, he's a lifetime snow bunny hopper.
Yes, sir.
Everybody know where it's coming from. So I want to be correct. And now I want Shamika to answer this little debate where I probably tend to side with Anton. That hey man, we're some simps, and these black women are running over us, and the black men need to step back into a leadership role and tell these women to pipe down and fall in line. I'm Archie Bunker. There's just no question about it. I'm Archie. I'm a chauvinist patriarch. And that's what I struggle. And because again, if you've listened to my show and listened to me talk, like The reason I'm not married is because I was like, man, I fell in love with a couple of white women, and I just couldn't pull the trigger because I wanted my kids to look like me, and I thought I was going to find this magical black woman.
Do you hear this? Jason Whitlock just said he fell in love with a couple of white women, but he didn't squeeze the trigger because he thought that he was going to meet a black woman worthy of being a wife. This man is in his late 50s, still looking.
That checked all the boxes, didn't have no feminists in her family that I needed to argue with, and any of that. And it just never happened. And so it is what it is. Shamika, my question to you is, Boyce is arguing that black women are unfairly criticized and are way too criticized. Anton is arguing that, like, no, we need to criticize these women and get them back in line. And I don't want to put words in Anton's mouth, but that's how I take the gist of his argument. Shamika, where do you stand on any of that?
Well, first of all, we know that I'll be the only one on this panel that won't have to land my plane, which is fine because I shouldn't be flying one to start with.
Oh, yo! Shamika Michelle is based.
I do think Boyce has a point
Oh!
when he said it goes back to the men, only because when God approached Adam in the garden, he went to Adam for Adam to give an account of what happened
That's
and what
right.
was going on.
A voice
But I
is starting
totally
to
agree with
weaken.
Anton when
So
he says
Steve-
they need to be criticized because
See
we
that?
have been given this idea that our shit doesn't stink.
Woo!
We think that we
You
get to
better
control
preach!
everything and that nothing
Carrie.
we do is wrong.
Dude,
I don't think
Shamika is cooking. Sorry about that. I had some technical issues there. Shamika is cooking.
we're being unfairly criticized. I will go back to say that maybe a month ago, I said I was going to stop saying black women and start saying exactly what they are, which is mutts. Menacing, unruly, thuggish, and thottish.
Oh
And that's
my
what
God! Oh my goodness. Oh my God. Mutts. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah. There you go. Mhm. Walter, get. Dude, this chick is preaching.
seeing. These are the type of people that we're seeing presented to us over social media.
There you go.
And we're calling them black women. Typically, they are mostly black.
That's right.
But that's the behavior that they exhibit. And it's not because of necessarily their skin color, but because of the way that they act, their behavior.
That's right.
And typically, it is black women.
There you go.
I don't think it's an unfair criticism. I'm not offended when people criticize because I think that's the only way women are going to be able to see it's a problem. The behavior is a problem. If you're constantly told you're a queen, if you're constantly put on a pedestal, if you're constantly told the black woman is God, then you don't get to see that those actions that are harming us are wrong. We don't look at the demise of the black family and take any type of responsibility and accountability, and we have to. I don't have a problem with passport bros. I don't have a problem with men saying, I want a woman who can actually submit and actually be the woman that God created women to be. It's clear women were created for men, not the other way around, and it's clear that we're supposed to be help meets. People always make it one word, but it's two separate words. Help is to support and assist. Me is to fulfill and satisfy.
Damn.
And as women, we've gotten away from that because people have told us we're the boss. We're in charge. We're the leaders. We can wear the pants. We can bring home we can do this and we can do that to stand toe to toe with men.
Damn.
And I don't have a problem with an educated woman, but we do not stand toe to toe with men. That's unbiblical. It's against God, and that's not why we were created. We were created to help men. But we've gotten to the point where we see men as our simps and our lapdogs and think they're here to help us.
Yo, didn't I tell y'all? Didn't I tell y'all? Didn't I tell y'all? Shamika is a real one. She's a real one. That bitch keeps it, dude, that bitch keeps it 1,000. That bitch keeps it 1,000. Straight up, man. Holy moly. So again, Dr. Boyce Watkins is he's the guy on the panel who thinks that black women are criticized too much. Undercover nigga.
I like her.
Hold on.
Yeah, look, Anton said, I like her. Yes, sir.
For 1 second, let me add one more thing, and then I'm going to get back out of the way. And I want to follow in on Shamika's point about everybody says they've been told they were queens, they've been told this. The thing that's always struck
They get statues erected for them?
at me, and I'm talking about since I was very young, is people would say, and I was saying this when I was young, oh, you just can't handle a strong black woman.
Oh my
you
God.
just don't want to be challenged.
Oh my God. Oh,
Hey, you know, you just can't, you don't. And I would say, yeah, you're right. I don't want to be challenged.
Nope.
I want to lead.
Damn right.
I'm
Damn
going
right.
to. And if you're not willing to follow, me and you are not going to last long. I got enough challenges in the world.
Hell
that when I
yeah.
come home, I don't want to be challenged. I want someone to help me get through the challenges I face in the real world.
Thank you.
And so this whole strong woman and blah, blah, it's like, no, I want a feminine woman.
Look, man, if this is my response to the whole you can't handle a strong black woman, okay? Look, when black women say, well, you can't handle a strong black woman, listen, I could handle a bratty kid. That doesn't mean I want to. Dude, anybody could handle a strong black woman. I'm a man. I could handle a strong black woman. I just don't fucking want to. I'm not interested in that.
I want a great mother to my kids, and I want to help me. And black women have been convinced that strength, and I'm going to land this plane, I want to play the clip. This is because this is how black women
Oh
have
my God.
interpreted strength.
Yo, look at this. Here it comes.
And they run,
by the way, he's going to play that Wendy's video. He's going to play that Wendy's video.
They're profane. They're hyper aggressive, and they you didn't respect me, and I'm gonna be disrespectful. This is a clip we played yesterday from a woman, I believe, at a Wendy's. Her arm seems to be around her young son, and this is like this is the problem. Women see this as strength, and this is what they're offering up the world. And I just look at it and go, I feel sorry for the kid, and I feel sorry for any man that laid down with that woman and created that kid and has to deal with this woman. Play the clip. I don't think it's that long, but this is the embodiment of everything that I think scares a lot of black men, and you know, we love to find the needles in the haystack, but it seems like we're getting a lot more of this than the other. Play the clip.
You came in here. You need to tell me I'm doing anything to rectify the situation. Fuck you, bitch. And you have my face. Somebody give me the number. Who your general manager? Bitch, like I said, every time I come in here, you fucking yelling at somebody. Bitch, I come here every day for my lunch break. Eat me, bitch. You can say that shit walking away. How about that?
Jesus Christ, look at this. Look at this.
Now, pick it up, bitch. Pick it all up. Pick it the fuck up, bitch.
And so, obviously, that's a super extreme example. That's a super extreme, and that's not the norm. But
that's the norm, Jason.
Are there lesser? I don't think that's the norm.
No,
There's lesser
no,
versions
Whitlock,
of it.
look, bro, that's the norm,
I
Whitlock.
know a lot of women who act like that.
No. There he goes. There goes Dr. Boyce Watkins. There goes Dr. Boyce Feminist Watkins. I don't know any black women like that. Unbelievable. Dude, yo, these animals are everywhere. They're everywhere. You gotta be kidding me. Look at this. Look at this. Watch.
And so, obviously, that's a super extreme example. That's a super extreme, and that's not the norm. But
that's the norm, Jason.
Are there lesser?
Yes,
I
it
don't
is.
think that's the norm.
There it is,
There's
dude.
lesser versions of it.
Bruh, that's the norm. Anton's trying to tell him.
That's not. I don't know a lot of women who act like that.
I don't know a whole lot of women who act like that. There he is. There's the feminist trope. Well, I don't know women who sleep around. This nigga's not serious, man.
You'll never see my wife or my daughters behaving that way in public.
Oh yeah. Well, I would hope not, Dr. Watkins. Well, you'll never see any like this nigga. Again, voluntarily ignorant, guys. Voluntarily ignorant. This dude is.
Wow. I think if you were to show some crazy line, ridiculous redneck.
Here he goes. White people do it too. This nigga, dude. This dude is a nigga. Oh my God.
On TV, most white people wouldn't identify with him either.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't think any of us have to even answer for that behavior because the most extreme behavior.
Wait, what? Hold the fucking phone. What did this nigga just say?
Ridiculous redneck. On TV, most white people wouldn't identify with him either. I don't think any of us have to even answer for that behavior because
no, we don't have to. No, we don't have to answer for that behavior because you can't. You can't answer for that fucking behavior. What the fuck is wrong with this guy, man? Yeah, King Life says, I don't know any baby mamas. King Life also had a really good quote. Says, women should be a blessing, not a chore. That is facts.
the most extreme behavior is what gets captured in the media, and they do that same thing to men. Look at what some of these male rappers are doing, just embarrassing black men everywhere, making us look stupid. So I personally think we have to know the difference between the true human beings that are really leading the community versus these cartoon characters.
These cartoon characters are the ones leading the community, Doctor. These cartoon characters are the ones in charge, my guy.
That people love to put on television.
That is the norm.
Anton, go ahead.
Well, first of all, Why do we keep on
By the way, Anton's camera is frozen. So we're gonna hear his voice, but we're not gonna see him for just a little while.
Like, we keep trying to justify our bad behavior by comparing it to white people.
Thank you! Thank you! Dude, this is what niggas do. This is what niggas do. Well, white people do it too. That don't make it right.
Western culture is cooked. White women are no better. They are whores. They sleep around. If you go to any college campus, they are more promiscuous than any women that's on campus.
Straight up.
And more importantly, you have more white people on social services than any other demographic.
Thank you.
We need to kill this whole narrative and thinking that just because we compare ourselves to a group of people that are slightly above us socioeconomic status as far as how it is that they perform as a group, then that somehow justifies the fact that we need to be able to do what it is that we need to do. That is the norm. And it is normal for us to have certain conversations. If you want to see a truly racist person, go into some of these black households and see how they talk when they buy them.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yo, Anton is on fire. Chongo with the $5 super chat says, quote, but what about the white people though? Isn't an excuse for the terrible behavior. Exactly. Exactly. That's why Dr. Boyce is smiling, because he knows Anton is right.
Cells without the cameras on. If you want to see some people,
see, you see him laughing? He's laughing because he knows it's true.
Go out and twerk. It's not hard to go out there and find some people twerking with their pajamas still on that they're gonna get back in bed with.
There you go.
That is not
there
something
it is.
that's
See? Do you see? Dr. Boyce Watkins is laughing because he knows Anton is right.
new. All of us have seen it. This is not a rare sighting. This is not Bigfoot in the woods. You go to Walmart.
He said this is not Bigfoot in the woods.
Right now, you can probably find both a white woman in her pajamas with SpongeBob on them, and they dirty at the bottom, and you can find a black woman with a bonnet on. And more importantly, if you go to our local schools, because it starts with the parents. It's not the teachers. The teachers are not miseducating our children. It's the parents.
That's
if
right.
you go to the schools, I guarantee you that if you hold any one of their little munchkins accountable, because if you look at that video, her son was right there. He's going to be a son husband when he grow up.
Woo!
If you go to any of the schools and you hold a kid accountable, you will see that exact same persona coming up to the school to cuss the teacher out.
Yeah.
Yo, Anton is cooking.
It's not new. This is regular.
Virgil, go ahead. Virgil.
Yeah. I don't.
Hold for 1 second. Hold for 1 second, Virgil. Anton's camera has frozen up. We can hear him crystal clear. I don't know if we can correct that
switch it up.
while
Let me
Virgil
get my
and
camera
yeah. Virgil, now go ahead.
MLD with the $5 super chat says, if there was an N-word equivalent for white people, would black people say it? Oh, of course. Of course they would say it. Are you kidding me? Black people are more racist than white people, man. Dude, I've been saying this for years. Man. Black people are more racist than white people.
Yeah, I was just going to jump in and say, I agree with Anton that's more normative behavior than not.
See, there it is.
I live here in Atlanta.
Oh my God. Did you hear what this man just said? He says, I believe this is regular behavior. I live in Atlanta. There you go. You know this nigga sees this shit.
I'm out at the grocery store. I'm out at the mall.
Bruh.
I'm out wherever you go, whether you're at a doctor's office, whether you're flying out of the country or around the states at the airport. That's the behavior you're seeing. And what this really is this is child abuse. This is abuse
yes,
of
sir.
a child.
Yep.
This child is learning. I don't even know how that woman, that behavior is so normative for her that she can, usually when people get upset, they begin to shake and their nerves kind of, she was calm enough to put her arm around the baby and still push all of that and say all that crazy nonsense.
That is crazy, man.
So she's training him that this is the manner in which he now needs to grow up in. So she's basically training him to
She's training him to be another Carmelo Anthony is what she's training him to do. That kid is going to see that this is the way you handle conflict resolution. This is how you handle conflict. Any perception of disrespect must be met with violence.
Eventually be in jail. That's where you'll end up seeing this young
man.
There you go. If someone doesn't intervene. Because he'll know that if he has an issue or a challenge, that the kind of disruptive, violent behavior that she displayed was normative. And unfortunately, Anton is correct. You see this more times than not. You see it in the cultural aspect of the marijuana smoke that you smell when you're going through the city.
Jesus Christ.
You can go to a mall. You can go.
Look at Dr. Boyce trying to act. Look at Dr. Boyce trying to act brand new, like he doesn't know. Again, he is being voluntarily ignorant. Dr. Boyce Watkins knows this is the fucking norm. I don't know any black women like that. Nigga.
To a grocery store. and walk the aisles, and people are high all the time, constantly on marijuana. And again, I know that's supposed to subdue them and calm them and all of that. I get all of that. But what I'm saying is it's the kind of behavior, it's the behavioral pattern that is far more normal than the vast majority of us want to admit. And all that video did was put it on display for more people to see and interact with and see the problems that are part of that community.
What do you mean by subdue them and calm them? Calm who?
Normally, getting high sedates you. That's the point.
Oh, I got you.
Oh, that's what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's saying that, that's the argument.
We just need to not spare the rod and spoil the child. We need to bring back a lot of the things, prayer in schools, remove women from the pulpits.
Yes, sir.
We just need, it's a lot of correction. First of all, I just believe that we speaking to a group of people that's not going to change. You're not going to fix this current generation
Facts.
of people.
Facts.
The boomers ruined it. The millennials came right behind them and capitalized off of it. And they sold their own communities out. They sold drugs to the people in our communities. We champion the worst things for us, especially when it comes to the things that we celebrate in our music. It didn't influence us and how we move today. And our leader, we don't have any leaders anymore. We don't have anybody that we look up to. We call the people that are best and conducive for our lives sellouts, and we champion.
There you go.
Cannon and Umar Johnson. So,
there you go. There you go.
When we really start to have these real conversations, I will tell you that if you want to focus on fixing anything, you just got to completely remove the people that exist and that are adults today. It's going to have to start with people that are much younger, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. That's it. Anybody that's 12 and up, it's too late. You may be able to save some of them. You can't save any more than that. It may be a few in there. You speak to the minority, not the majority.
Yo! Anton is cooking. Anton is absolutely cooking. Unbelievable. Yeah, man. Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely, man. By the time these kids get to 12, 13 years old, it's over. It's a wrap. Dude, we reacted to a video on the Hard R podcast. A 12-year-old killed somebody. 12 years old. 12. This kid is a child. He is a child and his life is over. I think he's going to prison for like 25 years. Insane, man.
I'm going to supplement what you said. I agree with a lot of what you said there, Anton.
I agree with a lot of what you said. And see, when Tommy Jones, when what's his name, Jones came up here, when Timothy Jones came up here and said, well, look, man, I agree with most of what you're saying, and I straight up told him, I was like, look. When you agree with when you say you agree with most of what I'm saying, or I agree with a lot of what you're saying, what you're really saying is that you disagree. So let's skip the theatrics and talk to me about what we disagree about. And sure enough, he was trying to justify Carmelo's actions. That's what he was doing.
I'm gonna add in a piece to this, in a sense, not even a disagreement, but I'm gonna say that I do believe we have leaders, in the sense that every household, there are many millions of households where there are leaders in the household. There are men. This dude. And women who are leading their lives with dignity, who are pursuing education.
Yeah, that's real cute, Dr. Boyce Watkins. Yes, there are many black families that are functional. There are many black families that are functional. But this is what I hate about guys like this. Well, there are millions of homes with leaders in them. Yeah. Percentage-wise, though, what's the percentage, right? 80%. Listen, I want you guys to understand what I'm saying here. Okay, 77% of black people born in this country are born out of wedlock. Okay, and we know this. What Dr. Boyce Watkins would have you believe is that, well, 23%. Listen, there are many children who are not born out of wedlock. That's exactly right. There are millions of black children that are not born out of wedlock. I happen to be one of them. Okay? But I'm in that 23 percentile, fam. You see what I mean? There are millions of black babies that are not born out of wedlock. True, but 77% of black people are born out of wedlock. Dude, this is what I hate about guys like this, is they always disingenuously focus on the number rather than the percentage. Alaskan K says, Jesus, did you just say 77%? Why, yes, I did. 77% of black people are born to single mothers. Guys, this is why we got niggas running amok.
Who work hard every day, who are good people, who are raising their children the right way.
Yeah.
The biggest challenge that we have is that the cartoonish stuff is what rises to the top.
No, the cartoonish stuff is what runs the community. This guy is acting like he doesn't know this.
That's what gets promoted. Earlier you mentioned
Jesus.
Jasmine Crockett, for example. I don't have any
Worst of
problem
the
with her,
worst.
because she's a Democrat, but I don't like the type of Democrat she is, and I don't like the fact that the white Democrats celebrate her ghetto behavior. I don't think the minstrel show is necessary, but people love that. They love to see a black woman popping her neck and just what
See that right there? See right now he's doing the speed limit. Now he's doing the speed limit. He's talking about Jasmine Crockett, openly racist congresswoman. Yeah, and he's right about those white liberals. Okay, so right now he was on that accelerator. He was exceeding the speed limit. Now he's going to get back up under the speed limit.
Throw in the butterfly eyelashes, the weed.
Right. I don't identify with any of that because the
hair
women
hats.
I know are solid women who don't even do any of that shit.
See, the women I know are solid women who don't do any of that. Dr. Boyce Watkins is being disingenuous. I don't know any women like that. He's doing the feminist thing again. Bitches ain't shit. Well, I don't know any women like that. Women branch swing. Well, I don't know anyone who's branch swung. This nigga. Chongo with the $10 super chat says most grow up seeing this behavior their whole. Oh, what happened to my pull-up window? Hold up. What happened to the pull-up? Damn, I thought I'm gonna bring back the pull-up window, guys. I think I might have accidentally closed it. Chongo with the $10 super chat says most grow up seeing this behavior their whole lives. Don't forget the lady in the video destroyed that whole restaurant with her arm around her son the whole time, bro. I'm telling you. She is training, dude. She is training the next. She won't even be a Carmelo. Dude won't even be a Carmelo Anthony. He'll be one of these. He'll be one of these.
Right. So I think at the end of the day, the challenge that we have is we got to lead ourselves. We have leaders out here. We have men. You and I.
No, we don't, Doctor. No, we don't. No, we don't, Doctor. Sorry. I'm sorry, Dr. Boyce. And the men who are actually good leaders, they're not accepted by the black community because the black community is a matriarchy. Gentlemen, I've said it once and I'll say it again. The black community is the first example of a failed matriarchy. Let me repeat that. The black community, as it stands right now, today, Tuesday, May 13th, 2025, is the first example we have of a failed matriarchy.
Don't agree on a lot of stuff, but I see how you have led your family. I see how you know who you are. You know what you believe in. Well, you are a leader. And a lot.
Oh, listen to this. See, dude, this is disingenuous. Listen.
We have leaders out here. We have men. You and I don't agree on a lot of stuff, but I see how you have led your family. I see how you know who you are. You know what you believe in. Well, you are a leader. And lots of people.
See, now he's trying to butter up Anton. Now he's trying to butter up Anton. Just like what's his name tried to butter me up. He's like, all right, I'm going to give you a compliment so you can receive what I'm about to. When Beans came up, he's like, look, I actually think you're a smart guy, and I don't use this word often. That nigga was capping his fucking ass off. That nigga was capping his fucking ass off. The only reason why he told me he thought I was a smart guy was to give himself permission to disagree with me. That's all he's doing. He's trying to make himself credible. You're a smart guy, so I can disagree with you. Fuck out of here, man.
People see that, right? I lead in my space. I think that we have more in common than we have separate. Even though you and I can probably fight it out all day about different things, but at the end of the day,
yeah, dude, yeah, I'm sorry.
Hey, we fight it out because we're leaders in our own way. Pastor Virgil is a leader. Why aren't we seeing more of him in the media, right? So my point is,
the reason why we are not seeing more men like Pastor Virgil and Anton Daniels in the media is because the best and brightest black men are shunned by the black community, Doctor. Dude, I experienced this my whole life, man. I experienced this my entire life. I was the smartest kid, dude. I was the second smartest kid in my class. I graduated with a 4.15 GPA. I was the salutatorian of the class of 95. And black people did not take me seriously at all. They shunned me. They made fun of me, blah, 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 blah. They even did it in college. He's talking about, yeah, there are black men who are leaders and this and that and the other. Yeah, there's just one problem, Doctor. Those people aren't respected by the black community. You know who the black community respects? King Von. You know who the black community respects? Tupac. You know who the black community respects? Biggie. Megan Thee Stallion. Fuck out of here. This guy is so disingenuous, man. This guy is, oh God. I cannot stand people who argue in bad faith like this. This is crazy.
Is to say that that's the issue. They portray black men as being one type of man. They portray the black woman as one type of woman, and we are diverse.
No, we are not. No. Dr. Boyce Watkins, we are not diverse, my friend. We are not diverse. There are two types of black people in the black community. There are either black people or you are a nigga. There ain't no in between, bruh. There ain't no in between, man. Phoenix Light Games with the $5 super chat says, not only is the black woman in the video training her son, she's using him as a shield to protect herself, not her son, from the consequences of her actions. Wow. Holy moly. Holy moly. Yeah. Brother Ken says, oh, we've got leaders, all right. Megan Thee Stallion, Snoop Dogg, Kanye, Lil Wayne, Tupac, King Von, Michael Eric Dyson. Right, exactly. Exactly. The leaders that we have in the black community are fucking race hustlers. Mark Lamont Hill, Malik Zulu Shabazz, those guys. The fuck is he talking about, man?
The people I know who have let go of all the politics, let go of the media, don't let social media run your household, those people are doing well. Their families are strong. They are economically prosperous. Their kids are educated.
This guy is sitting here acting like black people niggas being out of order is somehow made up and it's a social media trend. Bro, what are we doing? Oh my God.
Jail. They ain't getting shot by the cops. They are doing just
ain't getting shot by the cops. Now there he goes. There he goes.
Fine. And that's the narrative that does not get told in the media. And that's the one that I think we should celebrate the most.
Yeah, there's just one problem, doctor. It's not. This guy.
Shamika, I want you to hop back in here and just...
Anton's about to cook his ass, man.
Answer my question. I don't think that video is normal. I do think it's extreme.
Okay, so now Jason Whitlock. See, and here's the thing. Jason Whitlock is saying, I don't think that video is normal. I think it's extreme, right? Well, all right, Donovan, why aren't you as critical of him on this as Dr. Boyce Watkins? Because Jason Whitlock, I don't think he is saying that's not normal. No, what he's really saying is, please tell me this is not normal. Please tell me this is not normal. This is why he has gone around the panel. He's going to go around the panel. Please tell me this is not normal. Okay? Virgil already told him, bro, I live in Atlanta. This shit is normal. Okay? Jason Whitlock, he's still on the fence. He's like, look, all right, Shamika. Let's see if you can convince. Jason Whitlock is still on the fence. I think he's naive. Dr. Boyce Watkins is not naive to this stuff. He knows what the fuck is going on. Jason Whitlock is naive. Jason Whitlock is hoping that this isn't the norm. I don't think he thinks that it's the norm. I think he's hoping that it's the norm. And this is why he is now tapping his panelists. He's like, okay, you guys are out there. Tell me what you see. And so far, it's 1-1.
I think there are lesser versions of that behavior that are just as damaging. I think that one, though, is just like an extreme example.
No.
But black women have that in them. Or they've been trained.
See, Jason, and dude, shout out to Jason Whitlock, man. What Jason Whitlock is trying to do, he wants to believe that these are exceptions to the rule. No, Mr. Whitlock, that is the rule. This is normal. He's not making a statement that this isn't normal. He's actually saying, please tell me this isn't normal. That's why he's going around the panel.
And program to believe they need a little bit, some percentage of that I'll get in someone's face and curse them out and blah, blah, blah. And that's part of the problem. That's why they're raising kids without a man.
There you go.
And they're training up young boys to react very emotionally rather than logically. Anyway, I wanted your thoughts on, is this the norm? Do you agree with Anton, or do you side more in the middle, or with boys that, hey, that's not normal?
You know, I do think it is normal.
There you go. There it is. She thinks it's normal. Now it's 2-1. So now it's 3-1. It's 3-1. Jason Whitlock has now had 3 out of the 4 black people on his panel say, yeah, Jason, this is the norm, my guy.
Becoming very normal. When I myself can go to the store right now and see something similar to this,
Real
I
talk.
have to say it is becoming more normalized.
Yep.
There are a lot of these type of women out here just running amok. And I do agree with you when you say that this is how she's going to raise her son. He's going to be very feminine because he's not going to have any type of conflict resolution skills. They're going to be very feminine, and he's not going to know how to actually resolve conflict because his only example is what we see now, this woman being very emotional and illogical.
Brother Ken says, I live in Denver. Trust me, it's normal. I do not doubt that at all. Shane will win with the $10 super chat says, Jason is shielded from the ratchet behavior because he spent too much time playing in the snow.
Is this a snow bunny situation? Yes, he's a lifetime snow bunny hopper.
Logical and just
Facts.
acting like a untamed gorilla. What bothers me though is if I go into the high schools, this is what we see.
Yes.
When I was in high school, we saw a lot of Thelmas from Good Times or
Right.
Denise
Right.
from the Cosby Show. Now you go into high schools, it's full of
Oh yeah, let me Phoenix Light Games, let me get the pull-up studio. Hold on.
Cardi B's. It's full of Meg the Stallions. These girls are constantly walking around in wigs and eyelashes, being loud. They talk back to the students. I mean, to the teachers. As someone who used to work in the school, and my mother actually still works at a high school, this is unfortunately what we see from these young girls and their mothers, which normally are my generation, Generation X, promote it. Because instead of actually growing up and being grown women and saying, let me lead the younger generation and teach them how to be old, we have so many in my generation still think they're young, still in competition with the 20.
Yeah, guys, the pull-up studio is it's on the blink. It's not letting me in. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, it's not letting me. Damn it. Yeah. It's not letting me pull it up. It's not letting me pull it up. So we'll just continue without it. We'll continue without it.
Year-olds still walking around twerking. I saw a video just yesterday where a young lady was.
Yeah, Dana Gonzalez says he even said he never met and sat with you before. Yeah, Beans lied on that. He lied about that. He lied about that. He's like, no, it wasn't a conversation because I would have remembered. No, he remembered. He just lied.
Clapping her behind in front of what looked like her grandmother. And instead of her grandmother correcting her, she stood up and started clapping, trying to do the same thing on video.
Look at Whitlock. Look at Whitlock.
I've never seen that from
Look at Whitlock. Whitlock is like, God damn. He's like, God damn.
my grandmother. Never seen that from my great-grandmother. But this is what we're doing now, and we're thinking it's okay and it's cool. So I do think, unfortunately, that it's more than we're willing to admit. I need to move where Boyce is, but honestly...
Oops! She said, I need to move where Boyce is, right? I don't know any black women that do that.
If I move, there are people that are in my phone right now that I know for a fact, at least one has trashed a restaurant because she couldn't control her emotions.
Unbelievable. Dude, Don DeMarco, Shamika, fucking Michelle. That bitch says, I got a bitch on my phone right now that I know trashed the restaurant because she had no emotional control. Jesus Christ.
And that's just me being honest.
Hold on. It's
Boyce,
so,
hold for 1 second, Anton. Hold for 1 second, Anton. Boyce has to leave, so I want to give Boyce a final thought, and he's going to farewell. Thank you so much, Boyce, for your time. Go ahead with your final thought. Oh, Boyce is all right. Yeah, Boyce had an hour, and he gave it to us.
Good.
Anton, go
Yeah, get that nigga out of here, man. Get that nigga out of here. Dude, that's an undercover nigga.
Go ahead and jump back in.
It's so common that our high schools, our colleges, are training grounds for it.
Ooh!
The colleges.
You better preach, my nigga. Yo! I'm going to tell you what, man. Anton...
are the grad level students of the degenerate.
Oh my God! Let me quit running my mouth. Listen to what this nigga just said.
Common that our high schools, our colleges are training grounds for it. The colleges are the grad level students of the degeneracy that we see in our culture and our community.
Jesus fucking Christ! Unbelievable, man.
That's where they look at and they see all of the different cultures and they doing stuff that's worse and they adopt it. That's when they start to have pronouns. That's when they get their gay best friends, all of that. It's been so prevalent for so long. I graduated high school in 2000, 25 years ago. I remember the degeneracy back then in which the majority of the women that got to a certain age, 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade, they were talking to men that were almost the same age as their aunties, their mothers. They regularly talked to men that wasn't even in school anymore. And the mothers often at times were the ones that allowed for it to happen in their household. They
Real
knew about
shit.
it. They supported it. They let it happen inside of their homes. It's a breeding ground. It's 100% the worst thing that has ever happened to us is that they allow for us to choose for ourselves. And then we chose wrong. We got the freedom. We got the unions. We got the jobs. We got the money. We never developed the character. We went away from church. We went away from God. And it's so funny because even if you go back to Genesis and you start talking about, what happened in the beginning of time and how they got kicked out of the Garden of Eden, the man was punished for hearkening unto the voice of his wife.
That's right.
He wasn't the person that sinned. He was the person that was held accountable for listening to his wife after she had sinned and made herself available to the serpent.
Oh my God. Yo, Anton is cooking.
So when I see this happening, I know that women by default, most of them are unruly. Most of them they are not meant to be leaders. We see things out of pocket happening in our culture. We embrace it. And this is how they were able to talk to us in our elections. This is how they're able to talk to us in our communities. This is why you see women
Look at Whitlock. He can't believe it. Look at Whitlock. He can't believe what he's hearing. and guys, look, I believe Jason Whitlock honestly didn't know. I believe Jason Whitlock honestly didn't know.
Most instances now they're becoming the principals, they're becoming the dean of students, and all of them
look at that
liberal mindsets.
Look at that. Look, Jason's a believer. He's a believer. He knows. Look.
Becoming the principals, they're becoming the dean of students, and all of them.
Look at that. That's it. That's it.
Them have liberal mindsets that is ruining the black community, and then they want to have diversity, equity, and inclusion champion them, when in reality, all it's doing is continuing to ruin the next generation of our sons that's ultimately going to be the ones that they complain about.
God damn. Man, I'm going to tell you what. Yo, Antoine's got, this nigga's got 5 Michelin stars, y'all. This dude's got 5 Michelin stars. Man, this dude is deep frying, he is barbecuing, he is grilling. This nigga is spitting.
They're going to complain about the next generation of men, and they're going to say it ain't no real men out here.
There it is.
You raised them. You raised them.
Yo, look, I've said this for years. Black women create the men they complain about. Black women create the men they complain about.
Yeah. And I was going to say, Jason.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Shamika. Yep.
Yeah, we hear a lot of complaints in the community, and we hear a lot of, I would say victims, but sometimes they're not even always taking on a victimhood mentality. Just tagging what Anton just said, we have these women, black women, as teachers, principals, deans, judges, police officers,
there you go.
Probation officers.
There you go.
I really feel like we could turn some things around in the community if they
Judges. Like the one who reduced Carmelo Anthony's bond from $1 million to $250,000. Now, I told you guys I didn't have a problem with the bond reduction. I didn't have a problem with the bond reduction, and I still don't. I don't think, at least at this point, I don't think Carmelo's a flight risk. I don't think he's got the ankle monitor on. If this kid is going to spend the next 20 to 25 years of his life in prison, the least we can, I don't know, to me, this is just me, the least we can do is allow this kid to stay with his family until he goes to prison, right? Like, that's the least we can do. And I know that some people feel differently. I'm sure Jeff Metcalf probably feels differently, right? But that's how this is, y'all.
They were removed. Take them out of those positions of power.
There you go.
A lot of times they abuse them.
Yes, like the judge who reduced Carmelo Anthony's bond from $1 million to $250,000. Guys, I've never killed anybody, okay? I've never killed anybody, all right? I've had a $250,000 bond before, guys. I have had a $250,000 bond. So you mean to tell me, me beating the shit out of some guy, I get a $250,000 bond, and that's of course because I was a repeat offender and all that good stuff. But this kid who stabbed this kid who stabbed another kid to death, he gets to have the same bond that I do. He killed someone. This is black women abusing their power.
And as long as they're in charge and as long as they're running some of these places, I just feel like young boys coming up, they don't have a chance. These type of women.
Yeah, do some diff says someone said that that the judge is a conservative black woman. Yeah, just because just because she says she's conservative doesn't mean she is.
Women are not just in their homes.
Yep, there it is. John Mitchell says Kyle Rittenhouse's was like $2 million. Yep, there you go.
Now they're in their schools running things.
There
now
you go.
They're in their communities running things.
Yep.
And it's really bad. We saw this even with the woman that was in Fannie Willis. We saw how she presented herself.
We saw that.
When she was on trial or whatever. She was acting as if she wasn't supposed to be this educated woman with class. She was hunched over. She was dressed terrible.
Facts.
She was talking ghetto.
Facts.
These are the women that are in positions of power. We are cooked, fried. Because unless we get
She said we are cooked, fried. God damn it.
rid of them.
Dress on. That sheen dress.
Yep.
That pink one that she had.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Dress on though.
You know,
Unbelievable.
and so I feel really
Go ahead.
bad for those coming up because of who we have in these positions of authority.
No, I'll tee off of what Shamika said about positions of power. I think about the Jasmine Crockett's of the world and who they're training. I was recently down at the state capitol pushing the issue in front of the Georgia legislature about equal protection for abortion. And what I found was that, and it's on the internet.
Somebody drop the Discord link, please.
One of the legislators pulled a Jasmine Crockett, had her lashes and had her ghetto kind of thing going.
Unbelievable,
and
man.
created these signs that she held up, and of course it was to her demise with the audience that I speak to. But she had her signs. It's, the God we serve ain't the God you serve, and I was like, you're exactly right because you serve Satan. But she looked at me and had the neck pop in the whole 9 yards. Unfortunately, Jason, I think to the point that's been made in this space, this is more normative of what we see in culture, particularly quote unquote black culture, than we'd like to believe. You want to hope for the best, but the reality is
Look at that. Virgil is literally telling him, you want to hope for the best. And I believe Jason Whitlock, I believe I think there's a little part of him that still has hope for the black community. Dude, the black community's cooked, man. It is cooked. It's over. And I think Jason Whitlock is holding on to the last vestiges of hope that he has for the black community. But I think he has seen the light here, guys.
Everywhere I go, like I said, I'm right outside of Atlanta, and I've got a front row seat to the Jamal Bryants of the
Oh yeah, it's in the description. It's yeah. The Discord link's in the description, guys.
World and their craziness that they promote at their churches, and then those same women showing up in the grocery store and with their entitlement behavior and how they respond and react to things. You wouldn't even know that they left church the way they interact with waitresses and wait staff and the like. It's as if they've been told that the God that they came to worship was actually them, and then they depart from there acting like that God in the culture. And so this behavior has got to be pushed back against.
I can't believe Jasmine Crockett is even, dude. Stacey Abrams, dude, what are we doing?
Stop it. We've got to call it out. But again, I don't disagree with Anton. I'd say, and I said this early on, one of the ways that shame takes place, shame is equivalent to judgment. It's abandonment. You abandon that culture. You press on toward what you're going to do.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. If anybody else comes in here and says, Donovan, you bash the black community, but you don't talk about solutions, that's because there are none. Dude, the black community is lost. It's over. It's over. It's done. It's done. It's over. It's a wrap. It's over, man. Nothing can save the black community. It is over. If you are a black man with some kind of character, some kind of common sense, or something to lose, you must divest from the black community. That's what you must do. You must divest from the black community. The black community is a sinking ship. There is no saving it. There just isn't it. There just isn't. And there are all kinds of charities that try to help kids from the inner city and this and that and the third. It's not help. Dude, every year the NFL awards its Walter Payton Man of the Year. It is the highest honor in the National Football League. It is a bigger deal to win the Walter Payton Man of the Year than it is to win the MVP. And if you think I'm lying, look it up. The most prestigious award in the NFL. These guys and they pick one player from all 30. They pick one player from all 32 teams, and to a player, almost all of them have some sort of a charity or some sort of a benefit that helps the black community. How's that working out? How's that working out? We keep pouring millions of dollars into these inner city projects. We gotta help the inner city kids. We gotta get them into college, get them into school. It's not working. It's not working. It's literally getting worse. The more resources we put into saving the inner city, saving the black community, the worse it gets. It is a lost cause. It is over with. It is over with.
And how you're going to promote your life and live the way that you need to live and honor God, honor your spouse, honor those.
Gerald said, LOL, says, when they come, you'll be the first one they get. Yeah, that's cute. No, no, I won't be. No, nigga. Yo ass will be the first one to get. You know, this is funny. This is funny. When Jerome was talking about, yeah, that's your whistle, they see you as a nigga too. You want to know why? You want to know why Jerome said they see you as a nigga too? Niggas like Jerome are happy that the world sees me as a nigga. They actually take pleasure in the fact that niggas like him ruin it for people like me. They like that. They never gonna like you, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, you want to know something? You want to know something, Jerome? Or Gerald, you want to know something, Gerald? I've walked around my neighborhood many, many times. I'm a large, imposing guy, sleeve tattoos, all that good stuff. The neighborhood that I live in, the grocery stores and shops that I'm in, dude, this is... I live in an extremely affluent area. I live in a gated community within a gated community. I live in a gated community that has its own not police force, its own security. The whole nine. And yes, when they see me, do they think of me as a nigga? Absolutely. Absolutely. Until they talk to me. Until they talk to me. As soon as I open my mouth, I was actually telling Devin this the other day. This is why when I go places in this area, I'm always very proactive when I interact with the people around here. Hey, how you doing? Like when I walk into a store, the gas station, hey, how you doing? Right? I want them to hear that I speak with pace and diction, voice inflections. I want to show them that, listen, you can't always judge a book by its cover, but you can most of the time. I get it. So I do my part to let them know that I'm definitely not a nigga. You better believe it. So, dude, I got Chinese food. This is great. I got Chinese food, what was it? I went to this upscale Chinese restaurant the other day. Picked up some crab rangoon, and there was an older white couple sitting at the bar. So I ordered it to go. I sat at the bar, right? And so I came in, I made my order, and the two of them were looking at me. They were fascinated. And so finally, when the girl rang me up, I had to sit there for about 10 minutes while they made the crab rangoon. And the woman says to me, she's like, "Pardon me, sir, but like, are you on the radio?" And I said, "No." I said, "But I do have a podcast." And then the guy says, "Yes, you have." They said, "You have an excellent speaking voice." Do you think for 10 minutes they're telling me why I should be on TV? And of course I joked, trust me, they don't want a dude like me on TV. And they laughed. Dude, older, white, rich, affluent. I walk in there just like this. I'm in a hoodie. I got all of that. Soon as I open my mouth, all that shit goes away. Yeah, nice try, Gerald. Nice try, Gerald. Oh yeah, they're gonna come for you first. Nah, they're gonna leave me alone. They ain't getting in here. They are not getting in here. All my neighbors know who I am. Dude, I'm gonna tell you what. Here's something else. For all of you niggas in the chat to say, boy, I'm telling you, your neighbors think you're a nigga. No, they don't. Every time I'm out gardening, mowing the grass, whatever the case may be, to a person, when they drive by, they all wave. My community loves me here, goddammit. They love them some fucking Donovan. They know exactly what the fuck it is. Like, okay, this guy certainly doesn't look like this guy certainly looks like the average nigga, but this guy likes to garden. He actually gives a shit about his property. Oh my goodness. It's not a bunch of nigga shit. So yeah, when they come nigga, you gonna be the one that gets got. Not your boy. Sorry, not your boy. Oh no. As soon as I open my mouth, they are completely disarmed. This is why when I go into a new place or a new establishment, I always am proactive with the interaction to show them, guys, I'm not one of them. I may look like one on the outside, but trust and believe, niggas don't talk like this. Straight up. Let's continue.
Around you in a way that brings out the best in what we need to see in culture.
it's so funny. I generally am so transparent and so raw, but perhaps I'm coming away from this conversation like I'm being naive in that.
There it is. There it is.
I'm not even properly evaluating my own behavior because abandonment is where I'm at and where I've been in terms of like, hey, this isn't fixable.
There you go.
These
there
women
you go.
have no interest in listening to a man.
There you go.
And so all I can do is come out from among them.
There you go.
And
there it is.
And so I'm sitting here saying, well, I don't think this is normal, but I'm looking at my behavior.
There you go.
And my behavior is acting like, no, this is normal, and this is why you've abandoned.
Don DeMarco to Jason Whitlock for a little self-awareness. Don DeMarco to Jason Whitlock for a little self-awareness, guys. Okay? That's the definition of a man, is a man who can evolve. Jason Whitlock just sat there, this can't be normal. He's like, you know what? These 3 people are telling me it's normal. Maybe I'm the naive one. Just like with the OJ thing. I always thought that OJ did it. I was 100%. I was 100% on that one. A lot of you in there disagree and think that it might have been somebody else. And then Myron apparently thinks it might have been somebody else. Okay, all right. Myron is someone I respect and love and trust. So guess what? And Myron and I, we are like-minded. So if a like-minded individual tells me that thinks OJ might not have done it, I'm gonna listen to them. I'm not gonna listen to niggas like Beans. I'm not gonna listen to niggas like Jerome, because you niggas have an agenda. Myron doesn't have an agenda. Myron doesn't have an agenda as far as that's concerned. He was in law enforcement for I don't know how many years. So now I'm also going to be a little bit open-minded. I'm going to go down that rabbit hole. This is how it works, guys. Phoenix Light Games with the $2 super chat says, I know the hashtag pull up studios isn't working. I sent a voice message. All right, I'll pull it up. Shane will win with the $10 super chat says, what people think Don sounds like. What up, Debo voice? What Don actually sounds like. Good evening. How are you doing today? White man voice. Yeah, exactly. Dude, guys, this is not an accident. Anytime I walk into an establishment that I've never been, now obviously if I'm patronizing a business that I patronized before, I'm a jovial guy. I like to have conversations with people. As a matter of fact, I was at the dentist. You think they're gonna get me first? Check this out. Devin got some dental work done at the dentist yesterday, right? So I'm out in the lobby, minding my business, actually listening to the first Jason Whitlock interview, and I had a Philadelphia Flyers shirt on. Somebody walks in to the dentist office that had a Florida Panthers jersey on, and he goes up and he goes up and he gets checked in and everything, and he comes back and he's like, he's like, it's been a while since I've seen a Flyers fan. I was like, yeah, interestingly enough, we actually just moved out here from Philly. This man and I had a 30-minute conversation about ice hockey. 30-minute conversation about ice hockey. We talked about Rod Brindamore. Dude, we talked about Rod Brindamore, okay? And dude, my hockey knowledge, I could see it in his face. It blew him away. He could not believe that a dude who looked like me, sounded like me, and knew more about hockey than he did. Hockey! You never hear black people talking coherently about hockey. We talked about the Legion of Doom line. He showed me a picture when he met Bobby Clark of the Broad Street Bullies. I talked about the fact that I became sort of a de facto Hurricanes fan because when they moved from Hartford, they played their games at the Greensboro Coliseum while they were building the ESA in Raleigh. All of that. This dude was blown away. I could see it in his face. He could not believe that someone who looked like me, talked like me, and knew more about hockey than he did. That's why I know I'm not going to get got. That's why I know I'm not going to get got. No, you niggas are jealous of me. You know they're going to leave me alone. So you niggas do your level best to fuck it up for everybody else. Because when they come for you, and they fucking are, you want them to come for me first. They're going to come for you first. No, you want them to come for me first. You want them to come for me first because of who and what I am. Not because of who and what you are, nigga. You see this? It's a culture of fucking death. Culture of fucking death, man. We got niggas in here talking about, well, when they come first, they're going to come for you first. They want white people to kill me. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable. Dude, niggas are so out of pocket and so out of line. You guys actually want white people to kill the best and brightest of black people instead of niggas. Fuck out of here, man. Coming to get you first. Nigga, I wish you would, man.
And just moved away, and you have almost no tolerance for any woman that doesn't want to listen to a man who has so little self-awareness, so little biblical understanding that she sees no value in listening to a man. I don't want to be around her. And it's very painful.
Yes, it is.
Because all of my memories are so fond. And again, people hear me talk about the Masterpiece Lounge and Jimmy's J Bar J, the bars my father owned in the interstate. And all my memories from the 70s and 80s are so fond. But it's like all that has disappeared. And I'm looking at a very matriarchal culture and women that are out of control. And I just, Anton, you've already gone down this path a little bit. you went down this path. Like, is this curable? Is it fixable? And if so,
listen, I want you guys to witness how quickly Anton answers Jason Whitlock's question. Is the black community fixable? Is there any hope? Listen to Anton.
How do we do it?
Nope. It's not.
Yo, that nigga said nope.
Nope.
No, sir. No, sir. Look, let's go back to the speed.
Is it fixable? And if so, how do we do it?
Nope.
He said nope. John Mitchell says Donovan out here changing people's minds, which I think if enough people would act like the stereotypes will change. And that's the problem. That's the problem. Guys like me are outnumbered by niggas like Gerald. That's the problem. Dude, do you guys really think that before I moved into this house with my white wife, did you guys not think that I didn't understand and read the room? Oh, you better believe it. The first week we were here, Devin made this this is what we did to ingratiate ourselves in the neighborhood, okay? When we first got here, Devin made this big pan of lasagna. This is absolute God level demon neighborhood game. If there's any such thing as neighborhood game, Devin is the fucking master. Check this out. Check this shit out. So we get here, we move in, get situated and everything, of course, boxes and pizza and all that good stuff. So Devin, I think it was like the second or third day we were here. She made this huge pan of lasagna. And she cut the lasagna. No. I'm sorry. Here's what she did. She how can I put this? Do you guys ever seen those banana bread loaves in the grocery store? Right? And I'm searching for the name of it, but it's the pan that you bake the little miniature banana breads. The little banana bread loaves, right? She took a bunch of those and made a bunch of miniature lasagnas. It was a nice big serving, single or double serving, right? So she made the lasagna, customized it on the address, customized the address, put their address on and labeled it, and we went door to door welcoming ourselves a bread pan. We went door to door welcoming ourselves to the neighborhood. Hey, my name is Alex Hopkins. This is my wife, Devin. We're new in the neighborhood. We're here in Philadelphia. Listen, this is a token. I did all the talking. I said, hey, man, as a token, we just want to welcome, ingratiate ourselves into the community. My wife here is a very good cook. Not only did Devin do that, she actually included the recipe. She included the fucking recipe, man. She included the recipe. Guys, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. So to any nigga in the chat who tries to convince themselves so that you can sleep at night that you think my neighbors hate me because they see me as a nigga, sorry. No. My neighbors love them some Donovan. Please believe. Dude, I'll never forget. I'm out there with my flowers last year. And there's this cute little old lady who lives who lives on the end of the block. And I remember she was walking by with her and her girlfriends were walking. They do their morning walk or whatever. She came over. She's like, I just have to tell you, it is just so beautiful here. It's like, she's like, you rearrange the flowers every day. It's like Charlotte's Web. There's going to be like a new message every day. You think she sees me as a nigga? You think she sees me as a nigga? You feel me? Yeah. Yeah. Fuck you and the horse that brung you. You wish those motherfuckers would come after me. You want those motherfuckers to come after me. I'm telling you they're not. I'm telling you they ain't. They are not.
It's not curable. It's not fixable.
Nope.
It's already been predicted. I think that what I tell guys, right? Because a lot of guys, they'll say to me, well, Anton, there are no more good women. Or I met this woman and I'm willing to settle. The thing that I tell guys a lot of times is vet for where you're going. Young guys in particular, not the older guys. They already know that the community is
we already know.
But I tell them, vet for the woman, because a lot of women, for example, will say, don't date off of potential, don't make themselves available, which is also contributing to the demise of the family because even though Western culture and white women and women in the United States of America at large have largely been rebellious, which is now a reflection of what you see happening within our culture and our communities, they do have one thing.
C.E. Jones says, yes, I use chocolate zucchini cake. Ooh, that sounds really good. Or sweet potato pie. Yes, sir.
Up on black women, and that they do date based off of potential and they do seek out their husband earlier in life. And I tell guys a lot of times to don't date down anymore. Vet for the woman that you think is going to be or for the direction that you're going in. And the reason that I say that is because you have to pick much earlier in your life where you want to be, who you want to associate yourself with, because what's going to happen is as you approach your 30s, as you approach your 40s, it's going to be exponentially more of whatever it is that you've done in your 20s.
That's right.
It's going to be exponentially worse or exponentially better.
One thing that is clear about this podcast is Jason Whitlock learned a lot. He learned a lot on this podcast.
And you're going to have to sort through all of the nonsense the later on in life that you decide that you want to make a decision of whether or not you want to align yourself or divest yourself from the culture, from the community, from the things that we see happening every single day. And what I've also found is that the older that people get, 25, 30, unless they...
John Mitchell says that's the solution right there. We need more Donovan in the world. You know what? Let me play you guys a short video. Stories about this is at this video is... This was 5 years ago. And the title of this video is How I Do My Part to Disprove Negative Stereotypes About Black Men. Take a look and listen.
Devin and I went to Atlantic City last week. Stayed at this unbelievable 5-star resort. 45th floor, crazy large room, beautiful view, luxurious room, the whole nine. Well, there are security guards in the lobby who are there to prevent outsiders who are not staying at the resort from getting onto the elevators. This is normal at any casino resort. It's the same in Vegas. It's the same as Reno. This is just the way it is. So you walk by the security guard, you flash him your room key. He gives you the quick, sharp nod to give you permission to go up to your room, and you both go about your business. Now, the security guards don't require every single person to show them their room key every single time. Maybe he has seen a certain person or people there before and verified them before. Maybe he knows that they're repeat guests. Maybe the people have luggage with them and that's good enough to verify that they're staying there. The point is that he has a different reason to either check or not check if you have a room key. This is at his discretion. Well, the second or third time Devin and I went up to a room, I was stopped by a security guard. He said, "Sir, room key, please." Now, I could have gotten all bent out of shape and said, "You're profiling me. I've been up to my room twice already. You want to ask me for a key because I'm a black man? You let that white couple go by, but why did you stop me?" But you want to know why I didn't? Because I knew why he stopped me. And the reason he stopped me is because I'm 6'1", 235. I'm a 6'1", 235-pound black man with tattoos. That's why. Let's keep it 100, guys. That's the reason he stopped me. But rather than making a big deal out of verifying that, yes, I am a paying customer at this establishment, and no, I am not the stereotypical black man who tries to sneak into casino hotels to sell customers illicit drugs, I simply showed him my room key and went about my business. Now, do I like the fact that I get profiled? Of course not. No, dude, no black man likes getting profiled. But that's the hand I've been dealt. And other black men are responsible for those negative stereotypes. Just because I'm not the stereotypical black man doesn't mean that I don't have to prove it every day of my life. This is my reality. And sitting around crying about what I can't change in a day isn't going to solve anything. I was also stopped on my way out of BJ's. Now that I'm thinking about it, I was also stopped out of my on my way out of BJ's. It's a grocery store. You buy everything in bulk. 5 gallons of mayonnaise and, whatever. 5 gallons of peanut butter. But he stopped me because I was wearing a backpack. I politely let them check my backpack and I kept it moving. Now, there was an older white lady who was behind me that said, I've never seen them check anybody's backpack before. I just said to her, yep, that's how it is. No, gentlemen, I am not okay with that. Don't get it twisted. I am not okay with having my bag checked when clearly they let other people walk by with backpacks. But making a scene and escalating a situation only further perpetuates the negative stereotypes about black men. And guess what? That doesn't help anyone, least of all myself. So I politely comply, and I show them that I am not who or what I look like, and I am always treated well and with great respect after that. And in the back of my mind, I think to myself, you know what? Maybe the next time someone comes through here who looks like me, the security guard will think back on his experience with me and maybe let him slide without needing to see his room key or check his backpack. And that's how I do my part.
There you go. There it is. There it is, guys. That's how I do my part. Okay? My neighbors and my community, they know who I am. They know who I am. They know what I do. They know what I'm about. I'm a 6'1" black man I'm a 6'1" black man, you know, with sleeve tattoos. Cool. They don't care. They do not care. I was actually out last week. I was actually out seeding the yard with my overseeder. And the lady that lives next to the lady that lives she doesn't live across the street, but she lives across the street and one over. I'm sitting there overseeding and everything. And there's a white lady, you know, one of the people. Dude, she came by. She is actually walking to her house, but then she came back across the street, and we got into a 15-minute discussion on the importance of dethatching before you reseed. This is your typical white American suburban housewife, right? She came over. We had a whole conversation about that. She knows I'm not a nigga. All my neighbors know I'm not a nigga. And I actually like the fact that you niggas, you love to think about, you love to say, oh, they gonna get you first. No, they're not. Nah, bro, they're coming for your ass. They're leaving my ass alone. Guys, I'm gonna take a potty break because we are almost 7 hours in and I really have to pee. I'll be right back. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that modern relationships are in the toilet. Anyone paying attention can clearly see that men and women are really struggling in the dating department. Everyone seems to be looking for answers about what to do in relationships to increase the odds of a favorable outcome, which is simple. Being in a great relationship with someone who loves and respects you and treats you well. However, the advent of hookup culture, the smartphone, and dating apps have severely crippled relationships between men and women. Simply and more succinctly put, modern dating is a dumpster fire. And the two biggest reasons are A, today's men are ill-equipped to handle the modern dating landscape, and B, most women are after the same guys. Further, any effective advice given to men by men gets creatively hidden, canceled, or purposely made extremely difficult to find thanks to the powers that be out in Silicon Valley. As a result, more and more men are leaving the dating market, at least here in the West. Between the men going their own way movement and the recent emergence of the passport bros, more and more men have either sworn off dating and relationships altogether or have gone overseas to seek better options for relationships and families. Now, if you've decided to give up on dating as a man, I certainly don't blame you. Modern women are becoming increasingly difficult to attract, maintain, and have good relationships with. On the other side of that equation, most men, whether they admit it or not, do in fact want relationships. Unfortunately for men in the West, finding a woman of potential quality is next to impossible. And even if he happens to find one, she's more than likely spoken for, as most men of value, foreign and domestic, take quality women off the market very quickly. These are the kinds of things that make going to a foreign land to find a worthwhile companion extremely enticing for Western men. And for some, this option is 344% the right thing for them to do. But while moving abroad is certainly a viable option for some men, it is not a solution for most men. The truth is that even though we talk about moving abroad to escape Western females, most men are either unwilling or unable to move to a foreign country to find better women. Leaving your family, friends, and everything you have ever known is the kind of proposition that presents the kinds of risks and uncertainties that repels most men from taking the plunge. So what's a Western man to do if seeking a woman abroad isn't the right move for him? What options does a man have if he doesn't have the desire or resources to move overseas? Should he A, continue to waste his time, money, and attention on pursuing the overweight, entitled, delusional women of the Western Hemisphere? B, swear off women completely and reduce himself to a growing number of men who only get pleasure from their right hand thanks to spicy movie sites and OF subscriptions? Or C, constantly complaining to anyone who will listen about how horrible modern women are? If you don't like any of those options, I do have good news for you. There is a fourth option. And that option is understanding that D, conditional love, is the key ingredient for long-term relationships to work. That's right, gentlemen, I did not stutter. Conditional love is paramount for successful long-term relationships. And that, my friends, is the cheat code. From the cavemen of the Mesozoic era, when dinosaurs roamed the earth, to the Renaissance era of the 15th and 16th centuries, to the greatest generation when traditional values were at the forefront of American culture, love has always been conditional, whether we realize it or not. Do you think a cave woman would love a caveman if he were lazy, didn't hunt, and didn't protect her from the predators of the time? Of course not. So a cave woman's love was absolutely conditional because her survival quite literally depended on it. The world tells us that unconditional love is the foundation for successful long-term relationships, but history shows us that this just isn't true. The simple truth is that there are conditions to everything in life, and love often has the most conditions attached to it. Why else do you think it's such a big deal when one professes their love for someone else? So now the question becomes, how do we apply the notion of unconditional love in our own relationship endeavors? More specifically, how exactly does this help today's men become more successful with modern women? Conditional Love, the Idiot's Guide to Modern Relationship Success, is the answer. This guide is the first of its kind that offers real-world, actionable relationship guidance based on the very concept of conditional love, something we've been taught is a bad thing in relationships our entire lives. This incredible course contains over 200 hours of material. It will take you step by step through the process of building, cultivating, and maintaining the kind of relationship with a woman that every man wants, which means teaching you how to establish clear boundaries, high standards, and expectations that will command her respect from the very beginning. And the 7 modules in this one-of-a-kind course will cover every aspect of engineering a rock-solid relationship from start to finish. The first module is the 49 Laws of Sharp. These 49 laws will completely reprogram your mindset as it pertains to modern women. Everything you have ever been taught about women will be turned inside out and will quite literally rewire your brain to understand what women really are as opposed to what the world wants you to think they are. This information will be such a shock to your system that you'll have to watch it several times to wrap your mind around these shocking yet immutable truths about modern women and dating. Students often refer back to this section throughout this course to help bridge any gaps in understanding they may encounter. Module number 2 is my 5-part 7-hour audio guide on relationship building, how to build a quality woman from the ground up. This module will instruct you step by step on laying a rock-solid foundation for your relationship. It will teach you how to thoroughly screen women for potential relationships, how to coach your candidate to become the submissive, obedient woman you want and need her to be, how to establish clear boundaries, expectations, and standards that she will happily abide by, how to create a sexual relationship that satisfies you both, and what to do should things get a little rocky. In short, the second module takes you through the entire process of building your woman and relationship brick by brick, and the information in this section has proven to be very effective many times over. Yes, even with American women. The third module is for men who want to master the art of handling women in casual sexual relationships. While most men desire meaningful long-term relationships with women, it is very important to gain as much knowledge and experience as possible before selecting your candidate, and module number 3 will help you do just that. How to Master the Game is packed with over 25 hours of actionable advice and guidance on how to navigate the sexual marketplace here in the 2020s. This knowledge is based on my own personal experience. I went through hundreds of hours of trial and error while approaching thousands of women, so you don't have to. So if you're looking to increase your game level in short-term and casual relationships, Section 3 is absolutely paramount to your success. Module number 4 is kind of a hybrid in that it will help you in both short-term and long-term relationships. Shit test inefficiency is one of the biggest reasons men fail with modern women. Not being able to effectively respond to a woman testing your masculinity early on will severely compromise her attraction to you. The shit test module will teach you how and when to respond to a woman shit testing you. Being proficient with shit tests is like having all of the answers to the test before you take the test. That is how powerful the information in this section is. The 5th module is for men who are financially well off or well on their way. Women are a lot of things, gentlemen. Stupid isn't one of them, at least when it comes to recognizing the kinds of men who could change their lives economically. And if you're a man of means, the wrong woman will target you for resource extraction, which can and will severely hamstring your finances. The Gold Digger Guide here in Section 5 will arm you with the knowledge to understand very clearly if women are interested in you or just your money. Put simply, this section pays for itself immediately, especially if you're in a higher tax bracket. Module 6 contains the kind of next-level advanced relationship guidance that will quite literally determine success versus failure. My wife and I have been together for almost 9 years and we have a great relationship. I lead, she follows, and we adhere to the kinds of traditional relationship values that have stood the test of time. In this section, we will impart the wisdom we've acquired over the years to you. This 5-hour module will teach you how to thrive as a couple while also bringing out the very best in each other. The advice and instruction we provide in this section is easy to understand and even simpler to implement in your own relationship. While Devin and I understand that our advice will be highly unorthodox by today's standards, our track record speaks for itself, as these techniques we discuss have proven to be highly effective and sustainable. We understand that nothing comes easy, but if you stick to it and do exactly as we instruct you to do, your relationship will flourish. The last and final module is the crown jewel of all dating and relationship advice for men, and that is Womanese 101. Womanese 101 is a revolutionary, one-of-a-kind guide that translates female communication with shocking accuracy. It is quite literally the cheat code that every man needs to date successfully, both short and long term. With well over 600 translations, Womanese will take your dating and relationship game to the next dimension. And make no mistake, modern women do not want you to have this information. Why? Because it shifts the advantage to you. You see, gentlemen, low-quality women thrive on male ignorance. The fact that most men take what women say at face value makes it very easy for women to trick them into thinking they're quality women. Well, with Womanese, you will quickly see right through any woman's attempt at misleading you into thinking she's a good girl when she's actually quite the opposite. Womanese 101 has completely changed the lives of tens of thousands of men worldwide. Since its release, my inbox is inundated with countless stories and testimonies that are directly attributed to the material they learned from Womanese. What's more is that every one of these translations will be in video and audio format, so you can watch at your leisure or listen on the go. Now, as incredible as these 7 modules are, I'm going to add 4 unbelievable bonuses that will not only increase your knowledge level, but will supercharge your results. Bonus number 1, the first ever interactive ebook, How to Properly Vet Women for Relationships. This ebook is jam-packed with the kind of information I wish I had when I first started dating seriously. The vetting process is the most important element of any relationship, and bonus number 1 works as the perfect supplemental companion to module number 2. Bonus number 2, the second ever interactive ebook, How to Train Your Woman. Yep, you heard me correctly, I said train. This ebook contains hard-hitting, no bullshit, real-world, actionable advice that will quickly show your candidate that you are a man who isn't to be toyed with. Following the advice in this ebook will almost instantly engender a level of respect she's never had for another man, as well as keeping her in line and on your program from start to finish. Like bonus number 1, this bonus is also a great supplement to module number 2. The third bonus is one of my most underrated ebooks, How to Stop Female Manipulation. Just because you like a woman and she likes you does not mean she's not going to try to manipulate you on some level to some degree. It's nothing to get upset about, this is just how women are. Well, the simple answers on how to stop female manipulation in and out of relationships in its tracks are in this ebook. Bonus number 4 is the Masculine Excellence Lifestyle Kit. This bonus contains over 50 hours of video and audio content from the legends of the Red Pill community. Guys like Rollo Tomasi, who discuss open hypergamy, the soulmate myth, and the downsides of female nature. Myron Gaines also made a big contribution to this kit by educating us on fitness do's and don'ts, optimizing body composition, and much more. The kit also includes 5 hours of advice from the late great Kevin Samuels regarding your style and how to dress to impress in any situation. These bonuses by themselves are already going to be life-changing as it is, but imagine how drastically your dating life will improve when you pair these bonuses with the 7 transformative modules. Look, I know you've probably spent hundreds or even thousands of dollars on books, courses, classes, boot camps, and everything in between in hopes of improving your dating life. And while some of these products can help some men in some areas, this course will help all men in all areas at every level, regardless of how little or how much you know about dating and relationships. The bottom line is that if the eye-opening, life-altering knowledge that these 7 modules and 4 bonuses provide in this groundbreaking 200-hour course doesn't drastically improve your dating and relationship prospects, then nothing will. You owe it to yourself to give dating one last try, and now is the time. Go to tsracademy.com to learn more. Welcome back to the show. Thank you guys for sticking with us. A much-needed break as we have literally just crossed the 7-hour mark on today's live stream. Have you guys ever be, and I guarantee you this probably happens a lot with women, but have you ever started to pee and then halfway like halfway through you're like, uh-oh, I have to poop? That's what happened. I thought I had to pee, but I had to poop. So, I pooped. That's what it is. All right, let's get back to it.
Causing a scene or getting all...
Oh, sorry about that.
They suffer a great deal of harm, then they never open up their eyes to the truth of how they need to divest themselves against this thing that is completely incurable. You're never going to fix the community. You can't convince people that they need to do the thing that's best for themselves. You can't even tell people that they need to get saved. You can't tell people that they need to find God. It has to be revealed to them.
Right.
I'm no longer trying to convince people. I'm just going to live it. I'm going to be a reflection of it. The people that make themselves available to it, then I'm going to give them the game on how it is that they can capitalize from it. But the reality is that people need to separate themselves from the worst of it. They need to align themselves with people that's going in the direction that they're going in. And that has no color. It has no gender. They're awesome women. But you have to be very, very careful for who you vet for. And they have to be going in the same direction as you. And more importantly, let me just say this last thing. More importantly, everybody has a season. Just because you was a Democrat, just because you were a liberal, just because you were dealing and playing in things that didn't necessarily serve.
And guys, dude, I was 18 years old in 1996, okay? I was 18 years old in 1996. The very first time I was able to vote, I voted for Bill Clinton. I voted for Bill Clinton. I was a lefty, I was a Democrat, I was a liberal. I was a liberal, not anymore.
Serve you going forward does not mean that you have to be loyal to the thing that was the worst for you in your past. Similar to coming from the hood. You don't owe the hood nothing. The hood has never done anything for you except for try to take your life, try to put you in jail, and try to put you in the worst position possible.
Real fucking shit. Hell yeah. Why am I gonna ride for the black community that doesn't ride for me? Fuck that.
We don't need to fix a culture. We need to throw it away.
Woo!
So there is no cure. There is never going to be a cure. Hell is going to continue to enlarge itself. More people is going to follow Satan right down the path into destruction. We get more promiscuous. We watching more porn.
Yep. We
making ourselves more available to the devil. We having more partners. We now labeling them as partners. Things are getting worse than it ever has before, and it's speeding up. The timeline by which people are going into destruction is speeding up. So I tell people, find your tribe. Divest yourself from the community, focus on continuing to be a reflection of the thing that you want to see, and stop trying to convince people to go the same path as you. Let them have themselves, let them eat themselves, let the women scissor kick with each other, let the men kiss on each other, let them have each other, it's all cool. Just let it die. The community just needs to die altogether.
Dude, that is real shit. Anton just knocked that out of the park. Real shit.
Virgil, your response to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think what Anton is explaining is what Romans 1:18 through the end of the chapter actually explains from the outset. You know, we've suppressed the truth of God in unrighteousness, and as a result, God hands them over. I said this earlier in our time.
There you go.
Hands them over to their own lusts, hands themselves over to their own worship of self and of culture and of society. They're worshiping the creation rather than the Creator, and as a result, they reap the destruction that he's speaking of, and that in and of itself is judgment. That's God's judgment on the culture, and there's no return from that. It ends in the way it ends. And again, for those who have ears to hear, they can hear what we're saying, they can hear what Scripture has to say, and God will transform their heart and they'll follow the right direction. And that direction is repentance and faith in Jesus Christ. At the end of the day, that's what matters. I appreciate the respect given by both Anton and the brother who left us. I'm not a pastor. While I am theologically educated and trained, I'm not a pastor. At the end of the day, I say that only because it's important that you don't need to be a pastor to walk this path. Right? You don't need to be a pastor. You don't need to have some degree or some accolade to open up the Bible, to look at its pages, and to understand that that's the direction you need to go, and that needs to be the standard by which you draw your family. That's how things need to work, and that's what it needs to look like.
Shamika?
If it takes 15 years to demoralize a generation, I don't think I'll see us getting back to where my grandmother and my great-grandmother were.
Dana Gonzalez says, Donovan's been going so long, I've had to recharge my phone 3 times.
where they were. I don't think I'll live long enough to see that. What I am grateful of is just my own self-awareness. I agree with Anton that you can't, save a person. They have to come to that own awareness, which is why I'm constantly speaking.
And by the way, guys, after I get done reacting to this, I'm going to end the show on Rumble. Because I'm going to show you guys white people retaliating. This is why I know retaliation is coming.
Out against the things that I see with the hopes that their hearts will be pricked and they will start to begin to do some self-assessment and see themselves as what they really are, opposed to these queens that we've made people, or even the kings. I've seen men call themselves kings that are just as degenerate.
Yep.
So I don't think I'll ever see what I picture in my head as black people being classy and carrying themselves with dignity and respect. I don't think I'll see that. But I am grateful that I'm self-aware, that I've raised 3 daughters who are self-aware. And
Good for her,
hopefully
man.
my grandchildren will be that way as well. People look at me crazy because a lot of my friends are already grandmothers, and someone said to me, when are you gonna become a grandmother? And my answer was, after I become a mother of the bride.
Oops! Oh my God, yo! When are you gonna be a grandmother? After I become a mother of the bride. Wow, marry before you carry.
You just have to constantly speak what you believe, say what you believe, and walk that, and not let these people walk you back. I'm going to continue to be loud and outspoken and say what I truly believe in, stand on the word, because that's all that I know, and hope that at least my bloodline will act like they have some sense, and they'll never be in the store in their pajamas and bonnets and fighting over French fries and acting unseemly as we see these young people act now. Bonnets as a whole, fighting, I don't think I'll ever see what we come from.
I want to play this clip that I meant to play earlier, but we didn't get to it. The conversation was good. But I want to play the clip to ask the general question of, like, because people are watching, and some people will say, look, there's got to be some sort of problem with black people.
Big T.
And obviously, I reject that. There is a problem with black Americans and the rejection of a biblical worldview.
Big T on the Rumble side, I've got my Rumble chat up. He says, why do you think white folk are going to retaliate? Because they've already started retaliating, my friend. They've already started retaliating, Big T. Like I said before, white people are not going to allow their children and their people to continue to be victimized in their own country. They're not going to do it. They are not going to allow their children and their people to just be assaulted for no fucking reason anymore. Dude, what is with this?
We've been programmed and all these other things, but it's not a skin problem. It's a sin problem. And I know that's a popular saying, but anyway, I found this fascinating that I think it's a guy named Zanu, and it's a clip of...
Oh, oh my God. Guys, what this dude is about to play is going to blow you away. This clip that he is about to play, guys, get ready. This is straight bars.
Him talking with some young people from Africa about there's no concept of maintenance in African culture. And he's talking about Africa, but then I related it to America and American blacks, and just a lack of vision, a lack of foresight of, hey, if I do this now in my 20s, I'm going to enjoy all these benefits in my 50s, 60s, and 70s, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, let's play the clip, and then I want you all's reaction.
Say that, from what I'm understanding, in third world countries, anything that is not under maintenance is because, we don't care.
No, you care. It's not in the concept. Travel the 54 countries in Africa and ask each person in every country, what is wrong with your country? Leadership. All of you say the same word. So let me ask you, since 1960, the country has been picking the wrong leader every 4 years. Not a single railway built by the British is in Nigeria today, but the one they built in their country that same year, it's still running. Not a single railway built in Ghana in 1960 is still there today. What do you know in that country that has been properly maintained by the people every day and it works perfectly?
Crickets.
It's hard for people to maintain things when they're not gaining a lot.
No. it's hard for people to maintain things when they don't have the concept of maintenance in their culture. What is the one word in Igbo for maintenance?
Maintenance is there's no direct English word for that. It doesn't translate directly to
That's
maintenance.
correct. How about you?
It doesn't translate.
That's correct.
But it translates to like take care of.
No, that's not maintenance.
That's
What
not
is the
maintenance.
one word for repair in Igbo?
Imezi.
Exactly. What is the one word for repair in
See?
You see? I'm driving you to somewhere. What is the one word for democracy in Igbo language? You don't. How about you? You don't. You're trying to practice something that is not in the concept of the language.
Incredible.
There is no African country, and I've done it through Kenya, I've done it all, that has an equivalent of the word maintenance.
Well, in order to
Oakview says, why should the black man fix his house just so the white man can pay half of its worth and get a what? Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, these niggas. I'm a repairman who works in Flint on the ground fixing these houses. What I said makes perfect sense. No, what you said didn't make any fucking sense.
to maintain something, you have to have it.
What I said made sense. No, it fucking didn't. Why should the black man fix his house so the white man can pay half of it? We didn't get a fully fixed. Whatever.
First, correct.
I don't know. Maybe we're bird brains.
No, if I leave it for you, you can maintain it. The British left a lot of things in this country when they
Yep.
left. They established the hospitals, they established the fire stations, the post offices, the railway lines, the roads they built before they left. You were not able to maintain it because you don't have that concept. Because your environment, the tropical environment of Africa, the way you build your houses, the material you use, you don't require maintenance. Every country that is called industrialized countries, today, one of the things you know about them is maintenance of what they have. That's why we have buildings here that are about 250 years old, 300 years old in this country. There are buildings in other countries of Europe that are 700 years ago. The Notre Dame that burned in France was a 13th century building. Do you know what kept it that long till today? Maintenance is a culture.
There you go.
So, Virgil, I watched that clip.
Real shit,
and
man.
I thought about the Bible. And it's a great maintenance book. It tells you how to live, how to maintain yourself, how to make yourself holy or whatever. And I just, it seems like black people here in America have been trained into a survival mode of like, how can I get through today and make myself happy today? And there's no vision, there's no maintenance plan. And again, that's what I think people really like about Anton's show, and hopefully it's what they like about our show.
Did you hear that? He says it's what they like about Anton's show, and hopefully it's what they like about our show. Anton Daniels has impressed Jason Whitlock. Anton has impressed Jason Whitlock. He is hoping that people view him the way people view Anton. That is the ultimate praise.
But anyway, your reaction to that video, Virgil, and
Yeah, I saw that video a while back and was shocked that the exposure of worldview was definitely on display. The fact that they didn't have the word in their language, and so there was no way for them to account for it was very powerful. In fact, I think I ended up going to subscribe to that channel. He doesn't have a whole lot of videos that are there, but what's there is incredibly interesting to listen to and watch. And I've tried to kind of follow his train of thought and understand what he's speaking of. But again, culturally here, we have been unfortunately divested of our connection to God. We've been handed over to government through the civil rights movement.
There you go.
And as a result, government serves as God. And so
there you go.
We're no longer thinking in biblical terms. We're no longer thinking from a biblical worldview, biblical perspective. It's the idea that we need to march for something or we need to go appeal to government. And so that's why you have the Jasmine Crockett's of the world who are standing on the secular world's pulpit, which is government, declaring what she believes she needs and what black people need and how we need to survive and what we need to do. And so we've submitted ourselves to the God of government rather than to the God of Scripture. And as a result, we've reaped the reward, or really lack thereof. Promises unkept, ideas that really don't benefit us. In fact, they've led to the absolute destruction of our communities. And all that results is that we end up operating in lockstep to government agencies or government leaders who want us to vote for them the next 4 years so that they can rape and pillage, and I mean that figuratively, rape and pillage the coffers of government so that they can enrich themselves. That's what's actually transpired. That's what we see happening. We've got to do things differently. I think that the exposure of the difference between ethnicity and culture was in play in that video. Your ethnicity is who you are. It's how you're made up. Your culture is what you do. It's how you function. It's how you live. And as a result, we've lived poorly. We have a poor culture. We've amplified that throughout the Western society in which we live, and it's led to our demise.
Anton, I'm gonna give you a final thought. I appreciate you spending so much time with us today. We got to do more of this.
There it is. We've got to do more of this. He's in on Antoine. Oh, on Anton.
We got to support each other, and because even if we don't agree with everything Boy says, or Boy doesn't agree with everything you say, or whatever, we got to continue to support each other and have these types of conversations. I just think this type of dialogue is very important. But final thoughts on any and all that we've discussed today.
Well, let me first say that Boyce and I are cool. We've had disagreements in the past, but we actually worked out those differences. And we've also come to the conclusion that we are not going to agree on some things, but we find a lot of common interests, and we have zero problems with each other. We have each other's phone number.
Wow.
And Boyce and I are really cool. I don't think that just because you disagree with somebody that you have to be an enemy or an adversary.
Oh, wow.
And so I actually rock with Boyce. I think that he's a great guy. And shout out to him as well as all of you guys. And
Yo, I'm going to tell you what, man. What Anton just said there about Dr. Boyce Watkins, okay? I wish I had Anton's level of maturity. What Anton just said right there, this is why this guy's going to be a star. This is why this guy is going to be a star, okay? This is also why Myron is a star. Myron is friends with Destiny. They disagree fundamentally on just about everything, and they're still friends. I don't know why. I don't know why this is. I don't know why this is. Maybe this is a me problem, and if it is, I will own it. I don't have the maturity level. I don't have the maturity level to be friends with people who don't share my values. I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't know if it's a flaw. I don't know if it's maturity, but Dr. Boyce Watkins is a fucking nigga. He's a nigga, man. He disagrees. I disagree with him fundamentally on everything. Him and Anton are on opposite ends of the spectrum. And for those two men to be mature enough to put their fundamental belief systems aside and actually rock with each other, I wish I could do that. I wish I could do that. Maybe there's something that I need to do in my life because, and I was actually telling Devin this the other day. I watch a lot of sports talk radio, right? You know, Get Up, First Take, Colin Cowherd. Cowherd's the one that I watch the most. And Cowherd and Jason McIntyre, they get into these heated sports debates. Well, at the end of the day, you can still like each other because it's just sports. Doesn't matter. Your love of sports doesn't undermine your fundamental beliefs, right? But people tend to align and be friends with others that share their values. I can't do it. I wish I had the maturity. For instance, and I've said this, you know, since this whole, you know, since this whole hashtag Black Fatigue stuff is, you know, ever since I started doing the Hard R podcast, and when the Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony thing happened, that's when I started to find out that there are a lot of black men who are red-pilled on women, but not red-pilled on race. And I don't know, pardon me, I just don't know why I cannot be friends with people that endorse that kind of stuff, man. I just can't be. I can't, like, again, and I hate to say this, but Beans is a nigga. He's a nigga, man. I can't be friends with Beans. No, Beans, you don't run the Anton Daniels and Angry Man space. That was some bullshit that you pulled talking about. I come from Anton Daniels and Angry Man space, which was indirectly indicating that they align with your voluntary ignorance. We ain't dumb over here. Cali West is a nigga. Dude, I rocked with Cali West for years. I'm not cool with him anymore. He's a nigga. Vovo is a nigga. Hotep Goldstein is a nigga. I'm not going to say Hotep Jesus is a nigga. I'm not going to say that. I'm not going to say it. Because I know him personally, and I like him a lot. And I really don't think he wants I don't think Hotep Jesus is the type of dude who wants Carmelo Anthony to get off and not be held accountable. So I'm not going to go that far, right? But his view on how this thing goes has really sort of thrown me for a loop, right? Like I wish I had the maturity level. I wish I had the maturity level to be friends with people that don't share my values. I just can't do it. Dr. Boyce Watkins does not share the same values as Anton Daniels. Destiny does not share the same fundamental values as Myron, yet they can be friends. Honestly, I wish I had that level of maturity, man. And honestly, it might be the reason why they're where they're at, and I'm still down here. That might be the reason. Let's just keep it a stack, man. That might be the reason.
Especially you, Jason, for having me here. I'd love to be back. But I guess just to summarize my thoughts, especially with regard to what Virgil said and what was communicated in the video, I just don't think that people have any sense of purpose. I don't think that they know who they are. I don't think that people understand how precious life is. We waste our life. We waste our time. We don't understand that time is really valuable. We don't really have those same foundational principles that was put into us biblically, scripturally. We separate ourselves. We don't have any understanding, and everything you get, you're supposed to get understanding. We don't understand the connection between the Old Testament and the New Testament. You don't understand that once you become a child of God, that, I was saved, sanctified, filled with the Holy Ghost when I was 11 years old, and I was raised in the church, and those principles and the foundation of who I was always with me, even when I strayed away and I did things that I wasn't supposed to do as a young man. I came back to it because the word says that you put into a child what it is that they're supposed to be, and they'll never depart from it. And so we don't have any sense of purpose because we've voluntarily surrendered ourselves over to ignorance, over to demonic ways, over to the lust of our flesh, and there is nothing to come back to because we don't have a foundation. We don't have a spiritual foundation. We remove prayer from schools. We don't believe in structure in our households. And, I was reading the word the other day, and it's funny that we talk about maintenance because I've read the Bible back and forth 7, almost 8 times, right? I'm on my 8th time now. And what I found is that as I continue to read the word of God, as I get older, it changes because I'm in a different season in my life. What the words and what the scriptures said and what they meant to me when I was a young child, and this is why you got to continue to seek perfection and why you need purpose in your life, it means something completely different to me as a 43-year-old man. My concordance, it reads differently to me because where I am in my life and how it is that I look at life, how I see my daughter, how I see the people that surround me, how I impact my community is much different than what it was when I first started reading the word of God when I was 10 and 11 years old. And so the maintenance of me reading it then reveals itself to me because my purpose is revealed to me through the work. We don't have a sense of purpose, so then you can't grow. How men grow is through suffering. It's through learned lessons. That's the development of character. The reason why the black community is so in shambles is because we've abandoned the foundation of who we are, and we don't even have an identity. And that's why you see all of these women with butterfly eyelashes. That's why you see women trying to compare themselves and then trying to get BBLs, when in reality, black women were the standard for how it is that their bodies was shaped. And the whole world was trying to be like black women, and they've lost their ways, and they're trying to be like everybody else when they've already had all of the tools and the gifts that God had blessed them with way before the formation of the earth. And they don't even understand that the way that they give themselves over to God and the way that they start to translate themselves in their lives is largely based off of the fact that they understand. If you don't give anybody any understanding, they don't even know why they're doing it. That's why people move over to gangs. That's why people start to seek sexual desires.
That's right.
That's why you see women give themselves over to men and then they seek somebody in their father that they didn't have because they was raised in a single parent household. And so when I see people and they so divested from what my words are because they so focused on whether or not they like me instead of taking the message and chewing me to spit out the bones, not understanding that the translation, even when God had a covenant and he gave that covenant to Abraham, that his seed would number the earth, the manifestation of it was when you gave your life over to God. It wasn't even revealed into the New Testament. It wasn't revealed until Jesus died from our sins. And then you started to read all of those scriptures where Paul wrote to the Galatians, right? In Romans, when Jesus divested himself from his family and he said, y'all my family now, we so tribal that it hinders us from our growth and we gonna regret it when we die. I'm
gonna tell you what, dude, this dude knows his shit about the Bible, man.
Regret it when we get older. We gonna regret it when we realize that our sons are gay or our daughters have moved away from us and they make themselves available to some of the worst people of us. And so what I say is maintenance is continuous growth, but you got to get understanding and you got to pray for character. Stop praying for money. Stop praying for success. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and everything else will be added unto you.
Matthew 6:33.
It's going to come along with it. You don't have to chase it. It's going to be with it. You don't have to keep giving yourself over to people that don't value you. It's going to come with it. I'm not hard on black women because I hate them. I'm hard on them because I want you to do better and I want you to have strong families.
Damn right.
I'm tired of seeing people suffer. And this is not just to the black community. This is people in general. I'm tired of seeing people suffer and be voluntarily ignorant. They pray
voluntarily ignorant. There you go.
On your ignorance in order to profit from you. And you not even wisen enough to say, I don't want to be used as a piñata from people that don't value me or see me anything other than a part of the prison industrial complex or a financial come up or a vote so that we can continue to maintain power, and they capitalizing off of my ignorance. All I'm saying is, if you really want to succeed in life, it's not money, it's not a rapper, it's not any kind of trading, it's not any stocks. Your talent is unique to you. Who you are is already in you. All you got to do is nurture it, understand the word of God, find a sense of purpose, get some understanding, and then continuing to maintain who you are by refreshing your mind and aligning yourself with people that's going in the direction that you're going in. You will find your way, you will be successful, you will be great, and you will find happiness, and it's not going to come based off of what the culture or the community is going to require from you. I'm telling you. That is the way that you go about being successful. Everything else is just going out. Everything else is going to be coming along with it.
Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Anton absolutely, like, dude, He was by far and away. He was by far and away the best panelist. These best panelist. Man, that was incredible, dude. Incredible, man. I have a new level of profound respect for Anton Daniels. I really do. I really do. All right. So I don't have much longer in the show. However, I am going to move the party over to Rumble. And I'm going to do it briefly. What I'm going to do, and the reason I'm doing this, the reason I'm moving the party over to Rumble, pardon me, is because we got people in the chat asking me, why do I think white folk are going to retaliate? I got people in my other chat talking about white folk ain't going to retaliate. We're bigger and stronger than them. White people won't retaliate. They're afraid. Nah, bruh. No. Mm-mm. Nah, bruh. No. Mm-mm. Nope. Mm-mm. And I'm going to show you a few examples that are very graphic and definitely not safe for YouTube. Definitely not safe for YouTube. So I'm going to bid farewell to my YouTube audience. The link is pinned in the YouTube description. The link is pinned the link is pinned in the YouTube chat. It's right there up top. I'm going to spam it in the chat here. There we go. So that's what the link is. And so now I'm going to say goodbye to my YouTube audience. Thank you all very, very much for your contributions and your support. All right. Let's see.